Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Villain. Take a concubine to become stronger, marry the protagonist's mother at the beginning. Chapter 51. It was already around 5:30 when Su Qingyang arrived in the valley, and he guessed that Lintian got up to come over. Lintian, it's okay, I just accept your chance as a father. Single quote. Su Qingyang smiled. As a big villain's ideas, he is the best at it. Stepping on the dead wood branches all over the ground, the withered and yellow leaves made a crisp sound of breaking, which was extremely decompressive. Su Qingyang, who was in a great mood, walked towards the ghost valley. There are no life and strange animals along the way, only vegetation, but this tranquility gives people a sense of peace of mind. Like fallen leaves returning to their roots, like water pouring into a lake, the water waves gradually calm down and become silent. The summer heat and dry wind are blocked from blowing on the tree trunks, the sunlight in the forest cannot shine in, and the shade is bright and refreshing. Su Qingyang praised in his mouth. It's really a good place. If there are lakes, rivers and streams, it would be more perfect. Unfortunately, the only downside is that there probably won't be life and fish in the streams and rivers. After walking for a long time, actually only a few minutes, Su Qingyang looked at the valley in front of him. A forest covered it. Su Qingyang stepped forward to look, and suddenly found that it was a land, about a kilometer in range. Sometimes it's hazy and you can't see clearly, which is quite strange. Su Qingyang touched it lightly with spirit power, but the response was sometimes nothingness. Spirit power was also cut off. It should be the outermost phantom array, and then there are countless layers of protective arrays inside, but these are all in the secret book, and there are even ways to break it. The more this happened, the more Su Qingyang lamented that although Xian Elder is a beautiful woman, she is also really a pervert. Dare to keep all the exposed things in the diary. Is it true that you are not worried about being found out? Xian never imagined that her secret would be observed by Su Qingyang's cheating system. Su Qingyang did not hesitate. I circled around the formation twice and was amazed. Hehe, Xian Elder is indeed the #1 formation pill refining great master in the Holy Land. If there is no way to crack this divine formation, even if I, Su Qingyang, come, I won't be able to enter. However, Xian, you have kept a secret so clearly, then the Holy Sun will not be polite. At the next moment, Su Qingyang tapped a few times in the formation ripples, and pulled out a spirit power, as if turning into a thunderbolt, rushing to the formation node. The whole formation began to hum. There are constant sounds of breaking and reassembling. System, spend me 1000 villain points. Redeem Grandmaster Formation Talent. System hint, congratulations to the host for using 1000 villain values and successfully exchanging Grandmaster Formation Talent in the mall. Without even thinking about it, Su Qingyang exchanged his own villain system for superpowers just to be on the safe side. It has reached or even faintly surpassed Xian's Great Master Formation strength. And the spiritual Qi Razor Dianmeng, who was flying in the air, seemed to come alive suddenly, and there was light in his eyes. It will dance and break the secret array by itself. Not only that, Su Qingyang waved his arms again, and several other spirit power phantoms such as Goshawk, Flying Tiger, and Black Turtle appeared. As if it is real. Scurrying around the periphery of the formation, like stitching needles and threads, changing the operation and authority of the formation's spirit power. Next, this formation can only allow Su Qingyang to enter alone. No matter who comes, they will not be able to see the formation, and if they see it, they will be killed if they cannot enter. Su Qingyang just walked in grandiosely. The entire formation is like a fake in his eyes, and he can even see the scene inside. After entering, his eyes were fixed. What a strong spiritual qi. Presumably Xian Elder is here, adding bricks and tiles to make the valley more livable. A piece of birds and flowers, with a variety of colors, is different from the heat of summer. The inside of the formation is cool and dry, just like feeling the heat outside. Suddenly walking into the air-conditioned room, an extremely comfortable experience. Tisk tisk, there are Sika deer. There are not many kinds of gentle strange beasts, just like pets in the valley, wandering around in this place, their eyes full of spirituality. When those spirit creatures noticed Su Qingyang, they were a little frightened, but they were immediately conquered by the powerful aura of his immortal sacred body, and became docile and intimate. came over to rub Su Qingyang's trousers and walked away, obviously acknowledging his existence. Su Qingyang took a stroll and found that there is really a lake in the center of the site. There are not only swimming fish swimming in it, but also the lake water is crystal clear. Then Su Qingyang took a first look. I also saw the purpose of my trip. What a nice view. Su Qingyang often praises that Qin Shui is beautiful because she is really beautiful. Su Qingyang never exaggerates others. If he wants to praise, it must be that the other party is really outstanding. Half of Xian's body was submerged in the water, resting her mind quietly, her eyes were closed tightly, and she was completely naked. The figure is not arrogant, but it is more reasonable. It can be said to be the best proportion. It is not as tall and abrupt as Qin Shui, and cannot be controlled with 2 hands, but it is very natural. The skin is snow white, but it is more blood-colored, and there are some faint purple patterns between the skin, which makes it more charming. Seeing this, Su Qingyang thought to himself, Xian Elder, this holy son has offended me. Single quote. Of course he is not a good person, Lintian's father, Su Qingyang, must be. It's just taking part of his son's chance, even if he thinks about it, he wouldn't dare to make a mistake. Su Qingyang took off his clothes and swam down to the lake. Speaking of which, he hadn't tried to be in the water with Qin Shui in the past 2 years. If I have a chance in the future, I will bring her here to try out what it feels like. But now Su Qingyang has a new experience. When she got closer to 20 meters, Xian opened her eyes. His eyes were chaotic, obviously lacking in intelligence. But it gradually became brighter, seeing Lintian as a male creature. His face began to heat up, and Xian Elder's face and complexion gradually turned red, obviously something abnormal was about to erupt. Not long after, Su Qingyang felt what an octopus was like. He just wrote about Xian's madness when Lintian met her in the novel. But I have never personally experienced such a crazy side of the characters I wrote. The sun had just risen, illuminating the bloody color of the lake. The valley is not as secluded as outside, there are creatures walking around and crying occasionally. Let this formation be filled with vitality and spiritual qi. The melodious sound resounding above the sky. Fortunately, Su Qingyang was prepared and did not disarm Qin Shui. Otherwise, he will definitely lose the battle. Because Xian's cultivation base is several big realms above him. So physical strength completely crushed Su Qingyang. Fortunately, Xian is completely ignorant of primitive impulse. But Su Qingyang enjoys passively and teaches the other party what to do. Su Qingyang doesn't feel like a human, but a beast. Time flies. Lintian is still on his way. When Su Qingyang and Xian Elder were still turning up and down. Today is a unique and important day. Yin and Yang Saint Lord Valley, ripples. One fat and one thin, the two came out of the Elder Valley formation. Talking about heavenly Tao while walking. Second brother, Saint Lord is a bit too generous this time. Even the snowy Holy Land in the north is so far away, it's really. The big elder muttered, while the fat and friendly second elder shook his head and said in a gentle tone. What Dage said is wrong. Dage thinks about it, how many years does it take for a holy place to have a holy son and a holy daughter? The big elder replied without thinking. 1,000 years. So, Dage, think about it, the Holy Land only establishes a holy throne every 1,000 years, and the Saint Lord is replaced only once in 10,000 years or even 10,000 years. Now the first marriage of the Son of God is such an important event. Of course it is to be announced Holy Land in the world. The more the better. It seems to be the same, but I didn't expect that Xiaoyang is only 19. He became a father so soon. And the relationship is also very good. How did he do it? I think I was 18 years old, although I was not the licking dog of a beautiful woman, but it's just the beginning of chasing them. Hey, can people be compared with others? Besides, Dage has an aggressive temper, and most nuns seek stability in their hearts. That's why Xiaoyang has a good temper. She develops steadily, and suddenly there is a blockbuster. The point is Xiaoyang. Even though talent is outstanding now, he still acts in a low-key manner, and has never been born before walking. Talent has already proudly spread over 1,000,000 miles around. What the second brother said is very true. I always thought that Xiaoyang would continue to be so decadent and not work hard. until he no longer holds the position of the Holy Son, and a more suitable candidate appears. I didn't expect Xiaoyang to become a father in a blink of an eye. The two elders who watched him grow up occasionally took Xiao Su by with him. Hey, the world is unpredictable. I didn't expect them to be grandpas. Hee, Dage, it's not like what Elder Lu said, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Xiaoyang's trick is called hiding. The rock rises with the same wind in one day. It soars up to 90,000 miles. Hee, the second brother is right, then the purpose of this time is clear. Let's go back to the Elder Hall, and start the meeting immediately. Elder Meeting Room. The entire high-level officials of the Holy Land came, including the Holy Maiden Wu Qingran. It's just that her complexion is a bit weird. The senior brother just mentioned this matter yesterday, but I didn't expect to have a meeting today. It seems that the senior brother has been proposing it for a long time, and at this time the official preparations are already underway. When dozens of elders arrived, the elder got up to say hello and gave up the right to speak to the second elder. After all, the second elder was good at this. Okay, I must have called everyone over. I have already said it in the introduction, but I will reiterate it again. This matter is related to the reputation of the Yin and Yang Holy Land and the authority of the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has just reached the age of 18. I did not expect to find a suitable Tao companion, and I have not had time to tell everyone. The companion of the Holy Sun is named Qin Shui, who has a natural spiritual roots physique, and also has a special body refining quality. He and the Holy Sun love each other, so everyone must have heard of the Holy Sun entering the realm so quickly. Qin Shui, you come out. Today, the sophomore elder ran to the Yin and Yang Palace. As soon as he went, he heard Qin Shui say that the sun had just left and had something important to do, and he didn't even bring an elder guard, which surprised them. Fortunately, Su Qingyang told the attendants to report in advance, saying the matter was completed quickly and the place was not far away, so they were relieved. At this time, Qin Shui appeared in front of all the elders with a dignified face, dressed in luxurious and graceful clothes. Let the eyes of all elders shine. What a beautiful woman! No wonder the Holy Sun no longer likes the Holy Maiden, there is already a more suitable candidate. Yes, I've heard rumors that the Holy Sun is interested in someone, but I have never known who it is. It turns out that she is not from the Holy Land. This girl's name is Qin Shui. What a good name. This girl is extremely beautiful, and the Holy Sun's vision is really good. Let me admire you. Is this woman fulfilling the state of mind of the Son of God, and increasing the realm of the Son of God? Well, that's great. Mrs. Son of God is truly a genius. Elders don't care about their strength or ability, but bearing the brunt is an emotional intelligence. As soon as Qin Shui came out, those compliments were endless. And the compliment on beauty is not really bragging, but sincerely feeling that Su Qingyang's vision is really not bad. The beauty of the women I like is extraordinary. I don't know who boasted, from now on the Holy Land will have 3 prides. Attract the elders to agree with each other. It is said that the number 1 beauty in the Holy Land is no longer a pair, but a 3. After they finished their compliments, Qin Shui faced everyone with a smile. Even if Su Qingyang was not around, she would not be frightened at all. She has a steady personality, plus she has practiced a lot. She is already prepared to face this kind of situation, and she has already been practicing as a good wife of the Holy Sun Su Qingyang from the bottom of her heart. Hello elders, thank you elders for their compliments. Qin Shui is as happy as everyone else when hearing what elders said. Because my husband went out beforehand this time, so I can't come today. Let Qin Shui say hello to all elders on behalf of my son and husband. Qin Shui bowed her hands first, expressing her regret that Su Qingyang didn't come. And the elders are human beings, how could they belittle her because of this? After all, the sophomore elder is watching behind her. The elders are also very smart. Mrs. Sun, isn't that the same as the sun? What's more, it is said that this event was released by Saint Lord. So the elders are extremely solemn. Okay, that's great. The Son of God has a lot of things to do every day, and Mrs. Son of God has a heart. It doesn't matter, Mrs. Shengji is here, and we will see the Holy Sun personally. Yes. Quote. All the elders echoed again and again, expressing that they didn't care, and signaled Qin Shui to continue. Well, then Qin Shui would like to thank all the elders for their tolerance. Let me introduce myself first. I have known Shangji husband for more than 2 years. I used to be a little maid under a husband. As soon as Qin Shui opened her mouth, she uttered news of her return. All the elders were amazed. They thought it was Tianzhao, a beautiful woman that the Son of God found outside, but they didn't expect it to be a small attendant, but they didn't underestimate Qin Shui, and listened carefully. Having said that, Qin Shui stood in the chief position and glanced at Wu Qingran on the left. The Holy Son once really loved the Holy Maiden, but something happened after that. One day, the Holy Son woke up and suddenly noticed Qin Shui. Qin Shui explained in detail how Su Qingyang treated her well as how to get to know each other, communicate with each other, and how their emotions arose. Afterwards, Su Qingyang's realm increased greatly. There was no tension or panic throughout the whole process, as if introducing one's own background, without any pride or other emotions. It was very calm, and the elders were fascinated and admired. The elders admired Qin Shui's ability to embark on this road of blessings from such a low-ranking person. At first, they thought that Qin Shui was serving Qin Shui through other means. Unexpectedly, it was the Holy Son who took the initiative. And in the end, they became happy with each other, which also reflected Qin Shui's tolerance and virtuous way of doing things. Until it comes to the fact that Su Qingyang took Qin Shui to practice and found out that she has a good talent. The elders saw that Qin Shui was not lying, and they admired him even more. This Saint's Tao companion seems to have something. Just that outstanding demeanor and extraordinary conversation are enough to be worthy of the Holy Son. Don't lose to any Tianzhao female cultivator. Later, Qin Shui gave birth to a boy named Su Bai for the Holy Son, and then her husband invited Uncle Saint Lord to come and watch and accept him as his disciple. Su Bai is now 2 years old. Qin Shui is also getting married, so the Saint Lord invited all elders to prepare for the wedding of Qin Shui and her husband. When Qin Shui opened her mouth, the elders vaguely guessed it, but this series of news still surprised most of the elders, who didn't know how to respond. After all, this is too fast. Son got married at 19. Have children. Ask Su Bai to return it to the Saint Lord to accept him as a disciple. Then talent must be top-notch. And what are you going to do when you get married? Isn't that the inviter? Eat. There is more than one yin and yang holy place in the world. So it took a long time for the elders to digest the news. It turned out that the son Su Qingyang got married and wanted to send invitations. So they elders have a job to do. Then congratulations to Mrs. Shangji. Congratulations, Mrs. Shangji. Mrs. Shangji, if you need anything, just tell us elders, especially 6 elders. Don't look at this guy with a mischievous eye, but he is very shrewd in handling things. It must be no problem to hand over the vanguard to him before. Yes, Mrs. Shangji, what do you need us old bones? The matter of the Holy Son is the matter of our elder. Please speak boldly, Mrs. Shangji. The elders are ghost spirits, and half of them really want to do things for the Holy Land. After they heard the story Qin Shui told, they immediately guessed that there was something to do, otherwise why did they invite all the elders over? Isn't there something important to discuss? Well, all elders are interested. Qin Shui really has something important to ask all elders to help. Qin Shui had a dignified demeanor, without the slightest hint of arrogance, and sincerely asked all the elders in the hall for help. The big elder and the second elder didn't speak, and sat on the left and right seats with a smile on their faces, watching Qin Shui preside over it. The more I look at it, the more I am satisfied, as if I am looking at my own granddaughter-in-law. No way, seeing Su Qingyang grow up, they have already regarded Su Qingyang as their own. In fact, they didn't know that Su Chengwu had already come out of the closed-door training in the Valley of Saint Lord far away. Using spirit power to create an LCD screen to show the situation in the Elder's Palace, Qin Shui's eloquent talk. And Xiao Su Bai at the side watched seriously. Grandpa, what are you doing, mother? Ha 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 ha, mother is talking about your father. It's marriage. Mary, what is marriage? Can you fly? Ha 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 ha, I'm happier than flying. Su Chengwu laughed heartily, and rubbed Xiao Su Bai's head at his innocence. The latter was puzzled. When Xiao Bai grows up, he will understand. Grandpa, I want to get married when I grow up. I want to marry a beautiful woman like my mother. Okay, Xiao Bai will definitely do it. Grandpa believes in you. Although he laughed happily, Su Chengwu was very serious when he said this. No one knows Su Bai's physique better than him. The teaching during this period of time finally made him, a former genius, understand what is the arrogance of the times. The eternal pride of heaven. You can learn everything immediately, which can be called a terrifying comprehension and aptitude. And it won't be long before Xiao Su Bai's realm will break through the realm. He is only 2 years old now. Then Qin Shui said it here, Uncle Saint Lord said, this wedding must be grand. Give enough attention to the Yin and Yang Holy Land. Let the entire Xuantian continent become famous. Give me the prestige of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. Qin Shui's words are resounding. It can be said that she said it word by word, and Xiao felt the important meaning in it. No sloppy. Okay, what Mrs. Shengji said is very true. This is such an important matter. It really needs the attention of the entire Yin and Yang Holy Land. Just leave it to us elders then. Then Qin Shui is not welcome. Uncle Saint Lord said that those people in the Holy Land have old friendships with him, and you can invite them. There are also some who are relatively distant, but you can also try. They are Qinglin Holy Land, Ying Martial Saint Land, Zhangfang Holy Land, Nine Nether Holy Land, Antarctic Holy Land. Next, Qin Shui took out a sticker prepared by the second elder, which was filled with the names of the holy places to be invited by the Yin and Yang Holy Land, and focused on explaining the relationship between Yin and Yang Saint Lord and those Holy Land Saint Lords, light or familiar, some must come, and some will not come, and it doesn't matter much. After all, the Holy Land is also divided into first-rate and second-rate, but for the first-rate ones, it is best to let them come, so as to show the prestige of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. An important event such as the wedding of the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Just look at the people and leave. Yin and Yang Saint Lord, if you want to be grand, then you can be grand. Good lady, please don't worry, just leave these to us. Old 6, the barbarians of the Antarctic Holy Land will be handed over to you. Don't disappoint your brother's expectations. However, when we were talking about the assignment, Qin Shui also noticed an elder with a strange appearance. The main reason was that he was dressed in strange clothes, and his appearance was good, but he seemed to have a very good relationship with all elders. Madame Shengji is very confused, right? In fact, the Antarctic Holy Land lives in the remote north, and everyone likes to practice body cultivators, which are somewhat different from our spiritual qi cultivators in the south. Moreover, they are aggressive by nature, and it is extremely difficult to persuade them. Let me wait. It is really difficult to go, but the sixth elder is different. Speaking of which, the other elders looked at the sixth elder. This guy had a helpless expression, and finally he could only nod to Qin Shui. Well, Mrs. Shengji, it's good that 6 elders go to the Antarctic Holy Land. 6 elder, the Holy Land of Antarctica depends on your perfect tongue. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shui couldn't help but wonder. This elder seems to be a bit capable, but she didn't bother to ask. Then there's Lao Lu elder. Thank you, elders. Qin Shui Gong cupped her hands and thanked all elders. Although there is an order from the Saint Lord, human affairs still need to be understood. To invite elders to do things, it is natural to speak well. Besides, Uncle Saint Lord said that if this incident is completed, all elders will be rewarded. Thank you for the recommendation of Mrs. Shengji, and thank you Lord Saint Lord for your generosity. Yes, the ambition of the Saint Lord, the important event in the life of Mrs. Shengji, we must do our best to complete it. We will definitely not disappoint the Saint Lord and Mrs. Shengla. Okokokik. Qin Shui nodded repeatedly, and a series of words made her exhausted. After all, BEFD, these things are very important, and it is already afternoon after all the details are handed over. After Qin Shui finished speaking, she motioned to the second elder behind her, who sat in the chief seat and waited. The second elder checked everything. Let all the elders report their duties one after another to make sure there is no problem. Then let's do this today. The time is 2 months. In 2 months, all elders must finish handing over the matter and send invitations to all the holy places to go. Well, I'm waiting for the sophomore elder, and congratulations to Mrs. Shengji. I wish the sophomore elder good health, I wish Saint Lord good health, and I hope that the relationship between Shengji and Mrs. Shengji will be good for 10,000 years. So do I. Congratulations. Soon, everything was finished, and duties were assigned according to the family. The great hall is over, all the elders are leaving, and the sophomore elder did not forget to praise Qin Shui when he left, which made Qin Shui very happy. The Holy Son has this virtuous wife, and he will become the emperor in the future. Just after Qin Shui finished talking about the pre-marriage posts. Ghost Valley. Inside the formation, there is an environment of singing birds and flowers, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. Countless creatures and auspicious beasts, the serene life is within this. It's like an immortal realm, an immoral paradise undiscovered by the world. The time has come to the evening. As dusk falls, geese fly to the sky in the setting sun, creating a stunning scenery. Su Qingyang and Zion, who were tired from a busy day, also fell asleep. Just woke up from sleep now. Su Qingyang, who woke up first, rolled up Zion's arms and the purple hair around her neck, looking at the setting sun in the distance. Zion, you are so beautiful. Looking at the person in his arms, he couldn't help but praise again. And at this time, Zion in her arms let out a sigh, frowning and slowly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was indeed in the lake, with the gentle touch of water. But what caught my eyes was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. A trace of panic flashed in her clear eyes. And, most importantly, what she saw was alive. It's a man. Zion subconsciously wanted to scream, but Su Qingyang had already guessed her reaction. Woo! Then his mouth and nose were also blocked by Su Qingyang. Zion opened her eyes. The big eyes are full of doubts and grievances. Thought, you're all this and that. You're not enough now. After Su Qingyang's operation, Zion's mood and expression calmed down, and her face began to turn rosy, which surpassed ordinary people's blush, and it was the kind of heartbeat speeding up. Su Qingyang let her go. That's the first thing she said. Son of Su Qingyang, you. After Zion finished speaking, she still didn't feel relieved. She even used her pink fist to hit Su Qingyang's broad chest. There is not a little bit of strength left. The main reason is that the strength is too light. It's a very unbearable feeling. Su Qingyang knows. This is the missing page of Zion cultivation technique's secret. It's the day when Zion's cultivation technique broke out, and after having it with any man, she will help each other break through realm. Then there is an extreme obsession with that man. It lasted for a long time until Zion herself also fell in love with Su Qingyang. Seeing that Zion is obviously 100 years old, but at this moment she looks younger than the 36-year-old Qin Shui. Su Qingyang found it interesting and wanted to tease her. What's wrong? Did it hurt you just now? Hear Su Qingyang mention what happened today. Zion is not without memory. She just has no sanity and doesn't understand this day, but she will be able to remember when she wakes up. Then I thought of how crazy I was just now, how I was obsessed with Su Qingyang. Exactly like a female octopus in human form. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that she was embarrassed to speak, Su Qingyang was very shy, and hugged her tightly, letting the latter react from the dazed memory of the shocked own appearance. Just when I looked up, I saw Su Qingyang with his arms around him looking straight at him. It directly made Zion's whole heart thump. She doesn't understand what's wrong with her. My heart beats faster just by seeing Su Qingyang. My blood boils. No, no, but as soon as she finished speaking, Zion felt that she had said something wrong. Oh, you. After speaking, he punched Su Qingyang again, which was neither painful nor itchy, which made Su Qingyang feel funny. Because she admitted it, it was equivalent to admitting that she was really comfortable just now. Of course, because Su Qingyang has been a trainee for as long as 2.5 years. In the link of fighting force value, Su Qingyang completely crushed Zion. No matter in routine or skill. Except that realm is not as high as Zion. But it's coming soon. Su Qingyang could feel that there was a force in his body waiting to explode. Just explode. Su Qingyang's realm will shoot straight into the sky like a rocket. Shock the entire Holy Land. Just when Su Qingyang and the wise Zion Qingqing and me. Lintian had already arrived outside the valley in the morning. It's just that he exhausted his brain and couldn't open the ultimate formation of this valley. Why? Because that is the strength of Zion's formation Great Master. And the formation Great Master strength enhanced by Su Qingyang's system. Put the entire mountain guard into formation. Strengthened from the inside out. It can be said that it is so strong that it is not human-like, and it has already touched a Holy Land's protective array. It's scary. Even if Lintian is reborn as the Great Emperor, it is very difficult to crack. Even if it needs to be broken, the time required for that is also extremely huge. In the morning, Lintian, who was full of confidence, woke up at 7 or 8 in the morning, because he overlooked one thing, that is, his realm is not as tall as in his previous life. Even lower, so it's almost 10 o'clock, close to 11 o'clock. He just rushed out of the Ghost Valley formation. Wait until he starts cracking the formation. 1 hour, 2 hours %. Lintian was sweating profusely. What's going on? Why is this formation so difficult? Although my realm is not as good as in my previous life. But it shouldn't be. Although I know Master Zion will definitely be in Lintian's pocket. But Lintian is still very unwilling. He is 18 years old, blood Qifang gang. Now is the critical moment. Get the cultivation base again. You let him take it easy. Is that possible? Lintian was in a hurry than anyone else. Mr. Wu, boy, you don't have many formation talents, so why don't you take me as your teacher? As a teacher, you can do it yourself. Isn't this formation talent easy to grasp? Lintian, shut up. You old man, it's not your turn. I, Lintian, have my own way. The swearing Lintian tossed about for 3 or 4 hours in the mountain guard formation, but he just didn't make a nod. Why? He paid homage to Mr. Wu in his previous life. Naturally, he also studied formation. In addition, he later became the affectionate Great Emperor. His formation strength is no less than that of Mr. Wu. It's just that realm of strength doesn't work. But now, his realm is insufficient, and his formation has changed. It's different from the plot of the previous life. Even Lintian will not be able to see through this formation for a while. After all, it takes time to make a formation. It takes months to get started. This kind of formation is strong enough. And Zion's formation has also blessed Su Qingyang's skill. Can ordinary people understand it? No matter how strong Lintian is, realm is not enough. Divine sense limited. There are few places to see, unless he can bring up the realm. Otherwise, there will be no gain. In this way, although Lintian is sure that Master Zion is inside, he will not run away. Sensation is all there, but he was still in a hurry. A little impulse. Oh my God, why is this formation not open? After a year of hard work, Lintian also vomited blood anxiously. If it's after today, will I, Lintian, have to wait another 10 years? That won't work. Thinking of this, Lintian didn't want to wait any longer. Even after entering, the body is too weak. You can't even flex your muscles. He also decided that winning Master Zion was the key point. Are you still worried that the fish will not be able to drink water in the water? Thinking of this, Lintian said nothing. A few secret methods began to explode. All are Emperor-level secrets. Ziyang opens the sky. God's wheel cover day. Limit-breaking Emperor's formula. Soul burns. Every time he casts a secret method, Lintian recites the formula in his heart. But his face turned paler. Even Mr. Wu in the ring sighed. This kid has a lot of family secrets. Looks extraordinary. Explosion the same and the same. Elder Wu only thought that Lintian had his own secret, and he was using a common method to break through the mountain protection array. In fact, Lintian is using many secret methods of burning potential. Every time I say the same thing, I spit out a mouthful of blood in 2 days. In the end, Lintian almost couldn't sit still in lotus position. Spit out blood. Old Wu, boy, will you hang up later? Don't die here. Old Wu, I haven't been resurrected yet. Don't die. Lintian, shut your beak. I'm terribly ruthless. Lintian spouted in his heart, full of momentum, making Mr. Wu shut up and watch for a while. And Lintian's realm has climbed to the top. Straight across several realms. From really late stage, soar all the way to the real world %. V+, until immortal cave middle stage. Lintian suddenly feel the blood boiling all over the body. Murmuring. Ah, power. The long-lost sense of power. Although it is only temporary. But as long as I, Lintian, live. One day, I will be stronger than this. Countless times stronger. Until I become the Great Emperor. Lin Tiantao's aura emerged in his heart. At this moment, he was in a daze, as if he had returned to his previous life, when he was young and invincible. And this time, Lin Tian's eyes froze. The unexpected happened to him. At this moment, ripples surged in the mountain guard formation. Seems like someone is coming out. The next moment, formation golden light burst. A burst of light flashed. Countless runes and ripples rippling each other, the air seems to be still, and the world is quiet. In the formation, two Taoist shadows slowly emerged. Wait, why are there two people? At the moment when Lintian was shocked and dazed. Finally, Lintian saw it. Who are the two? One of them is Lintian's goal this time. That is, his master, Xian. And another one. What Lintian never expected was that. Why is it him? Almost instantly, Lintian felt brain congested, as if the eggplants and bananas had been robbed, the first to pick them. That's right, this person is the yin and yang saint's son Su Qingyang. Just as Lintian was stunned, Su Qingyang and Xian also noticed Lintian outside the formation. At this time, the fragrant sweat on Xian's face hadn't dried completely, and her cheeks were even more rosy and glowing, as beautiful and charming as the sunset in the evening. But Lintian Wuxia appreciates Xian's shy girlish charm at the moment. Just Xian's eyes are full of Su Qingyang's appearance. Lintian already felt that his chest was burning with anger. Looks like something broke. He's got a lot of calculations. But he never thought of it. One day I will be so jealous of a person. It is still a stepping stone in the previous life. Su Qingyang. Lintian roared. Quote? Su Qingyang didn't respond. He had already guessed that he would be outside after seeing Lintian. It's just that Su Qingyang couldn't help but feel funny when he really envisioned the picture at this moment. After thinking about it, Su Qingyang thinks he should be called now. Hey, forget it. Give Lintian a surprise then. Hey, I seem to have a little impression of you. Last year's Holy Land Grand Competition, I seem to have awarded you the honorary first place. Call, what's your name? Su Qingyang pretended not to know Lintian's appearance at all, but he still had a little impression. Lintian vomited blood even more when he heard Su Qingyang's answer. He was already angry enough. At this time, I heard Su Qingyang talk about last year's Holy Land competition. Lintian thought of the Holy Land competition. The resources are gone. Reward a honorable first place and a Holy Land cultivation technique experience is of no use to him. He was also said to be an orphan. It was said that he got the first place by cheating. Everyone is happy, but Lintian is not happy. He gained what he least wanted. Lost what he wanted most. Still today, the point is, this useless holy son doesn't even know who he is. Can't even remember. The naked feeling of being ignored. Lintian was angry and aggrieved. Lintian took a deep breath, tried hard to calm down his own mood, and then said loudly his famous minister. After hearing this, Su Qingyang immediately pretended to have realized it. Oh, I see, I want to come here. Yes, you are Lintian, the one who can leapfrog to challenge the first Lugia player. Seeing the trash in his eyes, Su Qingyang finally remembered himself. Lintian felt bad. In his previous life, he ruthlessly trampled the opponent under his feet. At this time, Xian also turned to look at Lintian. Hey, apprentice, why are you here? Hear Master Xian's question. The heart that was trying to calm down just now fluctuated violently again. 10,000 grass mud horses pass by in Lintian's heart. Why am I here? Isn't it for you, a good master? Why? Lintian couldn't restrain his killing intent, but he didn't dare to move, and even pretended not to be discovered. Tuer was just going up the mountain to collect herbs and happened to pass by here. Hearing Lintian's response, Xian was a little suspicious. These are surrounded by TM trees and jungles, where are the mountains to collect herbs for you? But fortunately, Xian is now full of heart because of the combination of cultivation technique and Su Qingyang. Only Su Qingyang is in her eyes, and everyone else is regarded as heir by her. Including Lintian. When I saw Master Xian, I just asked casually, and didn't mean to inquire about it. He didn't even care about the result of Lintian's words, and turned his head to look at Su Qingyang again. This deeply hurt Lintian's heart. Xian actually regarded his disciple Lintian as heir. Why? He is already basically, even absolutely sure. His master, Xian, is already the same as Su Qingyang. He has no chance. Lintian roared 10,000 times in his heart. His face wanted to be ferocious and wanted to explode, but he couldn't. can only pretend to be calm. But there is one person who is not calm anymore, and even keeps taunting Lintian. Who is it? Of course it's Mr. Ring Wu. Old Wu was the great saint of Wutian in his previous life. How many women did he know? How can you not understand the current scene? He understood right away. Lintian's master has been cut off by others. Thinking of this, Mr. Wu felt sorry for Lintian, and then he was secretly happy, telling you that you should not be a teacher, and you should be a dog licking every day. You deserve it. I have long said that licking a dog will not end well. But Mr. Wu still comforted Lintian. As for whether it was sincere, who knows? Mr. Wu, my boy, I'm sorry. Based on my experience, Wu Shengji, your teacher respects her, and most of them have already been. Lintian, shut up, old thief. Lintian is more angry than anyone else. He can't express it on his face, but his thoughts are surging in his heart. Do you need to remind Mr. Wu? It's just another wound. Old Wu. What, boy, are you getting angry? I think you can see it too. Your master is no longer perfect. Most likely he is married to that holy son. I told you a long time ago. Dogs don't end well. They can't even protect the woman they love. Make wedding dresses for others. What use are you for? Lintian. Shut up, I tell you to shut up. Ah. Lintian looked like a madman in his heart, and even his expression gradually became a little painful. At this time, Su Qingyang did not forget to care about him. Lintian, as a disciple of the Holy Land, it's very dangerous in the wilderness here. It's better for you to come out less. I have something to do with your master, so I come and go here, and it's quite hard for you to travel, otherwise. I, the Holy Son, will give you a ride with your master, and send you back to the Holy Land. Would Su Qingyang be so kind? Of course not. He would only flirt with Xian when riding the clouds and fog on the road, and let Lintian feel what a real Tauren is by the way. Make out with the harem of his previous life in front of his face. Let Lintian feel the pain of own women being captured and picked by the villain. Thinking of this, Su Qingyang laughed wildly in his heart. He felt the sourness of being a villain. Lintian took a deep breath and didn't speak. Master Xian didn't even look at him. Moreover, Mr. Wu in his head continued to chatter non-stop. Mr. Wu, boy, do you want me to be your teacher? A woman like this, you will have as many as you want in the future. I, Shengji Wu, will guarantee. In the future, you, Lintian, will definitely find a better woman than this Xian. Lintian didn't speak, struggling in his heart. Why struggle? He hurts. He is angry. The harem woman of his previous life. In this life, he actually became a trophy of stepping stones from his previous life. Still dangling in front of him. Only the other party in my eyes. This is more uncomfortable than killing Lintian. Lintian didn't know how he was feeling. There is even a feeling of ignorance. I want to be clear, but I also want to do my best. Explode all strength and fight with Su Qingyang. But the reason that once was the great emperor told Lintian. It's just a woman. Keep the green hills here. Don't be afraid of no firewood. If Lintian dares to go, then Su Qingyang dared to make him cry bitterly. Lintian couldn't beat Su Qingyang at this time. Plus Xian realm is even higher. The two have been together. Lin Tianfen dared to show his murderous aura. He'll see the underworld in no time. Su Qingyang already feels that Lintian is too weak now. Not even a threat to him. Keep him. It's just to take Lintian's monstrous chi and turn it into villain value. But it still can't let Lintian have the slightest chance to turn around. Yuner, let's go. Thinking of this, in front of Lintian, Su Qingyang called him a nickname that he could only call in his previous life. Yuner, Yuner. Lintian seemed to feel that his entire sky had collapsed. At this moment, he suddenly felt the misery beyond his own glory in the previous life. In order to get the secret treasure of chance. How much did you pay? Bitterness. Su Qingyang expected that Lintian would not dare to do anything, so he took Xian Elder's hand even more boldly and rudely, and the latter blushed. At the mercy of Su Qingyang, Lintian seemed to be able to hear the sound of glass slag in his heart, watching Su Qingyang dragging Xian past him, talking and laughing happily. Treat him like air. Mr. Wu, boy, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want me to act for you for my teacher? Or lend you my strength? Lintian, Get lost. Shut up. Are you annoying? Lintian was bitter in his heart, but he followed up pretending to be nonchalant. And this appearance made Wu Lao gasp and muttered. Mr. Wu, it's crooked. No way, no way, no way, this kid is not only licking dogs, but also shaking em, he's also a pervert who gets natard. Elder Wu guessed in his heart, otherwise, why did Lintian see the woman he had worked so hard to pursue for a year and give him a meal every 3 days? Fall into other hands. Lintian can still hold back. Put it on Wu Shengji. He didn't even dare to think about it. If he, Mr. Wu, had encountered such a thing, he would have exploded cultivation base long ago. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would have fought desperately with him. But this Lintian still kept his voice low, rejecting his kindness, and even followed up with that Tauren man with a face as heavy as water. Mr. Wu is just guessing, but he can't confirm it yet. Maybe next time I can confirm it. But this also made Mr. Wu feel a little admiration in his heart. Own woman slept by other man. This boy Lintian can still bear it. He is indeed a werewolf. He has outstanding aptitude. It seems that the hope of becoming a strong man is still very high. This made Wu Laogao take a few glances. After all, he is also very clear that Xian Caishan returned to Origin Realm and Su Qingyang Shenlin Realm is unknown, but if Lintian dares to fight, he can die immediately to show Elder Wu. Old Wu is still thinking about this kid resurrecting his body. Of course he doesn't want Lintian to work hard, even if he has a hobby of being natard, it doesn't matter. Lintian walked behind and heard Su Qingyang and Master Xian talking and laughing in front. Every word seemed like a knife was stabbed in his heart. Hey, Qingyang, look, this valley is so secluded, why don't you come and play with me when you have time? Ha 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 ha, Yunner, as long as you are happy. Dag. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lintian felt physically and mentally exhausted and numb, and his eyes were a bit dull. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard from the front. Lintian, my son is going to take Yunner back to the Holy Land, do you want to go with me? Lintian vomited blood, seeing Su Qingyang, who looked like a couple in front of him, and Xian, who had eyes only for each other, made Bing feel angry. If I don't come together, do I have to walk back to the Holy Land? Also, otherwise I've been with you for so long, am I an idiot? Lintian felt angry when he heard Su Qingyang's kind reminder. He felt that it was because he was too confident that he came so late and spent a lot of time on the road, so that the useless Saint Su Qingyang got there first. Now that the matter is over, Lintian doesn't want to think about it anymore. He was afraid that the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable it would be in his heart. But at this time, Lintian felt a backlash from the top of his head, making him dizzy, wanting to faint to the ground. There is a pain in the brain from lack of oxygen. Lintian secretly thought it was too bad. At this moment, Lintian remembered that in the evening, he cast 4 secret methods of burning potential in succession, forcing his own realm to increase greatly. Now here comes the aftermath. At this time, it was thanks to him following Su Qingyang by mistake, otherwise he would definitely have to sleep in this wilderness for a few days. Although there are no strange animal life or the like here, but it is hard to guarantee that there will be any accidents. Hey, Lintian, what's wrong with you? It can't be false. Su Qingyang pretended to care. Lintian felt angry when he heard Su Qingyang's words at the last second of dizziness. It's all because of you. Originally staying by Xian's side, only Shizen Xian sent me to the Holy Land. Poor Lintian is destined to have no chance to appreciate it. Why? Su Qingyang saw that Lintian fell straight up straight, and felt it with his spiritual sense. Fortunately, he was still breathing, otherwise he thought he had died. Thinking of this, Su Qingyang didn't hesitate, and directly drove the flying boat back to the Holy Land Road, and didn't forget to use spirit power to throw Lintian on the flying boat deck like a dead dog to blow the wind. After flying for a while, Su Qingyang was a little bored, looking at Lintian who fell unconscious on the ground. Seeing Xian with an intimate face, a bold idea appeared in his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more exciting he gets. I wonder what it would be like if Lintian woke up and saw them like this. Ah, Qingyang, this is not good, after all, my apprentice Lin Wei is still here. Xian spoke shyly, because of the cultivation technique in his heart, only Su Qingyang was on his mind. Rejection is just a reserved instinct, how can you really refuse? He said the words of resistance, but the person took the initiative to post them. Su Qingyang smiled slightly. It's okay, I just observed it, your apprentice Lintian must have used some secret method and fell into a coma, it doesn't matter. And Yuner, you are so pretty, I can't help it anymore. Zion screamed slightly, blushing all over her face. Su Qingyang carried her directly to the deck of the flying boat, feeling the stimulation of the breeze. Su Qingyang was amazed. What a wonderful experience. Just when the two were intimate for a while, Lintian moved his finger, obviously as the unbeatable little strong hero, his vitality is tenacious. Before long, Lintian should wake up. 9. There was chaos in Lintian's mind, and he was in nothingness. He seemed to be able to hear something vaguely. Lintian was a little excited in his dream. Could it be that he still had some kind of physique in his previous life, the talent has not awakened? Just when Lintian was still frowning and dreaming, Su Qingyang's voice was a little loud. Lintian could finally hear what that sound was. Single quote question mark exclamation mark single quote. The next moment, Lintian opened his eyes, feeling a chill all over his body. Immediately, he reacted. It turned out that I was on a spirit treasure flying boat. Immediately, Lintian began to look around to investigate the situation. After all, Lintian, who is cautious by nature, could ignore these small details. But in the next second, Lintian's face turned green. He sees a strange formation shield. It was hazy inside, but two vague figures could be vaguely seen sticking together. Seems to be doing some amazing things. Lintian was an affectionate great emperor in his previous life. How could he not understand what this is doing? Thinking about before and after I fell into a coma. Lintian was furious. Su Qingyang, you trash, not only snatched my woman, you even played with my woman face to face. You don't want to put me, Lintian, to put in one's eyes. Lintian was furious. He would love to do something. Let the pair of dogs and men take a look, but the next second, Lintian fell to the ground limp all over, and fell into the mud. It turned out to be the sequelae of his potential explosion. His whole body was so sore, but now it's okay, these pains naturally stimulated his nerves and body, preventing him from making too many violent movements. Lintian barked. It's a pity that Su Qingyang and Zion couldn't hear them at all. Because Su Qingyang opened a protective array, but he deliberately left it so that the sound can spread out. So Lintian heard it clearly. It can be said that what kind of 760 moves, what sounds, can make Lintian play the ball by listening and imagining. And Lintian was reborn in this life, and he didn't even have a woman, so he was already 18 years old. It can be said to be blood Qi Fang Gang. Listen to these restless voices. It made Lintian's face red to the base of his neck, and his body reacted. Lintian felt that he had some strange feelings. But more as the anger occupying the heart. But Lintian couldn't do anything, he could only watch the haze of the magic circle, only various intimate calls made him ashamed and angry. And Mr. Wu in the ring was also muttering in his heart. This kid can't really be a pervert who likes to be nitard. I rely on letting my son grow up to see it. Thinking of this, Wu Shengji also ridiculed Lintian like, Mr. Wu, boy, your master is really playing. Lintian, shut up. Old man, don't think I can't do anything about you. Mr. Wu, oh, the kid has grown up, and I want to use it as a master. It's okay, I already know that Lintian is a pervert. But I don't care about being a teacher, just give it a try. Quote. Wu Shengji is also an arrogant person. Seeing that Lintian's crazy dog is on the verge of going mad, he bites anyone he sees, so he teases him. He is really not afraid of Lin Dan's tricks. He, Wu Shengji, has never seen such a big storm. Will he still be afraid of the threat of a little cultivator? Lintian collapsed on the ground, trying to close his eyes and be quiet, but the noise in his ears kept coming into his mind, making him upset and furious. But he was so weak that he couldn't do anything. Seems like the sky has changed color. What color? Of course TM is green. At this moment, Lintian suddenly wanted to drink and cry. He is suffering. He hates it. He has worked so hard for a year. In front of Master Zion, He is like an obedient, humble mangy dog. Just for the day when the toad eats swan meat. Straight to the sky. Everything is ruined by that stepping stone from the previous life. Trash. Su Qingyang picked peaches. Lintian wanted to die already. But Lintian is a man after all, men don't cry easily. Just try harder next time. Su Qingyang, you wait for me. Don't let me Lintian rise one day. As long as I Lintian lives. One day I don't die. One day I grow up. It's the day you Su Qingyang's life ends. At this moment, Lintian's eyes were bloodshot. No one hates Su Qingyang more than him. He suddenly understood what it was like to have his enemies in the previous life being slaughtered by him all over the house. The heirs of those people looked at him, as if they were going to eat Lintian. At this moment, Lintian understood. Know what hatred is. It's killing intent. It is the kind of pain that wants to devour human flesh and blood and eat human bone marrow raw. It hurts. Lintian, is in too much pain. At this moment, Lin Tianjun lived in despair. Every minute and every second that Su Qingyang and Zion enjoyed together is the best reward for his efforts to be a licking dog this year. Lin Tian never thought about it. One day I will become this licking dog. Obviously he has a purpose. But in the end, she made a wedding dress for that good-for-nothing holy son Su Qingyang. Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he just stared at the sky helplessly. Despair and anger intertwined in my heart. Time is passing slowly, waiting for a new destination. Finally, the tormenting voices of Lin Tian ended. Su Qingyang and Zion Xiang put on clothes for each other dripping with sweat. Then melt the formation. Seeing Lin Tian lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, he almost thought he was dead. Fortunately, Lin Tian didn't hang up. After calling a few words, I slowly reacted. Yuner, the Holy Land will be here soon. I suddenly have an idea. What do you think? Qingyang, tell me. That's right. I think Lin Tian seems to be a talent in formation and pill refining, but I have something else to recommend to him. What do you think? Zion has only Su Qingyang in her heart and eyes. How can she refuse? Okay, that's up to you. Su Qingyang's purpose is also very simple. Now Zion is his woman. Also teach a hairy apprentice. Let this Lin Tian roll as far as he wants. In case he couldn't help it one day, he would find some evil way to cuckold Su Qingyang. After all, Zion Peak is so big and so close. As the male protagonist, Lin Tian has such high luck. Su Qingyang thinks it's good to be careful. Su Qingyang can only accept giving Lin Tian a green hat, and never accepts being reversed by Lin Tian. Well, let's say it like this. I'll go and talk to Lin Tian. Zion shook her head, although he is full of love thoughts now, but that is only the opposite Su Qingyang. And the meaning of Su Qingyang is not simple. Zion vaguely remembered her memories before she relapsed at cultivation technique. That's the extreme hate of men. But now, she is hopelessly in love with this man in front of her, Su Qingyang, the holy son of the Holy Land. Therefore, Zion is actually very clear about a man's mind. That is to occupy it as one's own and not allow others to touch it. So Zion responded, Qingyang, don't bother, just let me talk about it myself. Su Qingyang didn't refuse when she heard Zion's answer. Well, so Zion came to Lin Tian with twisted and coquettish steps. Lin Tian, I feel that your formation talent is still not good after all, and the cultivation-based talent is not good enough, so I thought about it comprehensively. I will no longer be your teacher, and you will find another one in the Yin and Yang Holy Land Master. When Lin Tian saw Zion coming, he thought something would happen. As a result, what he heard made him feel like he was hit by a bolt from the blue. Lin Tian was absent-minded for a while, and was dazed for a long time, not knowing what expression to make. And when Zion said this, she was extremely indifferent. Like how she hates men so much. Because of her cultivation technique, she will only fall in love with the man in her heart. Other men are just air, even disgusted. Lin Tian looked at the daughter of the harem who was extremely favored in his previous life, but now he speaks with such an indifferent tone and posture. And yes, the meaning is very obvious, to expel him, Lin Tian, from the sect. Let him find master again. Lin Tian wanted to talk, wanted to stretch out his hand, and looked at Zion's appearance, but his figure was in a daze. Even a little unable to stand. Obviously it was a huge blow. Zion. Lintian looked at Master Zion and said 2 words. His mind was in chaos the next moment. As soon as the eyes were black, he passed out directly. And just about to fall on Zion's side, as if about to hit her arms. Zion saw Lintian's frail and grotesque appearance. The expression is extremely disgusted and disgusted. One dodge, and then hide. Call. Lintian just fell straight on the ground, and fell into a coma again. This time he was heard by Zion. Everyone feels like the sky is falling. Even old Wu in the ring couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Mr. Wu, boy, I told you a long time ago, why do you want to be a woman's licking dog? This has no good ending. But you just don't listen. Hey, as a man, I have some sympathy for you as a teacher. Let you don't even want to be a teacher. Hey, I can only say that you did it yourself. It's a pity that Lintian was in a coma, and he was destined to be unable to quarrel with Wu Lao, and he was sad. Even if he woke up, he was not in the mood to quarrel with Wu Lao. The Yin and Yang Holy Land has come tonight, and this day is a drastic change for the entire Holy Land. All the elders received the task. Qin Shui also started to take charge, and Su Qingyang finally came back after a busy day. Back at the Yin and Yang Holy Land, Su Qingyang directly handed Lintian over to a disciple of the Holy Land, and asked him to send him to the herbal medicine hall for treatment. As for the expenses, Lin Tianxing will reimburse himself. Su Qingyang thoughtfully sent Zion to Zion Peak. Before leaving, Qingyang, how long will it take for me to see you? I realize that I don't want to leave you at all now. Even if you're gone later, I won't think about food or tea. Hehe, it's okay, I'm in the Holy Land. If you want to see me, I can come to see you every day. Then it's a deal. Yes, and, one day, I will let you stand by my side. So you have to practice hard. Good. Zion is very obedient, thanks to her cultivation technique mood. In addition, because of her relationship with Su Qingyang, her cultivation technique has completely returned to origin, and she no longer has to worry about encountering a cultivation technique explosion day like before. Never again. And from then on, there is only Su Qingyang in body and mind. Not only that, Zion cultivation technique returned to origin, and it won't take long for her strength to return to the original realm, and she will go to the next level. Even the speed of practice will be much faster in the future. Su Qingyang and Qin Shui's marriage is not yet over, so it is naturally impossible to put Zion on the bright side. Just wait until the right time. He will naturally find an opportunity for Qin Shui to accept the new harem Zion. Under Zion's reluctant eyes, Su Qingyang pulled her hair, kissed her forehead to express her intimacy, and then turned to the direction of Yin and Yang Palace. Although Su Qingyang is a villain, or has any purpose, but he always has own moral standards in his heart. It is not because of the purpose that we ignore the feelings of human beings. Otherwise, Qin Shui would not have the happiness of life, but would become a machine. For that alone, Su Qingyang will not lose to any Lintian. Soon, he returned to Yin and Yang Palace. Yin and Yang Palace bedrooms are brightly lit all night, and even the dining hall is full of heat. There were a few maids sitting at the door, and they saw that it was the Holy Sun who had returned. Shout out now, Mrs. Sun. The sun is back. Ah. In the food hall, Qin Shui was below, and she was doing it for Su Qingyang. I think, maybe when my husband comes back, I guess I haven't eaten yet, will I be hungry? On being considerate and caring. Qin Shui is really a very sensible woman. And I really care about Su Qingyang's feelings. She had a hard time. No one understands the difficulties of life better than her. So she cherishes these happiness even more. You won't stop doing things and stop working hard just because your status is noble. Instead, she will work harder. In order to always stand beside Su Qingyang. But at this time, Qin Shui was pleasantly surprised when she heard the message from the maid outside the door. Now is the day to leave Su Qingyang. She has a sense of loss of life. Obviously want to stick to Su Qingyang's side. Be a good wife. Husband. Qin Shui hurriedly packed up her hands, immediately lifted her skirt and went out of the dining hall. Seeing Su Qingyang standing there, ready to come in, the two looked at each other. Su Qingyang took the initiative to speak. Shui, thank you for your hard work, you are still busy at such a late hour. Su Qingyang felt sorry for her. The two have been together for 2 years. Pretty much. But Qin Shui still worked so hard. Even harder. In addition to practice, many things are learning. In order to become more excellent. In contrast, Su Qingyang. You don't have to do anything, you are the son of heaven. Just practice steadily and become stronger. It's his only goal. Husband, don't work hard, don't work hard, how can a husband work hard? Hehe, did Shui'er do anything delicious? Really, I haven't eaten yet. Su Qingyang took the initiative to open the topic, and Qin Shui smiled happily when she heard it. Husband came just in time. I just went down the mountain fish noodles. It's delicious. It's a special product in recent seasons. Come and taste it. I've been waiting for you to come back, but I haven't eaten yet. That's good. Let's try it together. Su Qingyang smiled and went up to rub Qin Shui's hair. The latter was full of happiness and enjoyed this kind of time together. After that, the two of them packed things together in the canteen, served the food on the table, and had dinner together. Husband, do you have something to do during the day? You are in such a hurry. Qin Shui asked curiously while eating. Hehe, it's not a big deal, you'll know in the future. But at that time, Shui may have to be wrong. Qin Shui was puzzled and didn't understand what Su Qingyang was saying, but she also spoke happily. Haha, no way, as long as I can be with my husband, I'm not afraid of hard work. Su Qingyang felt a little guilty when she heard that Qin Shui believed in herself so much. But he is not stingy. In this life, since he is here in Xuantian and on land. Then he is destined to become emperor. There is a villain system added. No one can stop it. As long as Su Qingyang is with him, his women will be happy. Think about it. Su Qingyang suddenly understood that as a villain, he also had such a heavy responsibility. Not just the opposite male lead. And protect those around you. Su Qingyang stopped the bowl and chopsticks, hugged Qin Shui, and kissed her with the latter's puzzled expression. Then Su Qingyang stopped and said nothing, motioning to continue eating. At this moment, Su Qingyang already understood own mission. Opening his eyes in a daze, Lintian felt sore all over his body, and felt like he was about to fall apart. Where am I? Lintian's mind was blank, apparently he still didn't understand what was going on. At this time, in a thatched hut, Lintian was lying on the bed wrapped in cotton cloth. At this time, an old woman with a scary face came. Come on, drink this bowl of soup, and die soon. In a trance, Lintian swallowed a mouthful of the soup. Cough 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 cough. It's hot and bitter. It's going to kill Lintian completely. And it was so hot that his entire mouth seemed to be covered with fire. What did you eat for me? Lintian was startled and roared angrily. As a result, what the old woman said made Lintian feel so embarrassed. Strengthening Yang. When you were carried back by the disciples of the Holy Land, you were breathless. When that disciple carried you, he even said that he had never carried someone so light. It felt like it was going to die. So we asked the herbal medicine hall people look. By the way, did this little brother provoke some female goblin in the mountains, and was sucked out of his yang energy? Why did he come back and act like an adult? Hearing the old woman's words, Lintian scolded Tin angrily in his heart. Whoever is allowed to come over and cast a few secret methods of explosive potential in succession, it's no wonder. Lintian blushed, unable to refute. The old woman smiled heartily. Young means good health. Blood Chi Fang Gang. Make it hard. Hey, it's not like us old bones. You can't make it even if you want to. By the way, little brother, how does it feel like a female fairy? Lintian was extremely depressed. Thinking back on today's experience, his complexion became darker and darker, and he was about to become gloomy. And that old woman is also someone who came here. See what Lintian looks like. Take a breath, little brother. It's not that the female goblin is powerful, but her appearance and strength are hard to catch your eyes. Tisk tisk, bull. This is okay. Little brother is brave enough. The old woman had a clear look. She obviously thought that Lintian was in a bad situation, and she did something she didn't want to do in order to survive. So his face is quite ugly. And the old woman looks very experienced. Obviously she has encountered 14 similar disciples before, and she came back with half her life hanging. Nonsense. I'm going back. Lintian feels really unlucky. He just treats it, so 8 trigrams, how could he know the taste of a banshee? But thinking of Master Zion, Lintian's heart sank, and he was heartbroken. And think of that Su Qingyang. He just felt that he was full of anger. Su Qingyang, you wait for me, Lintian. Don't let me rise up one day. You will definitely die. Lintian's inner anger is all related to Su Qingyang. He only feels that if he can kill Su Qingyang, even this life is worth it. But now it's clearly impossible. Lintian moved his whole body. Hiss. Take a deep breath. Although meridians are not broken, but almost the whole body feels like being torn apart. There is no strength in the whole body, it is not good. Come on, kid, drink it while it's hot. I'm in a hurry to treat the next wounded man. You'll be fine tomorrow after drinking it. At this time, the old woman felt that she already knew the general idea, so she didn't bother to let Lintian stay here. After all, she still had business to continue. No matter what happened, he directly raised Lintian's head, and poured the aphrodisiac medicine, which made Lintian twitch all over. Feels like I'm going to pass out. Finally, survive these pains. Lintian looked at the old woman with resentment in his eyes, but he didn't do anything else. For him now, as long as he can replenish his body, it is indeed a great wish. It's just that the taste and experience really made him not want to go through it again. Early the next morning, it was still dark. The old woman opened the door and asked him to hand in spirit stones, and then ruthlessly took a sum of Lintian's pocket. When going out, Lintian felt that his whole life was a little painful. But it's good to be able to recover. He didn't bother to think about it so much, so with his limping body, he randomly found a small hill and began to rest, preparing to heal his injuries in the future and then find a new place to live. Even thinking about Lintian with his ass, he probably wouldn't be able to enter Zion Peak. Lintian wants to cry but has no tears, but his hatred for Su Qingyang is getting deeper and deeper. He never thought that the stepping stone in his previous life would make him stumble heavily in this life. It still hurts to the core. After that, Lintian's life can be described as quite bitter. Because of his aloof personality, he almost has no friends in the Holy Land. In addition, everyone in Dabi last year felt that he cheated, and they were unwilling to make friends with him. As for those brothers and sisters who want to care for Lintian, Lintian will go as far as he can. And just like that, there is no one who can visit or take care of him now. He is so weak now that his hands shake even when cooking, and sometimes he accidentally spills too much salt or soy sauce. But he's weak and doesn't have the energy to make another one. I can only eat extremely unpalatable food with tears in my eyes. Su Qingyang, wait for me, Lintian. Lintian's pain, even if Mr. Wu saw it, he had to sigh. Mr. Wu, if I knew today, why did I do it in the first place? Lintian didn't even have the strength to refute, he let Mr. Wu ridicule and healed silently. He has nothing else to think about now. I just want to focus on recovering my body, and then think about other things. Until 2 months later. My realm is loose. Now is the time for breakthrough. At this time, Lintian's body has basically recovered by more than half. He suddenly discovered that his realm was going to be upgraded. This made Lintian couldn't help but feel excited. Immediately sit in lotus position and start breakthrough. After a few hours, boom, the immortal cave on the top of the mountain exploded. Lintian appeared on the top of the mountain. Shout out to the sky. Today, I am Lintian. I finally broke through the real world. Lintian was almost weeping with joy. He has been stuck in realm turning real late stage return to origin. But there has been no breakthrough. Until now, Lintian finally did it. He waited too long for this day. The feeling of breakthrough is so good. Finally. Lintian regained a little confidence. He finally felt as if his own talent had returned. After repeated blows and grievances, his realm has also broken through to the realm of transmigration. Moreover, Lintian is a talent who can leapfrog and fight. It is estimated that they can break out the potential to fight the late stage. At this time, although the movement of Lintian's breakthrough was not big, it was not small. The exploding mountain top and the shouting shout naturally attracted the attention of several nearby mountain peaks. One of them was walking and cultivating. When he heard the sound, his eyes froze. Immediately walked quickly to the direction of Lintian. It won't be long before he arrives. This person is Lu Jia. The Holy Land of Nine Nether was once the Holy Land where the demon cult merged. But now there is no demon cult in Confronting continent. Only the demon cult exists in name only. Any place that dares to practice the style of the demon cult will be besieged by the holy places who claim to be decent. Its beautiful name is, people who routinely practice the style of the devil's religion are all crazy people. Killing people for fun, committing all kinds of evil, they should be punished. With such a brand of ethos, anyone who dares to act in the establishment of the demon cult will hardly survive. Everyone can only talk about it orally. But the Nine Nether Holy Land is different. After suffering from the old losses, it is now doing good deeds. It's just that the big guy Holy Land knows it in his heart. The details of this group of people are transformed by the people of the devil's cult. But I didn't do anything unconscionable, and I couldn't find a suitable reason to attack. After all, people can also claim to be decent and gang up to you. Between the Holy Land, there is no harmony as imagined, and it is full of intrigue. But these are things about the Holy Land, which generally represent the grievances and enmities between the Holy Lands, or the grievances between the Saint Lords. But the Nine Nether Holy Land of this generation is a first-class Holy Land, with extremely strong strength, almost on the same level as the Yin and Yang Holy Land. In addition, Nine Nether Saint Lord is a flexible person, whether it is force or mind, and he handles things smoothly, so there are many people who have something to invite them. Now Yin and Yang's Holy Land Shengji's big wedding. The Holy Land Elder is coming. It's not someone else, but two elders. After all, she used to be the saint of the Nine Nether Holy Land, since she met Su Weiyang, the son of Yin and Yang. I don't know why I fell in love with Su Qingyang madly and obsessively. It is publicly stated that in this life, Su Qingyang will not marry. It turned out that things were also very simple after that. Su Qingyang has been a dog licking since she was a child, how could she be a bird? Even though she looks extremely beautiful, it is said that she is an enchanting beauty, she has never had a companion. But Su Qingyang didn't take a look at it at all. So a few years later, when Su Qingyang lost to Lintian at the age of 18, he was frustrated all the way and became the laughingstock of Confronting continent. This incident has become a thing of the past. But in fact, the Nine Nether Saintess also tried her best to help Su Qingyang in private, but it ended badly in the end. Su Qingyang in the novel was later beaten into a useless person by Lintian, because he was in love with the hero Lintian Zhengwu. And the Nine Nether Saint, or the Nine Nether Witch, also became Lintianzun's means to stimulate Su Qingyang. Even in the back, Lintian planted a soul imprint on the Nine Nether Witch, so she could not be freed forever, and became Lintian's slave girl. A doll that can be driven at will. It can be described as extremely miserable. Although Su Qingyang in the novel did not fall in love with this witch in the end, every time she sacrificed her life to help her, Su Qingyang was filled with guilt. Until the witch completely turned into Lintian's puppet, Su Qingyang went completely crazy. Even when Su Qingyang was a novel author in her previous life, when she wrote this character, she was directly sprayed to death by readers. He said that he felt sorry for this little witch. But for the rest of my life, Su Qingyang will definitely not make the same mistakes again. The second elder looked at the Nine Nether Shrine, which was as magnificent as the Yin and Yang Shrine. In style, there is no demonic ethos at all. On the contrary, it looks extremely domineering. Whether it's the building, or the eyes of the disciple cultivator inside. They all look extremely fierce and domineering. But it was all planned long ago. It was the second elder, a mild-mannered peacemaker, who sent the invitation to avoid any accidents. Or if the big elder comes over. No way, it is really possible to fight and go back. That's somewhat bad. After all, it is a happy event. Two elders shook duster and waited patiently for the report from the gatekeeper of the Nine Nether Holy Land. After a long time, the news came, and he was invited inside. As for who does it mean? That must be the Nine Nether Saint Zhang Wanyu. No reason, just to hear that it is Yin and Yang Holy Land. And still, Yin and Yang's son thing. She immediately became concerned, and even went to the gate of the Holy Land in person. Wanyu has seen the second elder of Yin and Yang Holy Land, and the second elder is in good health recently. If you don't look at it from the appearance, just from the words you speak, you really can't tell that Zhang Wanyu will be the rumored saint of the demon sect. But the second elder looked and saw that Zhang Huanyu's clothes were clearly not revealing. Even a little stiff. But I don't know why, but there is a sense of charm. There is even a faint charm in the voice. And Zhang Huanyu doesn't wear shoes, she is suspended straight in the air, it's the hot season, her pair of snow-white legs are not very long, but there is a string of golden lingbao bells hanging on them. Looks quite cute and sacred. If you don't look at her temperament, she is more like a saint than a saint in the Holy Land. But the reputation of the outside world calls her Nine Nether. Because the cultivation technique of the Holy Land of the Nine Nether was also the cultivation technique of the demon cult. And Zhang Huanyu, who practiced, is a top-notch demon sect charm skill. It can be said that she has cultivated to the extreme, her dress looks normal, but her temperament is extremely abnormal. Fortunately, the second elder also practiced the cultivation technique with the same peace of mind, so naturally he would not be tempted by Zhang Huanyu. Coupled with the huge difference in realm strength between the two, Zhang Huan is no more than a junior. He, the holy maiden of Happy Moon has a heart, the second elder is old, I didn't expect a handful of bones to do this drudgery. Haha, no way, second elder, please take the seat with Huanyu. Next, Zhang Huanyu was in a great mood along the way, chatting with the second elder all the time, very lively. And quite polite, plus the two of them know each other well. Because every time the two elders come to the Holy Land of the Nine Nether, Zhang Huanyu will also come over to chat with this fat old man, just about Su Qingyang. Then Zhang Huanyu was not angry, she just kept giggling when she heard that Su Qingyang was rejected by Wu Qinran every time she licked the dog, obviously she was in a very good mood. And she finds people like Su Qingyang extremely interesting. Plus her room is almost full of Su Qingyang's paintings. It is conceivable that at the level of Ping Suyang. This mission was also proposed by the second elder to come to the Holy Land of Nine Nether, firstly to see Zhang Huanyu Jr. In fact, the elder felt in his heart, at least before he met Qin Shui. He is the one who recognizes Zhang Huanyu and Su Qingyang the most. As an older junior, he can naturally see how much Zhang Huanyu likes Su Qingyang. And she cared from the bottom of her heart, wanting Su Qing to accept her. Not at all as scary as the witch in the rumors, just like a bold and lively enchanting girl. Second elder, how is brother Qingyang's practice now? It can't be that he hasn't worked hard to improve. Zhang Huanyu sticks out her tongue cutely, which is obviously a cute gesture, but also full of charm, her ruddy lips, and her tiny tongue is as seductive as a ruby. But the cultivation technique of the second elder completely restrained this, and replied with a smile without being affected at all. Ha 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 ha. Holy Maiden of Joyful Moon, then you guessed wrong. This time, second elder, I'm here to give good news to your brother Qingyang. Second, although elder is a peacemaker, he is also scheming. Even if Qin Shui has potential now, it will be of great use in the future. But Zhang Huanyu is different, if Su Qingyang can take this woman in, then the Yin and Yang Holy Land will have another solid ally in the Nine Nether Holy Land. In addition, it is common for the strong to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even groups in the harem. With such a good and suitable woman, he didn't want to be a matchmaker for Su Qingyang. Although he came here to post, it doesn't prevent him from saying a few good words to his family, Su Yang. Oh, Zhang Huanyu wondered if something important happened to Su Qingyang. Two elders smiled. There are 2 pieces of news, although both are good news, but there is one that may not be good news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Then I will choose good news, hee. Zhang Huanyu rolled her eyes and chose good news without hesitation. The second elder stroked his long beard and laughed loudly. That is, your brother Qingyang, he is practicing hard now. Do you want to guess what realm he is? 2 elders' eyes were smiling, showing off. After Zhang Huanyu saw it, she thought about it. If brother Qingyang cultivates hard, then the realm must be far beyond the past. Then I guess, it's the Immortal Cave early stage. No, it's the Immortal Cave middle stage. Zhang Huanyu is very smart. Su Qingyang was stuck in the middle stage of the realm transformation realm for a long time before and did not practice hard. Now that 2 years have passed, if he cultivates well, then with his aptitude, entering the early stage of the Immortal Cave is inevitable. In addition to the good news that elder said, it will definitely not be a simple early stage, and it is estimated that it has made great progress. It can be seen that Su Wanyu may be the person who has the most affection for and confidence in Su Qingyang among all the people. Even in the novel, no matter how difficult the days are, they firmly support Su Qingyang and tell him not to give up easily. After all, the former Su Qingyang, the entire Yin and Yang Holy Land, and countless elder recognized Dandy Holy Land are just that. But today is different from the past. The second elder laughed, raised his head and bent over. Haha, stinky girl, I guessed that you would say that. No, guess again. Two elder is very amiable in Zhang Wanyu's eyes, with a fat body, he looks like a real Tai with an optimistic personality in TV dramas. Zhang Wanyu covered her mouth in a little surprise and said in surprise. Wow, it's not just the Immortal Cave middle stage. Brother Su Qingyang is practicing so hard. It's amazing. Then I guess, late stage, no, right, it's the Immortal Cave environment returned to origin. As expected of Zhang Wanyu, she is indeed very courageous. Guess what? No wonder the previous life, even though it was so difficult, still dared to take Su Qingyang, a woman who is a tough hero. The second elder shook his head. He was not selling his boss, but he also praised Zhang Wanyu. Hee, girl Wanyu, your elder brother Qingyang is much more powerful than this. He is now at the Divine Wheel realm. As for what level, I don't know what level it is. It should be the Holy Sun who has cultivated some kind of hidden realm's secret technique, in short, has stepped into the chakra. This time, the two elders hesitated in the calm lake water, dropping a bombshell. Caused a storm. Why do you say that? Because at this time, Zhang Wanyu is only in the Immortal Cave realm late stage. And it just broke through. Similar to Wu Qingran's aptitude. Maybe even better. But Wu Qingran has experienced the secret realm of life and death, realm breakthrough is just a little faster. With Su Qingyang's guidance, Wu Qingran has now returned to origin, and is only one step away from the Wheel of God. Zhang Wanyu took out her fingers and snapped them off one by one. Zhuanzhan middle stage to Zhuanzhan late stage, Immortal Cave early stage, Immortal Cave middle stage, Immortal Cave late stage, Immortal Cave return to origin, Shenlinjing. This time, Zhang Wanyu was stunned. The whole person was stunned. In the past, she just admired and fell in love with Su Qingyang. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that she was so far away from Su Qingyang. Immediately surpassed. And so much more. It's like, people who don't work hard don't have talent. Once they work hard, they will directly shock everyone present. Two elder did not forget to brag proudly. Hey, last year, the Holy Sun was already in the realm of the gods. So now he is stronger. Ah, last year already. Zhang Wanyu couldn't help being dumbfounded even though she had a lively personality. Brother Qingyang, he is so strong. Talent is so good. Zhang Wanyu exclaimed, her expression was quite surprised. But right away, she waved her fist, not paying any attention to the way On's demeanor captivated the fans of many male and female attendants present. She stretched out her fist and made a gesture of effort. Brother Su Qingyang is so good at once. It seems that Wanyu has to work harder. Otherwise, when I see Brother Qingyang in the future, I will be so embarrassed if the talent is too poor. The second elder saw her appearance, smiled and encouraged. Hee, it's good that Wanyu girl has this heart, and the good news is that the Holy Sun probably doesn't like the Holy Maiden anymore. Next, the second elder's words shocked Zhang Wanyu even more than before. Zhang Wanyu was so surprised for the first time since expressing that she liked Su Qingyang very much and would never marry Su Qingyang in this life. Just because she likes it so much. Only then can she feel Su Qingyang's indifference. In the past, I didn't go to Su Qingyang to play. But every time Su Qingyang used the excuse of not seeing each other. Over time, she went less and less. It doesn't mean she doesn't like Su Qingyang anymore. Instead, she works harder, hoping to be there when Su Qingyang needs her in the future. She never expected it. Su Qingyang will suddenly change her values one day and no longer like yin and yang saintesses. It's like licking a dog suddenly stopped licking, and you have to be a normal person. Or be a sea king. No one will believe it. After all, it's nature and it's hard to change. It's not an old saying since ancient times. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Dogs can't change eating shit. Hearing what the second elder said seriously, it seemed that he came here to tell Zhang Wanyu specially. Zhang Wanyu lost her mind for a while and muttered in her mouth. Brother Qingyang, he doesn't like sister Qingran anymore. He doesn't like her anymore. Surprise and absent-mindedness surrounded her nerves. She couldn't imagine why Su Qingyang didn't like Wu Qingran all of a sudden. If it were me, she would not like Su Qingyang. She shook her head. She couldn't do it. To like is to like, it is purely wanting to like and want to get. Will not give up easily. I fell in love with it at first sight, just at a glance, 10,000 year, there is no reason. Thinking of this, she looked at the second elder expectantly. Then elder, do you think brother Qingyang will like me in the future? Zhang Wanyu floated in the air, shaking her smooth little feet. When she said this, for some reason, Wanqi was still a little shy. After all, she has been expecting Su Qingyang to accept her. But I never really hoped that there would be a day when it would come true. Even though she has a lively personality, she looks like an innocent girl in front of the person she likes. The rumors outside were pretty bad, but she didn't care. She really cares about Su Qingyang. The two elders were silent for a long time when they heard this. Two elder is also discovered from the observations in the past 2 years. Since Su Qingyang didn't know when she came into contact with Qin Shui, she never came to take the initiative to look for the Saintess junior sister. It seems to have really forgotten the past. And listened to gossip. Once, the Saintess came to the door on her own initiative, and Su Qingyang looked very calm. She just taught the Saintess how to practice without any other intentions. Obviously, I have let go of the bad memories of the past and entered a new life. And now Su Qingyang is no longer a playboy, she works hard in cultivation and does not slacken herself. His personality is more cheerful and sunny, and his heart is gentle. It can really be said that no matter in any aspect, he is good enough to be the son of yin and yang today. It's not for the sake of not being hit. Mainly two elder thinks. Zhang Huan used this girl to be good-looking no matter she was a person, and her character and quality were very suitable for Su Qingyang. If she becomes the son's concubine, she will also be Su Qingyang's right-hand man in the future. He tried his best to match Su Qingyang to accept her. After all, the second elder has actually been in contact with this Nine Nether witch for a long time, and he can feel that she is suitable. Thinking of this, the second elder hesitated no more. Yes, holy son, he may accept you in the future. I don't know why, but the second elder's instinct is that Su Qingyang should accept Zhang Wanyu. Based on his views over the past 2 years, Su Qingyang's character seemed to be a different person. He doesn't care about many things, he has an easygoing personality, and he feels at ease when he comes. If you give him a suggestion, it will be good for the Holy Land, and Zhang Wanyu really likes him. Let Zhang Wanyu take the initiative to recommend several more times in front of the Holy Sun. There is no guarantee that Su Qingyang will not accept it. And feelings. It can be cultivated. Two elder has lived for so long, of course he understands that love is much easier to cultivate than love at first sight. As long as there is a lot of contact, it will be fine for Zhang Wanyu to hang around in front of Su Qingyang a few more times. Shake it if you don't do it well, cough cough. After all, this girl does have proud capital and bearing. Out of 10 men, as long as they are not crooked, there are probably 9 who would not reject a beauty like her. After thinking about it, I decided, and I heard the second elder's serious and affirmative answer. Although it is possible, it is better than the complete impossibility before. Zhang Wanyu jumped happily. Oh, good. It doesn't look like a girl or a witch image at all, just like the little sister next door. But that's just for Su Qingyang. Now that the good news has been told. Two elder waited for Zhang Wanyu to finish being happy, and coughed twice. That's all right, girl, are you ready to accept the bad news? Two elder looked at Zhang Wanyu with strange eyes. The latter looked puzzled. Second elder, what are you looking at, am I strange? But in turn she didn't care and joked happily. Ha 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 ha, fat old man, hurry up. If you are slow, I will hit your legs. As long as brother Qingyang doesn't say that he doesn't like sister Qingran and wants to become a monk, it will be fine if he doesn't touch women from now on. The second elder saw Zhang Wanyu and joked with him happily. His face turned black. HMPH, how could my holy son become a monk? Even if he wants to become a monk, we old people don't want to. We will definitely tie him up and let him have more children. It's you, Little girl. You haven't grown up yet. If my holy son wants you to have a baby in the future, would you be willing? Hee. Two elder is also a black-bellied person. Joking with him, Zhang Wanyu is still young, but it is just teasing. The two are very familiar, just like a good friend senior. Zhang Wanyu couldn't help but blush, seeing that the second elder was so old and unruly. She puffed up with two meat buns on her face. He patted his chest generously. Hee. Why can't I do it? Then I will go all out. This girl is afraid that she will fail. And brother Qingyang is so good, I don't suffer. Although I am only 16 years old. But in 2 years, I will grow up. Aha! The second elder saw Zhang Wanyu vowed not to laugh at her. After all, there are few women with such courage. In the future, I have to let my holy son grow up. Accept him well. What's more, this little witch is also a living treasure. Taking it to the Yin and Yang Holy Land can also add some fun to the holy son, so that he doesn't just know how to stay in the Holy Land to practice all day long and never leave the door. You have to go out and walk more. That fat old man, tell me. What bad news? I, Zhang Wanyu, is here to listen. You are welcome. I can accept it. Zhang Wanyu, who is in a good mood, feels that as long as Su Qingyang can accept her, nothing else matters. What bad news can there be? Could it be that brother Qingyang has broken his leg and can no longer practice? If so, you won't be able to laugh at all, fat old man. That sure isn't too bad a thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanyu curiously looked forward to the second elder to continue talking. And the second elder saw Zhang Wanyu's confident appearance, and didn't seem to have any fear. Laughed happily. HMPH. That is, my holy son, your elder brother Qingyang is getting married. The two stared at each other. Married. Married. Close double angle bracket. Zhang Wanyu's expression froze for a moment, but she didn't react. No, isn't brother Qingyang only 19 years old? And our cultivator has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Brother Qingyang, how can he be so fast? Zhang Wanyu was in a bad mood. Look a little excited. Sentence after sentence. Who is that bride? Didn't you say that he doesn't like Wu Qingran? Then why did brother Qingyang get married again? Wu. Zhang Wanyu felt that life was full of ups and downs at once, and she didn't realize what was going on. Why did my brother get married? What an airplane feeling. She never heard the gossip. Why is it like a feeling? The celebrity I'm chasing suddenly got married by Nuo Zhao. And, it's too early for this age. Brother Qingyang is only 19 years old. How did he get married? Seeing that Zhang Wanyu was a little incoherent, she looked a little excited, even more excited than the second elder. The second elder looked at her, sighed, and let her confirm that she was not joking. Yes, girl Wanyu, your elder brother Qingyang is married. He is indeed married. Zhang Wanyu was stunned, unbelievable, and collapsed on the stool behind her, muttering to herself. How come? Why did you get married? But immediately, Zhang Wanyu suddenly thought of something, and her eyes began to shine again. Smelly old man, I was almost scared to death by you. Brother Qingyang didn't say he would only marry one. I'm going to be a concubine. He. Two elders' face turned dark immediately after hearing the woman's repeated emotions. Only you, a little witch, dare to say such a thing. Put it with another saint, and don't let the Saint Lord beat you to death. It's too embarrassing for the Holy Land. But he is also very happy. As long as this guy likes my son so much, I'm afraid he won't be able to accept it. It's not easy to accept. Well, yes, that's why I said, girl Wanyu, you have a chance, because your elder brother Qingyang married a woman named Qin Shui instead of a saintly sister. Qin Shui. Zhang Wanyu pondered in her mind, and began to think about whether she had heard of this woman's name in Xuantian continent. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of a reason. He looked at the two elders with puzzled eyes. The second elder didn't talk nonsense, and spoke directly. She is a maid of the Holy Sun. Moreover, I have been with the Holy Sun for 2 years. The purpose of my visit this time is to send invitations to the Holy Land of Nine Nether, especially Wanyang girl. Zhang Wanyu covered her mouth and nose with her small hands, looking very surprised. Brother Qingyang, is he married? And he asked me to go to dinner. Soon, things were finalized on the elder's side, and Zhang Wanyu was definitely coming. After all, Watching her brother get married is also a good memory. And after listening to the second elder's answer, she felt that it would be her turn to do this kind of thing in the future, so she had to accumulate some experience. That's right, Zhang Wanyu is a very hardworking person, which is in stark contrast to Su Qingyang, who used to be a dude. Hey, then let's do this first. 2 months later. Fat old man, I will definitely come then. Tell brother Qingyang to wait for me. Yes, remember that the pomp must be big. Okay, fat old man, it's not easy, just show me when the time comes. The elder's mission returned to Origin was completed, during which the Nine Nether Saint Lord did not show up, but as long as there are other elders or holy sons and saints coming to the Nine Nether Holy Land. And this kind of situation also happened in different holy places. Take advantage of the martial saint land. Different from the domineering and fierce shape of the Nine Nether Holy Land. Most of the decorations in the entire holy place are related to swords and swords. It looks like a fighting holy place. That's right, the entire martial saint land upholds martial arts, and all the people are fighters. And the Sent Holy Land Elder. It turned out to be the Big Elder. At this time, I saw the Big Elder Gao Huan standing on the fighting platform filled with martial saint, fighting back and forth with a bald man. The world was shattered. That's right, both of them summoned their respective Dharma phase real bodies to fight each other. Battle visions and special effects are filling the entire formation of the competition arena. Even if you look from the outside, you can feel the tremors inside. Obviously realm is too strong. Even the formation can't hold it. Finally, after a day and night of fighting, the Big Elder who was in the martial saint waved his hand to stop fighting, and he was panting. Gaozi, you are still so ruthless in fighting, tell me. What is so happy, the strong wind blows you to my martial saint land. Yaozi, my yin and yang sons are married, and the Saint Lord specially sent me to talk to you Ying martial saint. Yin and Yang Saint Lord said, the occasion must be grand. It's easy to say, then I will definitely go. Yin and Yang Holy Land Elder Gao Huan and Ying Martial Saint Land Elder Yaozi were life and death best friends. When they were young, they went to the Xuantian continent together and went through life and death together. So the relationship is very good. Hearing what Gao Huan said, the Elder of Martial Saint agreed without thinking. After all, if it was the other party, if there was a happy event for his son, Gao Huan would also come. Antarctic Sanctuary. 6 Elder traveled for a long time for a month and a half, and finally took a spaceship to reach the extreme south region, which is covered with snow all the year round, and the world is a snow-covered land that does not seem like a place for human habitation. But there is a cultivator here to survive and practice. There is a huge ice city in front of me, with relief carvings on the wall, and the whole city covers hundreds of thousands of miles. Unlike the desolate outside world, the inside is very lively. At the same time, all of them are strong and wear thick clothes. They don't look afraid of the cold at all. The Holy Land cannot be all cultivators, there will always be various attendants and subordinates, relatives and clan members of the cultivator, and mortals from marginal families, etc. At this time, it is in the Elders' Hall in the Holy Land of Antarctica. The elders in the Holy Land of Antarctica are quarreling and blushing. Dage, as I said, the old man in this Yin and Yang Holy Land is very bad, you can't believe his nonsense. He said the same thing last time, and then he cheated our extremely cold gems away. Nonsense, what does the second brother think of our extremely cold Holy Land? I would like to accept the bet, the 6th little brother has the ability, and the treasure will naturally belong to him. In the end, they quarreled for a long time, and Elder, Yin and Yang's Holy Land 6, watched and watched with a smile, without saying a word, as he had already said what should be said. In the end, the 6 elders opened their mouths when they saw the elders in the Antarctic Holy Land gradually calmed down. Brothers, you have worked hard. This time is the wedding of my son in the Holy Land of Yin and Yang, so Saint Lord sent my 6th brother here. I hope all brothers can come to join us. Thank you, brothers. 6 elders do as the Romans do, and their words imitate the conversations between the elders, and finally take out some exotic treasure specialties from their arms, treasures that can increase physical fitness, etc. Immediately, those elders woke up to be noisy and quieted down, and then you looked at me, and I looked at you. In the end, a thick-skinned elder came up to take away the treasures sent by the 6 elders, and then the big elder of the Antarctic Holy Land also opened and closed one eye and said, "Hey, the sixth brother is serious. It's a great joy for the son of Yin and Yang to get married. We will definitely go there. But the sixth brother is so polite. Don't worry, we all understand the rules. I will definitely give the sixth brother a lot of pomp. 6 elders have intentionally revealed before that Yin and Yang Saint Lord means to be grand, and the elder savages in the Antarctic Holy Land will accept them as soon as they are good, and they know the rules. At last the matter was settled, and the 6 elders did not stay any longer. Then it's up to you guys. And this kind of thing also happened in various holy places. The arrangements of Yin and Yang Saint Lord and elders are in place, and they all send people with their own personalities or similar tasks to persuade the corresponding holy places. For a while, sooner or later, all the holy places on the invitation list finally received the message. And they all agreed that the elders either used their own means, or had connections with these holy places. In short, everything was done perfectly. Just wait until the wedding day. 4 months later. Yin and Yang Holy Land. Every house is covered with festive characters, red couplets are hung, roadside cultivators hang red lanterns of all sizes on trees or buildings, and pavilions are built every other section of the road. For guests who come from afar at that time to sit down. The children's laughter also began to be heard endlessly. Many cultivators brought their relatives to attend Su Qingyang's wedding day. This magnificent scene has been prepared for 6 months since Qin Shui's meeting in Elder Hall. It can be seen that the preparations are quite sufficient. There are hundreds of thousands of miles around, and there are famous sects and cultivators. Or rogue cultivators, who only love the ones whose strength is on the table. Even weaker ones, all Yin and Yang Holy Lands are invited. Due to the face of the top holy place, no big or small sect dare not come. And when you come, you have to give a dowry gift. There must be enough staff. In short, the face of Yin and Yang Holy Land is up to them to grasp. To this, in the Yin and Yang Palace, Su Qingyang was very satisfied, and so was Qin Shui. They will go to help arrange it every few days. Take a look at how the arrangement is, and get acquainted with the venue by the way. After almost everything was done, personnel reports, financial news, expenditures, and sending posts, all the elders and senior executives of the entire Yin and Yang Holy Land were dispatched. And Yin and Yang Holy Land elders' personal, true biography, will be the best man of the Holy Sun Su Qingyang, then the scene must be big. The elite disciplines are the maintainers in charge of this matter. After all, there are too many people on site, and someone must arrange order. Lest anything be missed. And because of this incident, Yin and Yang Holy Land found that there is a little shortage of manpower. I also went to several holy places next door to borrow elite personnel. After all, the disciples are good but not many. In fact, there are already quite a few people in the Yin and Yang Holy Land. Consider that there are literally dozens of holy places. All sects in a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. More than half of the powerful sects in 1,000,000 miles will participate. The number of people is estimated to be the largest wedding in the Xuantian continent since the emissary. Even in terms of pomp and ostentation, it even caught up with the way the great emperor got married in ancient times. Although there may be a difference in realm, but the number of people is definitely top. What you want is boldness. A grandeur. Even at the final setup moment, Yin and Yang Saint Lord Su Sungwu was there in person to thank all the hardworking corrections. Disciples have worked hard. This time, I have a grand wedding in the Holy Land of Yin and Yang. It is all thanks to you all for holding it so grandly. Thank you disciples elders for your hard work. After this event, all personnel can go to the reward hall according to their merits, receive rewards here. Foreign helpers, compatriots are treated equally. No hard work, no hard work. Lord Saint Lord has a heart. Yin and Yang Saint Lord is healthy. It is my honor to help heroes like Yin and Yang Saint Lord. All cultivators listened to this speech, and all stood up to say yes. This is their blessing. It is very honorable to be able to help people like the Holy Land of Yin and Yang, Saint Lord. The cultivator elders of the Yin and Yang Holy Land repeatedly BECF praised how good this event was, how grand it was, and so on. Seeing that everything is going smoothly, Su Qingyang and Qin Shui are very happy. Shui, how are you doing? Do you like it? Aha! Qin Shui looked sweet and happy, looked up at the tall Su Qingyang, obviously did not expect her life to be so hard for so many years. I have long forgotten the concept of happiness and what happiness is, and I never thought that there will be today. She never expected to meet a man who treats her so well like Su Qingyang. Hehe, as long as you like it. Su Qingyang rubbed Qin Shui's head, just like when they were just together. Even after many years, Su Qingyang has never neglected Qin Shui, and has always treated her as her own. In the next few days, people began to arrive one after another. However, most of the yin and yang holy places, or people nearby, have already started preparing for the wedding day of the sun. On June 7th, the two Taoist shadows walked on the stone slabs of the long street in the yin and yang holy land, chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was good. Junior brother Lintian, what do you think about the marriage of the holy sun? Hehe, senior brother Lu Jia seems to have a point of view, why don't you talk about it first? That's right, Lintian and Lu Jia are walking on the road at the moment, the first in last year's competition. And the first in honor. Became friends now. After 2 months of Lintian's cultivation at that time, Realm was blessed by misfortune to break through, and the change also caused Lu Jia, who happened to be nearby, and Lu Jia took the initiative to have a chat. After that, the two became friends and had frequent contacts. The main reason is that Lintian was hit by Su Qingyang. He began to restrain his aloof character and become more easygoing. Coupled with the continuous weakening of luck, he is no longer as fearless and extremely arrogant as the previous hero. Will be relatively tight. After all, Lintian is not as outstanding and invincible as he was in his previous life. In this life, you must develop in a low-key way. Hehe, if you want me to say, of course the senior brother praised you. The son of yin and yang is so arrogant, he really makes me look up to him. Let the disciples of the entire Holy Land look up to him. He achieved the God Wheel at the age of 18. I don't know how long it takes for me to reach the son of the monkey. The realm cultivation base. Lu Jia unabashedly praised and sighed, but he never saw Lintian frowning, but Lintian was not easy to get angry. Now that he has been wronged a lot, he is used to forbearance. I know that my own strength is indeed insufficient now, and I need to develop insignificantly. Wait until the right time to turn over and do Su Qingyang. But Lintian is calm on the surface, but his heart must be different. Hehe, what kind of rubbish holy son. I'm not worthy of Lintian's shoes. It's just my master's iron. I hate it. Su Qingyang, you rubbish, wait for me sooner or later. Don't let Lintian rise. In my previous life, I was an affectionate great emperor. In this life, I have 10,000 ways to die for you to choose from. But on the surface, senior brother Lu Jia said it is true, now the Holy Sun realm is on the rise, and last year it has become a god. Lunging, it's even more powerful now. Lintian smiled far-fetched, but it didn't attract Lu Jia's attention. And Lu Jia seemed to have found the topic, and said happily. Ah, junior brother Lintian, are you also a fan of Shengji? Haha, I didn't expect it. It happens to be me too. All the disciples say so, so they are worried that junior brother Lintian is aloof and arrogant. It's just that looking at it now, what the audience said may not be true. I think junior brother Lintian is still cheerful. It's a good thing to have goals to pursue. It's also the motivation to let yourself practice. Crack. There was a strange atmosphere in the air, as if someone clenched their fists and then relaxed. Lintian smiled ugly. Hehe, senior brother Lu Jia is serious. Lintian is just a small cultivator, how can he admire such noble figures as the yin and yang suns? Realm makes me unable to resist, blind. Stop talking. On the contrary, I'm curious, senior brother. I don't know if senior brother Lu Jia knows who spread the word in the Holy Land, saying that I, Lintian, was an orphan since I was a child, and I didn't have a mother and father to raise me. I never told my junior brother. Others are very puzzling. Oh, Lu Jia looked puzzled, looked at his face wrinkled, and was shocked that Lintian had thought of something strange, and Lu Jia simply didn't hide it. Actually, this is the case. I always thought you knew, junior brother Lintian. I heard that before last year's competition, the Holy Sun held a meeting. According to a male cultivator related to the saint, the talent is extraordinary. Afterwards, I saw that junior brother Lintian had a good talent, so all the senior brothers and sisters subconsciously thought that Master Shengji was talking about you, Lintian, and that Master Shengji once said you personally, and you had no parents to care for you since you were a child. To be raised, you need someone to love you, and you may feel a little lonely. Lu Jia said a lot, but Lintian didn't listen. He only felt that Su Qingyang called a meeting to unite in love, and take care of the saint. Doesn't this TM refer to me, Lintian? Lintian's inner state of mind, which had been peaceful for 6 months, was about to burst. So it's you, TM, it's you Su Qingyang again. Lintian thought with his ass, Su Qingyang must be targeting him. From what happened to Master last time, he could consciously or unintentionally feel a sense of conspiracy. But how to say it, he couldn't say. It was his great emperor intuition that told him that Su Qingyang was quite suspicious. There are many unspeakable secrets. Own as in the environment encounter. Mostly it's about this guy. And most importantly, ever since Su Qingyang captured Master Zion, it's too much of a coincidence that such a cutoff happened. Lintian is already at odds with Su Qingyang. I can't wait to eat its flesh and bones, and kill it quickly. It's a pity that Lintian can't do it. Now Lintian who heard the truth. It feels like the own world view has been refreshed again. He had never hated someone so much. A cultivator. It's you, TM Su Qingyang, who said I, Lintian, was an orphan. Because the day of the Holy Sun's wedding is approaching, the whole Holy Land is full of joy and excitement. Lintian and Lu Jia, the two cultivators walking on the street at night, looked very natural. Because at this time, the evening is approaching night, the lights on the roadside are lit, and there are cultivators on the riverside who are putting river lights on as a night scene. Therefore, many cultivator Dao companions, or relatives and friends will come out late to watch the scenery and lanterns. Because Lintian was approaching the big wedding of Su Qingyang, an enemy, he was full of irritability, so he took the initiative to invite Lu Jia out to relax together. It's just a distraction, he knew that Dabi was Su Qingyang's trick again. This not only made Lintian even more angry, even depressed to the point of internal injury. Walking along, Lintian and Lu Jia came to the scenic spot of Yin and Yang Holy Land, and met Crane Bridge, which is usually a place where couples go on a date to watch river lanterns. At this moment, Lu Jia suddenly held Lintian still and pointed in one direction. Hey, junior brother Lintian, look at the one in front, it seems to be Lord Shengji. Lintian was puzzled. At this time, no one around noticed that there were two figures standing on the bridge named Encounter Crane Bridge. Although the outlines were not clear, Lu Jia, who is a die-hard fan, recognized them at a glance. Come out. At first glance, the person on the left is the Holy Sun Su Qingyang. After all, Lu Jia is his loyal fan. There is a portrait of Su Qingyang with the title of Diligent Practice hanging in the bedroom, and there are Su Qingyang's classic quotations in the lower right corner. I'm Su Qingyang. My hobbies are self-cultivation, making tea for meditation, arranging flowers and jade, and listening to music. But Lu Jia is Lu Jia, so Lintian can't see it so clearly. Lu Jia continued to speak. The one on the right should be Mrs. Shengji. Shengji is still as good as ever. He entered the chakra at only 18 years old, and his mood returned to origin when he was 19. Find a Dao companion, and the appearance of the Dao companion seems to be no less than that of the saint. No, if it's true. Master Shengji is really envious of me, junior brother Lintian, what do you think? It's the same for me, what Lu Jia fellow Taoist said is absolutely true. Lintian is ashamed, why do you want to talk about the good-for-nothing Shengji Su Qingyang, he is really annoying. Indeed, just the slender figure from the back is quite extraordinary. Tisk tisk. Mrs. Shengji's eyesight is as good as ever, and Mrs. Shengji's face is probably not inferior to the saint's. Ahem, maybe, Lintian responded in embarrassment, but he was slandering in his heart. What rubbish shit Yin and Yang sons, in front of this emperor, are nothing more than a bug in the previous life, what's the ecstasy wheel at the age of 18? This emperor only took 800 years to become emperor in the previous life. What the hell is the sun? Also, this bullshit Yin and Yang sun, if you don't lick Qingran, you probably don't have any good women. At first glance, it's that gaudy thing. Except for some figure, it's rubbish that wants face or cultivation base or cultivation base. At this time, Lu Jia continued to speak. Also, I heard that Mrs. Shengji seems to have just turned to the real world now returned to origin. Lu Jia seemed to know the matter of Shengji Su Qingyang very well, and Lintian also nodded perfunctorily. Hehe, Sure enough, unexpectedly, I came back from rebirth. Because of the butterfly effect, this Su Qingyang turned into a waste who can only be addicted to women. Even such a waste woman who has just returned to the realm returned to origin also married into the family, and it is a big deal. Announce to the world. Invite other holy places to come and watch. Don't be ashamed. Lu Jia didn't notice Lintian's strangeness, and chatted on his own, and Lintian was basically perfunctory, and even if they recognized the sun, they couldn't do much. The two couldn't get close, so they had to go elsewhere. When leaving, Lintian didn't forget to scold twice in his heart. Obviously he hated what Su Qingyang did to him, and wanted to take revenge on him from the bottom of his heart. Su Qingyang, you trash, we are not finished with the matter of robbing my woman Zion. Sooner or later, this emperor will rise up. At that time, this emperor will refine all your women into human slaves for me to drive. Especially it is the woman you are marrying now. This emperor will personally let you see and feel what pain is. Lintian hated deeply, remembering that day when he was woken up by the cold wind on the deck of the flying boat and heard that Su Qingyang was actually playing in the water with Zion, the woman from his previous life, in front of his formation in his formation. Lintian was furious at that time, although he couldn't see anything. But the voice could be heard clearly. Since then, Lintian has always wanted to find a place to take revenge on Su Qingyang. After cursing in his heart for a while, Lintian felt much more relaxed in his heart, and his steps became easier. Just when Lintian and Lu Jia passed by, Su Qingyang's powerful realm naturally sensed it, and he understood what they were talking about with a glance of divine sense. Thinking of this, Su Qingyang suddenly had an idea, and said to Qin Shui in his arms. Shui, when we get married, my husband will give you a big surprise. Qin Shui, who woke up and was immersed in the sweet world of the two, was taken aback. Surprise? What a surprise! She looked inexplicable. She didn't understand what Su Qingyang was talking about, but she was a little curious. Hee, you'll understand when the time comes. Su Qingyang sold a pass. Early the next morning, Su Qingyang came to the backstage arrangement party of the wedding, facing several disciples and attendants. These are elite disciples, responsible for arranging the positions of the personnel. Well, there is a man named Lintian. Last year, I personally awarded the first place in the competition. Do you remember? Back to Shangji, I have an impression, rumors that he is the first place in the honor of cheating. And he has also been rewarded by Master Shangji. The disciple looked up at Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang smiled slightly. Well, it's okay. Those are all over. What I'm here to tell you this time is that when he gets up, you arrange him to be near the front desk. It's best to sit in the expensive. But, Holy Son, is there something wrong with this? There are all big people sitting there. It's okay, you just do what I say, no one will say anything, even if there is something, just say it was said by me. Yes, Lord Sun. In the end, the elite disciples had no choice but to take orders, and remembered the junior named Lintian. Time for special treatment. June 13th. Yin and Yang Holy Land. Decorate with lanterns and festoons, beaming with joy. The scenery along the way is beautiful, the wind is beautiful, the sun is bright and not anxious, and the climate is extremely comfortable. The breeze blows on the face, there is a sense of comfort. Qinglan Holy Land has arrived. At the gate of the Holy Land, a loudspeaker formed, and several professionally trained disciples shouted in unison. The sound spread throughout the center of the holy place. At the formation gate of the Yin and Yang Holy Land, a huge space crack with a length and width of tens of miles was opened for the guests to enter and exit. The people who came were full of style, and there were hundreds of cars in the traffic alone. Behind them is a mighty cultivator team, with extraordinary momentum. Wherever they walk, the sound is loud. Let the strange beasts in the mountains attract their eyes, and let the mortals look up and worship the gods. In the team, every Lingbai car is extremely luxurious and dignified. It is engraved with patterns of gods, birds, cranes, flying dragons and phoenixes. And the team is flying directly in the air and walking. All the way, fly straight to the reception desk of Yin and Yang Holy Land, guided by the welcoming elder and disciples. Obviously the identity of the visitor is extraordinary, with jewels and jewels, blessed by spiritual qi, an extremely peaceful and pure aura emanates from the vehicle. Looking at those BMWs flying in the air, there is a strange and beautiful pattern printed on the front. What the implication represents is the Holy Land of Qinggang. And such a jaw-dropping traffic flow, strange. Next, this operation was repeated for several days. Respectively, welcome to the Martial Saint. The Holy Land of Zhangfang has arrived. The Holy Land of Antarctica has arrived. When people come to each holy place, the visions of the heaven and the earth are colorful, and the attendants sprinkle the floating fairy flowers along the way. The shapes of the holy places are different, some are blooming with ice and snow spirit flowers all the way, some are passing by all the way, the spring is warm and the flowers are blooming, and the vitality of countless animals and plants on the roadside has become vigorous and unique with local characteristics. Spiritual qi is scattered all over the world, and all kinds of special effects and anomalies frequently occur along the way, making the cultivators on land look up to the past and see that it is full of style and momentum. Moreover, these Holy Land visitors will have their own elders to respond, who are responsible for sending posts. Elder Gao Huan of Yin and Yang Holy Land, hey, Yaozi, it's finally here. I happen to have itchy hands too, so let's go to the competition stage to have a fight, just in time for those guests to watch the show. Elder Yaozi of Yingwu, ha 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 ha. It's easy to say, let's go, Gaozi, I didn't expect us to fight so soon. I've been a little breakthrough lately. I'm going to beat you up later. Then you can see two people hooking shoulders and shoulders together heading to the direction of Bidutai, but the appearance of these two people is really different, one is tall and thin, and the other is bald and strong. It is hard to think that they are actually from a holy place the great elder exists. Like an old jerk in rivers and lakes. Yin and Yang Holy Land 6 Elder. My brothers are here, please come with me, brother 6, I have prepared tea. Hee hee, 6th brother, it's easy to say, the scenery of your holy land is really good. Unlike ours, where it snows all the year round, you can't even see a bird's feather. 6 elders were surrounded by a group of topless men from the Holy Land of Antarctica, smiling, obviously entertaining them. And such scenes appeared one after another among the elders in various holy places. And on their carriage, other disciples, attendants, etc., or all elite disciples and staff who will have Yin and Yang Holy Land to arrange accommodation and footholds. After all, this wedding is grand and has been prepared long ago, so it won't start right away. Basically half a month in advance. It's all about waiting for everyone. Then enter the formal occasion, and then start the big wedding of the Yin and Yang sons. It can be described as quite a grand occasion. Next, the first arrivals will be served by special disciples every day, introducing the scenery, things, and fun of the Holy Land. Take these outsiders as a guide. Then young people make friends with talented people. Tianzhao and Tianzhao go together, ordinary people go together with ordinary people, everyone has their own fun places. It's not like in the novel, where there are blind people arguing and provoking. After all, everyone is very clear that the person who came here is a guest, and he just came to announce the good news. Not to make trouble. After all, there is only one hero in the novel, Lintian. A thorny head like Lintian is crushed to death by Su Qingyang now. Realm is not enough, and you can't show up here and look for trouble. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Su Qingyang hugged Qin Shui and looked out the window. Little Su Bai has also been brought back temporarily. For major events such as Su Qingyang's marriage, Su Chengwu will also appear. Xiao Su Bai must also watch her mother's most beautiful moment. Shui, how's it going? Haha, we arranged it together with the Holy Land. Isn't it grand enough? 0. Qin Shui looked at the bustling scenery outside the window, and in a blink of an eye, she could see people coming and going and traffic in the city at the foot of the mountain. Aha, Qin Shui looks very excited, looking forward to this day. Finally got it right, although he regrets that he is only a concubine. But one day, she can work hard to become a wife by virtue of own. Senior brother Lintian still has face. At that time, I couldn't figure out why junior brother Lintian was able to pass all the way. It turned out that he had a relationship with the Holy Sun, haha. This can also make Lu. Senior brother A, this is the first time for me to watch the wedding of the Son of God so close. I must thank senior brother Lintian. This day is June 15th, the day when Yin and Yang's sons got married. As soon as Lintian took his seat, he was invited over by elite disciples. Even with Lu Jia, they sat directly on the VIP seat in the front. Although it is with the young generation's arrogance. But it is enough. Lintian waved his hand helplessly, saying that you are welcome, but he was very depressed in his heart. What the hell is this trash Su Qingyang doing? Get married as soon as you get married, why do you get involved with me, Lintian? Does he think this emperor is easy to mess with? Lintian was a little angry in his heart, he actually wanted to sit outside, he didn't want to watch Su Qingyang's wedding scene at all, watching it would only add to his inner troubles. If not for the order of Yin and Yang Saint Lord, all disciples must go to watch the ceremony. He will never come, and Lintian had a hunch that this waste Su Qingyang must be uneasy and kind. He is probably going to be wrapped up in some conspiracy again. And at this moment, a voice came into the ears of the guests present. Nine Nether Shrine 2. Nine Nether Shrine. Lintian stared. The next moment, a scene that shocked all the holy places appeared. I saw the mighty and mighty, non-stop for a long time. From the place where the guests are seated, the line that can't stop looking all the way to the rear. It is completely like a long black shadow dragon. No end in sight. Every BMW speed car is loaded with a huge amount of cargo. Apparently these were meant to be given as congratulatory gifts. And the identity of the visitor is quite unusual. Compared with other holy places, the pomp is enough. But on the gift, it may just be a sign. Does not really give very expensive things. Except for the few holy places that are close to each other, the gifts will be relatively better. The Holy Land of Nine Nether, on the other hand, seems to have just moved here. Let the guests sitting here, elder, or other arrogances look solemnly at the Holy Land of Nine Nether. Where did this Holy Land come from? It seems that it has a good friendship with Yin and Yang Holy Land. It's just that this ostentation is too big. Yes, with such a big battle, I would have thought it was a mess. That's right, the Nine Nether Holy Land has some abilities, it's so overbearing, and the gifts open the way, it doesn't take me into the eyes of the Holy Land at all. If I had known this, I should have done it in the battle. Bigger ones. Some elders seem to be helpless in chatting, but after all, they don't really do this, they just talk about it. Soon, a lot of guests were already seated, and the entire Yin and Yang Holy Land was very large. I chose the widest venue, and this time there were thousands of cultivators in the seats. After all, half of the people in a million miles came. Moreover, none of the people who came were weak, more or less sects, big and small, plus the elders and disciples from various holy places in the VIP seats. The Nine Nether Holy Land put down boxes of gifts, which attracted all the cultivators here to look at them. Probably. Who is this, so arrogant? Yin and Yang Holy Land 2 Elder Lucian saw that it was the visitor from the Nine Nether Holy Land, so he immediately got up and went to greet the guests. After all, it is also possible to attend other people's weddings on the same day. As long as the people and gifts arrive, they can sit on the table, and those with status and strength will be treated with priority. In front of the long queue at Nine Nether Holy Land, a girl about 16 or 7 years old jumped off the most gorgeous BMW flying car. The girl's posture is exquisite and delicate, her appearance is really cute, her eyes are full of stars, as if she can see all kinds of stars twinkling in the sky. A long skirt is matched to the extreme, ink color and white lace pattern, and there are various rare and exotic animal patterns on the long skirt, which is very beautiful. Elder of the Yin and Yang Holy Land, please sit down, the Holy Maiden of the Nine Nether Holy Land. The chubby and white-bearded second Elder Lucian beamed up to greet the Nine Nether Saint, who was invited to send a post that day. Yeah, hello, second Elder. I want to sit in the front seat away from Brother Qingyang. The ones in the back, find a place to put all my things away. It's all a congratulatory gift for Brother Qingyang. It's easy to say. 2 Elder Lucian is a sensible person. From his point of view, this second lady will be the Holy Land's second wife without thinking about it, so don't worry. The attitude is absolutely to give enough. In addition, the two of them are also very close, and the senior and senior have often come into contact with each other because of Su Qingyang. Along the way, the girl was followed by a group of female attendants, all of whom were not weak in strength. They were all wearing black and white long skirts of blue and white maids, and they were all quite extraordinary in appearance and strength. And the attitude of a group of people is extremely cold and arrogant. They don't look sideways on the road, they don't look at the surrounding audience, it seems that they don't pay attention at all. This demeanor is just like the appearance of the hero Lintian when he came to the Yin and Yang Holy Land. I saw the young girl Zhang Wanyu, hiding her smile, walking forward generously, just walked to the front, and sat on the same seat next to Lintian. And at this time, people around could be heard whispering. This is the Holy Land of the Nine Nether. It seems to be a member of the demon cult in the old days. Then this Nine Nether saint. Isn't it the rumored Nine Nether witch? Keep your voice down, you don't want to kill me. Don't look at her now, she looks exquisite and cute. She looks like a young girl in Weichun, but it is secretly rumored that she is extremely cold-blooded, killing people without blinking an eye. Only the holy son of Yin and Yang is extremely favored. He has publicly stated that he will not marry Su Qingyang in this life. No wonder. I said it seems like I've heard it somewhere. It's just 3 or a few years ago, some saintess heard that she was a loyal fan of a certain son, so she came to propose marriage. Yeah, right, that's right. But Su Qingyang rejected Zhang Wanyu's marriage proposal at that time without even thinking about it. After all, dog licking is pure love. How could you agree? But now it's different. Zhang Wanyu looked in the direction of the stands, waiting for her brother's appearance when he got married. She is not jealous at all. I talked with the second elder before, even if she is a concubine, she will still come to Su Yang. So now is the time to learn a little about getting married. By the way, so many gifts are generously expressed, and it is also to make people in the Yin and Yang Holy Land pay more attention to her. Noodles are gift-giving. After all, with such a rich saint, if she still likes her son. As long as these elders are not crooked, they will try their best to match her and Su Qingyang. It can also add a powerful Holy Land ally. Why not? Hearing people whispering around, Zhang Wanyu can naturally hear it, but she has long been used to it. She doesn't even look at it, her expression is arrogant, she disdains the appearance of these trash, she only has Su Qingyang in her eyes. And Lintian and Lu Jia who were sitting on the side noticed this Nine Nether saint. I saw Lu Jia speak. How dangerous. I almost thought that the Nine Nether saintess was here to snatch the bride. With so many gifts, she couldn't be the one who wants to be a bride. Brother Lintian, what do you think? Well, Lintian was embarrassed and couldn't say anything. He did have an impression of his previous life. This beautiful girl is very powerful, not bad in mind, with various backgrounds, and even led Su Qingyang to rebel against his rule, and was finally made into a female slave by him. Lintian couldn't help squinting his eyes. The taste of a witch is really good. Su Qingyang, you wait for me Lintian. At that time, the woman who admires you will also become my prisoner. Lintian secretly swore that he would bring the witch Zhang Wanyu who liked him into the harem again, just like the trash Su Qingyang did when he robbed Master Zion. Hey, junior brother Lintian, what are you looking at? You probably fell in love with this witch Zhang Wanyu. You can remind you, she likes Yin and Yang Shengji as much as Shengji liked Shengji back then. The appearance of a girl. You are out of the game. Hee, Lu Jia fellow Taoist is joking. I, Lintian, have no plans to find a Tao companion yet. That's good, senior brother Lu Jia. I just remind you that at least our current realm's strength is completely incomparable with a realm with the talent of the Holy Maiden and the Sun. That's true. Lintian also has to admit that he is just a little trash in the early stage of the real world, and he really can't do anything to Su Qingyang for the time being. Not to mention the plan to kidnap his admirer Zhang Wanyu too. At this moment, a high beam spread from the sound amplifier formation to the entire Holy Land for thousands of miles. The bride and groom are invited to appear. Soon, this voice attracted the eyes of all the audience to look at the central stage. At this moment, a sharp-eyed audience spoke out. It's out. It's out. Look, that's Yin and Yang's son Su Qingyang. Yeah, so handsome. I've heard that Yin and Yang's son Fengshan is handsome, with spring eyebrows, and his temperament is like the water of 3 springs, as unique as the flowers of September, and now he sees it for real. These audiences can speak. I saw 2 rows of teams slowly coming out of the formations on the left and right sides of the stands. The person at the beginning on the left is Su Qingyang, the son of Yin and Yang. I saw him wearing a bright red robe with a big happy character printed on his chest, a precious ruby scepter of pure white jade around his waist, and a red belt with gold horizontal stripes around his waist, a lifelike 9-clawed golden dragon, carved full of front and back of the whole robe. It seems that the whole person looks extraordinary, with a dignified appearance. Su Qingyang's eyebrows, high nose bridge, and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, are full of confidence. Behind him is the best man, who is the incarnation of the true disciples of 10 teams of elders. There are 8 best men in 4 rows, 2 in a row, all of whom are outstanding in talent and appearance, high in temperament, and cold and arrogant. But at this moment with Su Qingyang, everyone is smiling and looking forward. I saw a long line of female cultivators approaching slowly from the opposite side. The head of the leader is covered with a red scarf, and his face cannot be seen clearly, but his figure is tall, and he is superior to all the heroes. Wearing a red floor-length dress, she walked on the red carpet with perfect steps and an elegant posture, with her hands folded in front of her waist, and she was walking slowly towards Su Qingyang. The 8 true female disciples in the rear are also very beautiful, with outstanding faces, and their eyes are focused on Su Qingyang. The best man and the best man stopped, using spirit power to wave and turn into a series of spiritual chi visions to fill behind the bride and groom, and then watched quietly. I saw Su Qingyang stepping forward slowly, holding the slender palm of the bride Qin Shui, and both of them walked forward. There is Yin and Yang Saint Lord Su Chengwu sitting there. There are 2 sophomore elders. And a wedding officiant standing beside her. Although there are only 4 people, it is enough. Neither of them said a word. As they walked forward, Su Qingyang could feel that Qin Shui's palms were slightly sweating, obviously because she was nervous. Su Qingyang couldn't help smiling, and tightened her right hand, signaling Qin Shui to rest assured. After a while, Qin Shui also slowly relaxed. Although they couldn't see each other's faces, they had been together for 2 years, and they had already deeply imprinted each other's appearance in their hearts. During the period, the 2 passed through a red curtain together, implying eternal happiness. Then passed through a barrier like a threshold. Qin Shui has to wait like an ordinary person for Su Qingyang to seriously lead her across the red hijab. This means that no matter how difficult and dangerous the future is, the 2 couples will overcome the difficulties together. After that, we pass through a scene where all the white cotton wadding falls to the ground, implying that the 2 will grow old together. Finally, I came to the front of my parents and elders. Su Chengwu sat in the position of his parents, and his sophomore elder sat in his grandfather's generation, because they are people from the same era as Yin and Yang Saint, the founders of Kaipai, and they also watched Su Qingyang grow up. The wedding master of ceremonies spoke loudly, and his voice was wrapped in the amplification formation and spread around. Please invite the bride and groom to worship the heavens and the earth. Su Qingyang took Qin Shui's hand and signaled to him. Qin Shui was also very sensible, and followed Su Qingyang's rhythm the whole time. The 2 turned their backs to Saint Lord and the sophomore elder together, looking at the way they came, which is the position of heaven and earth. After that, he bent down heavily to kowtow and bow down, expressing to prove to heaven and earth that the husband and wife joined hands and united, and they will never leave. Call. All of a sudden, the sky rumbled, the heaven and the earth were auspicious, the sky was clear, and spiritual chi gathered. Unknowingly, there is the fairy sound of humming lingering for hundreds of thousands of miles, and auspicious visions such as strange beast Qilin, turtle, black tortoise, rushing between heaven and earth, and congratulations. Then the master of ceremonies spoke again. Please invite the bride and groom to worship twice. Su Qingyang and Qin Shui turned around together and looked in the direction of Su Chengwu, who was Uncle Saint Lord. Except for the master of ceremonies, no one spoke during the whole process, and even the audience in the audience watched the grand wedding scene seriously. The 2 of them didn't pause, they knelt heavily, put their hands on the ground, and smacked their heads 3 times as before. Su Qingyang was all smiles, but didn't speak. I invite the bride and groom to pay their respects. This time, finally came the most important plot. Even Su Qingyang himself began to have a little shortness of breath, because he had never been married in his previous life. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly in this life. There is a Tao companion. Su Qingyang took a deep breath. Qin Shui's hand holding him was also a little stiff, but she still waited quietly for Qingyang to adjust his breath for a few seconds. Then the 2 looked at each other. Although there is a red hijab blocking it, it can't stop the fiery eyes of both sides. Saying nothing is better than saying everything. It seems that you can see everything in the other person's eyes and mind. Husband and wife salute. Su Qingyang and Qin Shui walked in unison, with the same posture and slowly bent down, as if the other party had licked the head once. The atmosphere gradually increased. The master of ceremonies spoke again. Please ask the groom to pour tea for the elders. Su Qingyang didn't stop. After a pause and hesitation, he took a cup of hot tea brought by the master of ceremonies, and walked slowly in front of Saint Lord Su Chengwu. Uncle, please drink tea. Ha ha, good, good. Su Chengwu said 2 good words and smiled all over his face, obviously very satisfied with the holding of this wedding. Please ask the bride to pour tea for the elders. This time, Su Qingyang returned to Qin Shui's side, took her hand, and Qin Shui was led forward. Then he picked up the teacup and slowly walked in front of Su Chengwu. Uncle, please drink tea. With a serious face, Su Chengwu took Qin Shui's teacup and said a word. Xiao Shui is a good girl, Qingyang, you have to treat her well. Su Qingyang nodded beside him, and then Su Chengwu drank the tea in one gulp, indicating that the first half of the wedding ceremony return to origin is over. Then the master of ceremonies strolled up, holding a loudspeaker array. Read aloud. Hello, sect cultivator elders, on this sunny and sunny day, thank you all for coming to watch the Yin and Yang Street. Here, on behalf of Yin and Yang Holy Land, Saint Lord and Shengji, thank you very much for your presence and support. It is said that whoever comes is a guest. Today, the Yin and Yang Holy Land is for the benefit of the landlord. Please relax and enjoy the food and scenery of the Holy Land. Everyone can make friends and learn martial arts. Tuki Festival. The events are held one by one. Quote, here, I would like to wish the 2 happy people again, Yin and Yang's son Su Qingyang, and the son's wife Qin Shui, to be able to accompany each other hand in hand from the vast sea of people. It is a wonderful fate. Also karma's samsara. Here, on behalf of all of you, I would like to express my congratulations to the 2 gifted scholars and beauties. I wish you 2 flying wings as strong as gold, and lovebirds in the sky, and Lian Lizzie in the earth. Happiness, a happy family, a healthy life, full of children and grandchildren. Let's spend this splendid life together. I invite the elders to give a speech. After that, the master of ceremonies came to Saint Lord Su Chengwu, handed the amplified formation stone to his hand, and motioned him to get up. I saw Su Chengwu stand up slowly. The power realm on his body comparable to that of the half-step God King was completely released, and the coercive momentum that did not represent malicious intent enveloped the entire Yin and Yang Holy Land. I saw that Su Qingyang did not use amplifying stones, and the sound spread tens of thousands of miles, as if directly appearing in the minds of all the audience present. I'm very happy today. I can invite all the Holy Land sect, elder disciples to come to my nephew Su Qingyang's wedding. Here, I, Su Chengwu, thank you very much. Even if Su Chengwu is as strong as celestial immortals, he still bowed slightly at this moment to express his gratitude to the thousands of cultivators present, and this also made countless audiences present immediately stand up and respond with cupped hands, cupped fist. After all, a real strong man deserves all the respect. Chapter 61. Today's visitors or guests. After the ceremony is over, please enjoy the food and scenery of the Holy Land to your heart's content. You can learn martial arts from each other and make friends with relatives. Then Su Chengwu motioned to the master of ceremonies, and the master of ceremonies took over the amplifying stone. Very good. I believe you all heard the words of our Yin and Yang Saint Lord very clearly. Yin and Yang Saint Lord's character is relatively easygoing. Please enjoy entertainment in the Holy Land, as long as it is not out of the rules. Marriage, everyone can do whatever they want, just do whatever they want. Thousands of cultivators present showed smiles, and then clapped to show their respect. At this time, the master of ceremonies came to Su Qingyang. Please invite the groom to give a speech. Su Qingyang took the amplifying stone decisively without hesitation, and then began to talk about own. After all, he is quite good at this aspect, and this session is also an opportunity for fellow audience members to get to know him. In fact, getting married with someone is like a social fellowship. Maybe you can make friends. Hello, fellow Taoist, cultivator, elders, I am very glad that you can attend my Su Qingyang's wedding. Here, I solemnly express my gratitude to you all. Su Qingyang also bent and bowed slightly like his uncle Su Chengwu. His posture was neither high nor low, but he was interested. The people in the audience looked quietly and did not speak, but Su Qingyang continued to speak with a confident smile. Although you may not know me very well, it doesn't matter. You must have heard in the early years that the holy son of Yin and Yang is a dandy, and he never practiced well. Speaking of this, Su Qingyang glanced at Wu Qingran, who was calmly on the audience stage. And many cultivators in the audience nodded, expressing that they had heard about it before. After all, there are only a dozen holy places in the Xuantian continent, and there is at most one holy son and daughter in a holy place, or even none at all. Came halfway around the Holy Land. Often there are allies and hostile relationships between holy lands. No matter which aspect it is, he will have a relatively clear impression and understanding of other Holy Land Saint Lord's sons, as well as some outstanding elders. And Su Qingyang is no exception. His early reputation, even his own elders said he was a dude, no need for outsiders to know all about it. But, it doesn't matter, since I got to know my wife Qin Shui 2 years ago, Dao Heart has completely returned to origin. It can be said that I have found my way back, practiced hard, and now I have already stepped into the realm of God Wheel. Speaking of this, Su Qingyang resolutely opened up the aura of his own realm, covering the maximum area directly, making countless Tianjiao in the audience look horrified and mutter in their mouths. Especially those geniuses whose non-sacred lands are only sect, their faces are even more horrified, only they know the gap between Su Qingyang and them. God, a 19-year-old Kamuram. I'm so good. TT. Countless spectators looked shocked and rushed to discuss, as if they were extremely shocked by Su Qingyang's strength. After all, he is still so young. If the age goes up, it's not bad. This made them more confident in their allies, and the rest of them who hadn't made allies yet had the urge to make allies with the Yin and Yang Holy Land. The 19-year-old God Wheel. Not surprisingly, after growing up, it is a Saint Lord power again. Even if the chance is better, it is impossible to climb the peak. However, the next second, they were stunned. By the way, I already reached the God Wheel last year. Now I'm in the middle stage. Without waiting for the audience to be surprised, Su Qingyang raised his momentum again, forming a crushing situation, directly reaching the middle stage of Shenlinjing. Only when he can't stop. And those Tianjiao, even the elders, looked horrified. Self-mumbling, 19-year-old Shenlinjing middle stage. My God. I can't find the adjective I want. From now on, Yin and Yang Sun is my idol. Some young talents with sharp eyesight and quick hands, made no secret of their admiration and wanted to make Su Qingyang their idol. Even Lintian was surprised in his heart. He asked himself, what realm was it in his previous life to be 19 years old? It seems that it is only the late stage of the immortal cave environment. It just gets stronger as you go to the back, surpassing others. But even so, Lintian also disdains Su Qingyang from the bottom of his heart. It's just rubbish. What right do you have to show off? When this emperor rises, I want you, Su Qingyang, to die. All women are refined into female slaves. Especially this one now. With such a good figure, I will kill you in the future. That's right, Lintian, who is an affectionate great emperor, can tell at a glance that the bride's figure is already a G-rank strongman, maybe even more than that. Even his experience is extremely rare. However, what's more, Lintian was puzzled. In Su Qingyang's introduction earlier, he mentioned that his wife's name is Qin Shui. Lintian always felt that he had heard of it before and had an impression. It caught his attention. But even Lin Tiantian couldn't remember that among the women who were with Su Qingyang in the previous life, there was no woman named Qin Shui. If there was one in the previous life, he would have been included in the harem long ago. But if he couldn't figure it out, Lintian didn't bother to think about it. At this moment, Wu Qingran was also shocked in her heart, and her expression murmured. Senior brother is 19 years old, is he already a middle stage? Wu Qingran didn't know what she was thinking in her heart, she just felt a huge loss, and she didn't know where it came from. Obviously senior brother is so strong, she should be happy and proud. In the past, seniors liked others and married them. Wu Qingran should be so excited to laugh. Finally, she cannot be harassed by her senior brother. But now, she feels extremely strange in her heart, it's so strange that she doesn't look like herself anymore. There is a faint sense of loss. Simply Wu Qingran didn't bother to think about it. And there is another person in the audience who is extremely excited, that is Zhang Wanyu. Hehe, brother Qingyang is so outstanding. People can't help but want to marry here now. 19-year-old Shenlinjing middle stage. It's simply the reincarnation of the contemporary saint, and he can be expected to be God King. Asterisk. Zhang Wanyu's face was blushing, full of nympho, looking at Su Qingyang who was wearing a wedding robe on the stage. Her heart was extremely excited, and finally she could see her handsome brother. It's so close. It feels like the air has become fragrant. Many Holy Lands who were still hesitant to observe the ceremony were completely convinced now. I'm too pissed off. There was only one heart on the spot. The viewing ceremony is over. I have to talk to the elder of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. Try to get the qualification of an ally. Even Yin and Yang Saint Lord, as well as the sophomore elder, I sigh in my heart. The Holy Son has finally grown up. He even knows how to fight for the benefits of the Holy Land. Not bad. Sure enough, only women can make men cultivate better. Thinking of this, for some reason, the three of them had the slightest urge to find another one. After all, they are slowly improving realm now, which is really slow. If they are single, they find another Dao companion, like their son Su Qingyang, whose state of mind is returned to origin and realm is promoted. Wouldn't it be great? But soon, they just thought about it, and shook their heads, because fate and realm promotion, to their point, is already a matter of fate, and it is not something that can be decided deliberately. Thinking of this, they looked at Su Yang and Qin Shui with more and more satisfaction. On the stage, Su Qingyang said one last sentence. It's true, it's such a joy to have friends come from afar. In the Holy Land today, everyone has fun. Then Su Qingyang gave the amplifier stone to the master of ceremonies, and the cultivators in the audience also expressed their admiration and applauded, and there was also a young Tianzhao who expressed in public that he wanted to make friends with Su Qingyang after watching the ceremony. Su Qingyang nodded, obviously very good at how to deal with it. The master of ceremonies also looked a little surprised at the moment, surprised by Su Qingyang's talent cultivation base, but he has good professionalism, so he immediately put away his thoughts and continued to speak. The groom is invited to uncover the bride's head, and the bride is invited to give a speech. The master of ceremonies shouted hard. Su Qingyang watched countless eyes staring at him, and took a deep breath. He knows that the most important thing is coming. It is estimated that someone will not be able to stand it later. But it's okay, he predicted the day. Thinking of this, Su Qingyang turned his head and glanced at Lintian's position in the audience. Lintian's heart tightened. This trash Su Qingyang is looking at me. Definitely cheating. But Lintian is not a vegetarian. He doesn't believe that Su Qingyang would dare to smash his own wedding against Lintian in full view. It must be something else. But Lintian is not afraid of anything. He has never seen such a big storm. Don't panic. Even if he is surrounded, he can still get out of trouble. At this time, Zhang Wanyu on the table beside her also noticed Su Qingyang's gaze. I thought I was looking at myself. Brother Qingyang just saw me. Brother Qingyang must be interested in me. Heck, the fat old man was right. When Brother Qingyang said his oath to the bride, he never forgot to take a look at the servant's house. Hate. Zhang Wanyu smiled idiotically, feeling so happy that she was about to take off. In fact, she didn't know at all that Su Qingyang was not looking at him, but at Lintian. At the next moment, countless people present were attracted, and they were all curious about what kind of woman Su Qingyang, who is so talented, would marry now. Although the figure is absolutely top-notch, many male disciples who claim to be decent in their hearts can't bear to look directly at it, but more men have a kind of empathy, that is, they understand everything. Su Qingyang lifted the scarf decisively, and in the next second, Qin Shui's appearance appeared in everyone's eyes. Just like most people think. So beautiful. Countless people were amazed. Although they had expected it in their hearts, they still couldn't help admiring. I saw Qin Shui was just about to take the amplifying stone and start the oath. After a few seconds, one person lost his composure, slapped the table and stood up, stunned Lu Li beside him. And this operation also attracted the attention of people around, only to see that Lintian's expression was red. His expression was angry. The whole person is like dynamite being ignited. Mom, why are you here? Lintian sat at the frontmost seat of the guests and shouted loudly. At this time, the surroundings were full of young Tianzhao, and on the other side was the Holy Land sect elder. But they were all attracted by Lintian's loud voice, and they all looked sideways to wait and see. How did it happen? Who is this person? Why is the wife of the son of Yin and Yang called Niang? Yeah, what kind of plane? Do you want to recognize Yin and Yang's son as a godfather because of the outstanding talent? Yeah, I'm really speechless, I've been watching it wonderfully, what's going on? This person must have a brain problem. This fellow Taoist is right. I also feel that this person is a bit out of phase. Doesn't he know what the occasion is now? Even if he wants to recognize the son as his godfather, he is not called Mrs. Shengji, call me mother. Can't you just call me father? And this kind of thing should be done in private. I feel like I'm a fool who came from somewhere. That's right, he thinks he's the protagonist of the novel. He doesn't look at any occasions. And the realm is so low. How dare you jump? The surrounding audience was quite speechless, watching the excellent Yin and Yang son's big wedding. Why do they feel like they have cerebral palsy? Disaster. Do you think he is the protagonist of the novel? Still want to come out and slap Yin and Yang in the face? By the way, and why is this person's realm so low? At this time, the arrogant talents around Li were speechless in their hearts, and their expressions were quite exciting. Obviously they wanted to eat melons and watch a good show. I saw that Lintian heard the ridicule of countless people around him, thinking that he would recognize Su Qingyang as his godfather on the spot. I can't help but clenched my fists, and my heart is furious. At this moment, his disguise, his patience, can no longer hold back. Shut up, a bunch of trash, calling Lintian was so angry that he was about to go mad, his whole face turned red, and he immediately caught the people around him and scolded him. And the melon eaters who were still smiling just now were dumbfounded. Did they say something wrong? Just a few words of ridicule, why is this hare so angry? After Lintian's powerful momentum shocked the people around him. Jumped directly to the high platform. And those groomsmen and bridesmaids were also at a loss. Didn't expect this to happen. What's the matter? They looked at me and I looked at you, as if they didn't know what to do, and they wanted to take action to suppress this NT who didn't know where it came from. But at this time, before Su Qingyang responded, Qin Shui did it first. She never thought such a day would come. Although I haven't brought Lintian with me for long since I was a child. But Lintian is her child. Appearance, all aspects, she is deeply in mind. Although now that Lintian has grown up, his appearance is already different, but Qin Shui still recognized Lintian at a glance. God, how did you grow up so big? At this moment, Qin Shui's eyes and the thousands of words in his heart are not tasteful. But in the next second, I thought of something else. It's just, you shouldn't have met your mother here. There was a flash of struggle in Qin Shui's eyes. This kind of scene is tantamount to messing up. Turn the big wedding into a joke. What do other holy lands think? Yin and Yang is young, but married a woman who gave birth to a child. Qin Shui immediately wanted to be cruel and deny Lintian first, and apologize to him later. But there are people in the audience who are faster than her. This person is the sixth elder of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. Come here, take down this lunatic quickly. Where did you come from, the little fool? He trespassed on the son's wedding. You can't wait for me in Yin and Yang Holy Land to put in one's eyes. Six elders saw this disciple who didn't know where to do something. It's not good in my heart, but since it's all like this, I can only try my best to remedy it. As long as Lintian can be captured and said to be a lunatic, at least he will face the vat. All of a sudden, the six elders' words immediately attracted the attention of the bridesmaids and best men who are the incarnations of elite disciples. When I was still hesitating about how to face this scene, I happened to hear the command of six elders. So they don't even think about it. Get magic treasures straight out of the ring. Come straight to Lintian. And drink it in your mouth. Where did you come from, a shameless thief? You ruined the wedding of the Holy Son. This crime should be punished on the spot. Leading the elite male disciples, without a word, he would slash at Lintian when he lifted the long sword. At this moment, Lintian was in a state of extreme madness and rage. How can I bear my own realm and strength? Immediately activate the secret method, and don't care about anything. Stand with it. and the rest of the groomsmen and bridesmaids formed a siege. A preparation for Lintian not to run away. In their view, how much a small early stage can jump? Which of them is not a real late stage, return to origin, or even the elder of the immortal cave early stage sits down for true biography? How can you be afraid of Lintian? Not even with a beating. Let Lintian and the first disciple go head to head, and everyone else will watch. Even the audience in the audience are also eating melons. Hee, it's worth seeing. Don't tell me, Yin and Yang's son is getting married, and there is no scandal. Make a big joke. I will die laughing. Hee, the fellow Taoist was joking. I feel that this son took the opportunity to be funny, trying to win the eyes of the sons of Yin and Yang, and then worship him under his subordinates. I don't think so. It might be the illegitimate son of the holy son who was a dandy in his early years. I didn't expect to be so old. It's just strange, why did you have to kiss your mother first? Hey, that's not right. The son of Yin and Yang is only 19 years old. Even if he is a dude, an illegitimate child can only play soy sauce at best. The audience couldn't figure it out, they could only watch the battle on the stage. Holding the purple flame in his hand, Lintian exploded with all his strength, and transformed himself into a huge armor, just like a young god of war alive. Fight with the immortal cave realm late-stage true disciples on the opposite side. For a while, the two fought inseparably. But Lintian looked anxious. Anger hangs on your face. Thinking of my holiday with Su Qingyang. No need to guess what he thinks. This trash son is aimed at himself. No wonder he was seated so far ahead. He had already smelled a conspiracy. But he never expected it. Su Qingyang can do things so amazingly. Lintian drank in his mouth. Get ready to explode. Who told you to kidnap my mother? I saw that Lintian couldn't take down his opponent for a long time, and even he had to temporarily avoid the edge of the opponent's position and sword. Lintian was aggrieved and depressed. Heart under, ruthless. Immediately start to explode potential again. Just like before, the excitement and experience or even worse. My heart was shocked. Potential explosion. I saw that Lintian's face was pale at first, and then suddenly turned red. The next moment, Lintian came from the real early stage realm to the middle stage, only one step away from the late stage. But that's enough. With Lintian's strength, the leapfrog battle can be described as easy, almost instantly. Lintian felt that his body was full of strength. And when he looked at the real late stage opponent, it felt as if the opponent's movements were in slow motion. Die to me. I saw Lintian throwing the purple fire in his hand, it turned into a monstrous heat wave, and rushed towards that true disciple. The latter didn't have time to react. If he got hit by this trick, he would probably be seriously injured or die. Fortunately, the immortal cave early stage true pass of Luan Array next to him waved a spirit power defense to block Lintian's fatal blow to the opponent. And this immortal cave true biography did not forget to praise. Good boy, a half-grown young man. The real early stage and late stage are not weak. The secret method of explosion is even a leapfrog instant kill. This level of combat power is like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Tell me, which mountain sect disciple are you, and who is your last name? I am happy to say it, and I will spare you my death. But for injuring my disciples from the Holy Land and disrupting the wedding of the Holy Sun, there is no escaping the crime. The true biography of the immortal cave realm obviously shows the intention of cherishing talents, and even if this kind of crime is serious, it is impossible to kill Lintian in front of countless audiences. And now it's a wedding, and it's not suitable to see blood. No matter which direction it's in, it's not suitable. But Lintian on the other side was furious. The attitude of that immortal cave true biography, just like watching a junior in a senior, makes him unhappy. This is belittling him. Moreover, he has to take his mother and flee here quickly. Especially that man named Su Qingyang. It is not suitable for Lintian to be his enemy now. Still need to develop obscenely. Die to me. You don't deserve to know my name, Lintian. Lin Tianxia roared unconsciously, completely oblivious to what he said. On the other hand, the disciple's eyes were fixed. Lintian, I always feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Just when Lintian saw that his opponent was strong and was about to continue to explode the secret technique, a voice interrupted them. My God, don't fight anymore. Su Qingyang came over in person, waved his hand, and a powerful spirit power airflow directly restrained Lintian and made him unable to move at all. I can only fall to the ground like a rice dumpling, glaring at Su Qingyang. Keep swearing, Su Qingyang, you rubbish, you give back my mother bed. You can't get my hands on my mother. Of course Su Qingyang would not ignore him, and after subduing Lintian by raising his hand, he looked tenderly at Qin Shui, who was at the side under the admiring eyes of the best man and bridesmaids. Qin Shui's eye rims were a little rosy, and she was moved and angry at the same time. Let her not know how to face Lintian and Su Qingyang. One is the husband, and the other is the former child. At this time, Su Qingyang spoke. Shui, this is the surprise I gave you. How about it? You are satisfied. It's just that my husband never thought that Tian'er would appear on stage at this time. It's embarrassing for you. Su Qingyang comforts Qin Shui gently. After all, Qin Shui's heart must be extremely complicated now, and she doesn't know how to face this situation. But she is also a sensible woman. Husband, it's my fault. Shui has caused you trouble. Well, it doesn't matter. Su Qingyang opened his mouth to respond, but Lintian could only grit his teeth and was tied to the ground by the spiritual qi rope like a reptile. Zong scolded. Su Qingyang, you have to die. You tricked my mother into marrying you. My mother must have been deceived by you, a treacherous and evil person. Mother, please ignore that useless holy son. Bad man, villain, you must not be fooled by him. Su Qingyang, untie me if you have the guts. I'll let you taste the power of my Lintian. Lintian is struggling, but he is not strong enough in realm. Even if he has a super talent and potential, he can't use it in the slightest. At this moment, Qin Shui was very touched by Su Qingyang's comforting her, and felt that Su Qingyang was really kind to her. So good that she feels guilty. Obviously had a baby. Su Qingyang let go of the past. Now find Lintian. Only, Qin Shui turned her head to look at Lintian, who was rolling on the ground, with a complicated expression. But when she heard the swear words in Lintian's mouth, she frowned. First, let me reprimand you. My God, you are getting old now. How can you be so full of bad words that you don't learn well? How did your mother teach you back then? You forgot. Mother, don't be fooled by that useless holy son. He is a villain, a bad person. Don't be fooled. Mother, don't you even believe Tian'er? Lintian shouted angrily, constantly reprimanding Su Qingyang for his bad behavior. Qin Shui was annoyed after hearing this. I sigh in my heart, the child born this time is really far behind in comparison. Not as sensible as little brother Su Bai. Su Bai is so young, he won't cause any trouble for her and Su Qingyang. Besides, cheat, we have been together day and night for 2 years. Su Qingyang never lied to her. She has never had such a happy life. A rich wife, she has no worries about food and clothing, and someone loves her. Embark on the road of cultivating immortals and live a long life. It's as beautiful as it can be. This is the life that Qin Shui never dared to hope for. It's just that she didn't expect it. I just saw the surprise that Su Qingyang prepared for me. The once-born boy Lintian. But so ignorant. Not only do not call stepfather. And call your husband trash. It's time to teach him a lesson. Next second, snapped. A loud sound spread throughout the quiet holy place. The audience was dumbfounded. Watch and watch. I saw Lintian fighting with the best man. One bite one girl. Then I saw that Lintian's combat power was extremely strong, and then he broke out to kill the opponent in seconds, but was killed in seconds by yin and yang. Feels extremely silky and dramatic. They all thought this brat was a ruthless guy. It turned out so delicious. Mom, you hit me. Lintian's voice trembled a little. This is still the one who treated him well and taught him to be a good person. Do you want to be serious about life, or will you become the mother of an excellent cultivator in the future? Why did mother beat him? Qin Shui slapped her down. Lintian was stunned. Hit you. If you don't kill me, you deserve it. Qin Shui slapped the other face on the left side again. In fact, Qin Shui's heart ached. After 2 slaps, Qin Shui spoke with a sad face. Look at you. God, what have you become now? You are in front of mother. What do you call your stepfather? What is the name of mother's husband? Is mother also a trash? Qin Shui even felt tears in her eyes. Although she lived happily in the past 2 years, she was thinking about Lintian all the time. After all, she was the first child ever born. She always remembers it. Even Su Qingyang knows it. Quote. Lintian murmured, his expression was a little confused by the battering. I do not know what to say. Qin Shui continued to speak. Do you know how my mother has lived these 2 years? How did my mother live 2 years ago? Why do you have the heart to scold your stepfather like this? Scold your mother's son and husband. Qin Shui looked sad and wanted to slap her again, but was held back by Su Qingyang. Shui, stop beating, Tian'er is still young and ignorant. You keep beating, he will be rebellious from now on. Su Qingyang wiped away Qin Shui's tears. But Lintian didn't understand the situation at first. As soon as I saw Su Qingyang approaching, and Qin Shuiing me, immediately, anger rose in his eyes. Only he really understands Su Qingyang's personality. At least, when Su Qingyang snatched his master's iron, Lintian felt it. Su Qingyang is not a nice person. Just a hypocrite. Mother must have been deceived by him. Yes, it's this good-for-nothing holy son. Give mother a ecstasy soup. I was stunned for a moment. Now even I am hitting. Lintian was furious in his heart. He immediately felt that he was right. Really, mother is cheated. Be aware here. Lintian hated Su Qingyang's eyes extremely, and wished he could kill him soon. Su Qingyang, you trash. You wait for me, Lintian. As long as I, Lintian, live. One day, I want you to die. You can't go to the underworld if you die. Living is more painful than the underworld. Exclamation mark. Quote. Lintian cursed Su Qingyang fiercely, with obscenities in his mouth. Let Qin Shui, who was on the side, look at him with an expression of disbelief. She raised her hand, just wanting to slap her down. Then Su Qingyang hugged Qin Shui tightly, under Lintian's murderous eyes. Shui, you're like this again. Listen to my husband, it's wrong to hit Tian'er like this. Tian'er will understand us in the future. But, husband, Shui doesn't like to see you being scolded. Even Tian'er can't do it. He's too ignorant, he's so unruly. Qin Shui looked at Su Qingyang, who cared about her and was very touched, but looked at Lintian and was extremely disappointed. He didn't understand what Tian'er had experienced in these years. That's why he became a person with such a bad character and words. Mother, don't listen to the nonsense of this useless holy son. He is deceiving you. You must have been deceived by him. Mother, don't you even know Tian'er? Shut up. Qin Shui couldn't bear it anymore, wanted to move, but was hugged by Su Qingyang, and was kissed when she wanted to speak, so she could only whine, and her expression calmed down after a while. Su Qingyang let go of him and spoke solemnly. Shui, let your husband deal with this. Calm down, I'm here. Qin Shui's expression was a little sad. She was so beautiful and happy, but everything broke when Lintian appeared. She didn't even dare to look down the stage. What did those cultivator viewers think of her? The most important is, she cares about Su Qingyang. Care about what other people think of Su Qingyang. Could it be that I heard others mention the Yin and Yang sons in the future? That's right, it's the son of Yin and Yang who married a woman who gave birth to a child. Oh, I heard that he got married and invited a lot of people, and there was a lot of trouble, hee. Qin Shui lowered her head. Lintian's face flushed with anger, and he kept cursing in his heart and mouth. Su Qingyang didn't like him. It is directly a masking sound formation covering him, no matter what he is called. Su Qingyang picked up the amplifying stone in his hand and told the audience. I was very sorry just now, I made all the fellow Taoist seniors laugh at me. Here, I, son of Yin and Yang, would like to express my apologies to everyone. Su Qingyang first bowed down politely to apologize, although this is their own business. But first of all, apologizing can also change people's impression of him. After all, I will mention it later, Yin and Yang sons have a good character and upbringing. The audience looked silent, but Su Qingyang continued to speak. You all saw it just now, I'm really sorry, I didn't explain it to you in advance, but from today onwards, this is my son Lintian, the stepson of my son Yin and Yang. He was the wife's child, but the wife was single very early, and now he meets me. 2 years long. When it comes to stepson, Lintian can hear outside voices in the shielding array, and his body trembles violently. Obviously, the killing intent has touched a nerve. Eye sockets are bloodshot. Since what has happened here, I hope everyone can take care of me and my wife's face as much as possible. After the wedding, all cultivators can go to the auditorium to receive a true essence fruit. It will be of great benefit to young cultivators after absorbing it. Even seniors with strong cultivation base can take it home and give it to their juniors, which will be of great help to their future cultivation. In Qin Shui's distressed eyes, with a big wave of Su Qingyang's hand, he was full of arrogance and directly lost his money and picked up his face. And many disciples exclaimed when they heard it. True essence fruit. This is an extremely precious cultivation resource. Unexpectedly, the sons of Yin and Yang are so generous, and each of them has one. Son of Yin and Yang, you are welcome. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. It is worth not mentioning the past in the world of mortals. Yes, yes, Yin and Yang's holy son Fengshan is handsome, and the road ahead is smooth for all you to cultivate. Numerous big and small sects, or Tianzhao also responded, and it was obvious that the fruit given by Su Qingyang was extremely extraordinary. Seeing that the effect was good, Su Qingyang smiled. Well, Qingyang is here to thank everyone in advance. Let's continue with the wedding. Su Qingyang gestured to the master of ceremonies. The master of ceremonies saw the son. Su Qingyang nodded, put away the amplifying stone and continued the wedding. On this sunny day, Yin and Yang's son and Mrs. Shengji tied the knot and entered the wedding together hand in hand. After that, we will enter the last link of our son's wedding. 3 questions about marriage. 1 question to parents and elders. Here, I would like to ask Yin and Yang Saint Lord, are you willing to recognize Qin Shui as your daughter-in-law and treat her like your own daughter? The master of ceremonies gave the sound amplifier stone to Su Chengwu, but Su Chengwu didn't answer it, and directly used his own powerful strength to spread the sound to the ears of the people watching the ceremony in the Holy Land. Yes, Xiao Shui is a good wife. She and my nephew Su Qingyang love each other and have a very good relationship. She is a good woman who can stay with Qingyang forever. I am very happy to see the two of them get married and spend a long cultivator life together. The master of ceremonies heard Yin and Yang Saint Lord Su Chengwu's affirmative answer, picked up the loudspeaker stone with a smile on his face and continued to speak. Very good. Our Yin and Yang Saint Lord's answer is very affirmative, expressing that he is happy to let Qin Shui and Yin and Yang's son Su Qingyang form a Tao companion and spend their lives together. Then our second question is whether the husband and wife are willing to enter into marriage and become a harmonious and loving couple. The master of ceremonies handed the amplifier stone to Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang took over the amplified Shiguo break the mouth. He faced Qin Shui, looked at her affectionately, and spoke slowly. Shui, I have known you for 2 years, and you have really changed a lot. At first, I thought you were just an ordinary female servant, but after 2 years, you practiced diligently, and your own strength has directly caught up with the true disciples. Not only that, but you also worked hard to be a good wife and woman by my side, learning all kinds of skills that the wife of the Son of God did not need to learn. I admire you for your hard work and progressive spirit. Here, I represent the Holy Son of Yin and Yang. Also on behalf of myself, I ask you for the identity of Su Qingyang. Qin Shui, will you marry me? Su Qingyang's eyes were affectionate, and his heart was a little pumped, which was also his first experience. There are thousands of cultivators watching, don't be nervous, it's fake. It has nothing to do with realm strength, pure inexperience. But Su Qingyang is still very polite. After asking this question, he was very serious and told about the past. Su Qingyang handed the amplifier stone to Qin Shui. I saw Qin Shui also focused her eyes, staring at Su Qingyang earnestly, as if she wanted to engrave his handsome face into her own mind. Except for one person present, that was Lintian, lying in the formation. Yazi was about to burst, his eyes were bloodshot. If anyone can see his eyes, they will be able to read it. Mother, don't marry that scum. That's him, he's a big liar, there are women out there. He lied to you. Mother, you are pushing yourself into the abyss. Trash Su Qingyang, I, Lintian, will never live with you in this life. Lintian kept jumping around like a bound reptile. But it didn't help, no one in the room would pay attention to him. If there is, it is Mr. Ring Wu in his mind. I saw Mr. Wu witness the whole process. Looking at it now, he also sighed that this Su Qingyang is really a ruthless person. He turned his head and took away Lintian's woman, and even married the kid's mother. Mr. Wu, boy, I advise you not to go on like this. Ask me to be your teacher. I will borrow your strength for my teacher, and I will take you out. From now on, go far away. Experience outside and become stronger. Then come back to collect blood debts, just kill this holy son. Why are you doing this? Lintian was angry and felt powerless, he didn't know what to do. Is it really going to be like the previous life? Follow the old path again, apprentice to Mr. Wu again, and develop slowly like this. Lintian had 10,000 reluctances in his heart. But he couldn't help but start thinking. People's desire to survive is often very strong. His confidence, his pride, all were beaten to pieces by Su Qingyang. If you don't take revenge and blood hatred, Lintian felt as if he was dead. Then he must have been pissed off by Su Qingyang, a traitor. Lintian's anger, Lintian's pain, who can understand? His heart at the moment is exhausted. He could only watch his mother Qin Shui helplessly. At this time, Qin Shui's eyes were gentle and focused, admiring Su Qingyang, and began to say what Lintian didn't want to hear the most. Husband, I still remember that we just met. At that time, I didn't know your feelings for me. You said, let me call you Xiaoyang, and you call me Sister Shui. I originally refused. Qin Shui has a root disease of the soul since she was a child, which is extremely difficult to get rid of. It recurs every 3 days. During the period, the pain is so painful that her whole body is in pain like being torn. I have endured this kind of life for more than 30 years. Up to now, Qin Shui still remembers the experience of that year, as if it is just in front of her eyes. She will never forget how hard and unbearable life was. A Qin Shui like this can't even work like a normal person. Not to mention that she doesn't come from a famous family, and she doesn't even have a cultivator among her relatives. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Shui's life is difficult, running around for work, looking for things, and enduring other people's inhuman eyes. She even has to change her appearance in order to live a stable life. Su Qingyang looked at Qin Shui. Her eyes were moist, recalling how difficult life was. Even Lintian, who was on the side, was silent and didn't speak, listening to his mother tell her story. After all, Lintian got separated when he was very young. He didn't know how his mother got here. Su Qingyang looked at Qin Shui, and to be honest, a woman like her with beauty and figure, if she didn't have a strong background, would be a kind of the underworld in the fantasy world. Unless you can go to a good family with the conditions, or become a powerful female cultivator, you will not be able to live freely in your life. If it wasn't for Su Qingyang's nonsense writing of this setting in her previous life, a woman like Qin Shui would be impossible to find even with a lantern in the daytime. Not to mention she wouldn't exist. Until by chance, Qin Shui met an old man who was a fortune teller. The old man pointed in a direction and said that there was a sacred place for cultivators called Yin and Yang Holy Land. As long as Qin Shui went there, he would definitely be able to find things in it, encounter precious things. Qin Shui always thought that that thing was the treasure of the Holy Land that could heal the soul. Qin Shui went through all kinds of difficulties for this, and finally came to the Yin and Yang Holy Land, and successfully joined the disciple of the Holy Sun as an attendant. At this time, after years of devastation, Qin Shui is already 36 years old, which can be said to be the age of aging among mortals, and her health is getting worse day by day. Speaking of this, there were faint tears in Qin Shui's eyes. Su Qingyang wiped it for her, listening quietly. The audience, including the audience, also listened attentively. After all, there has been a saying of 8 trigrams since ancient times, and then it evolved into the later people who eat melons. It is human nature to watch the excitement, or to watch other people tell stories. I never thought that all of this is just Qin Shui's own guess. In fact, the real precious thing is you, the son of Yin and Yang. My husband once deeply loved the saint, but Qin Shui later found out that my husband tell Qin Shui. Actually, the moment my husband met me, he already had feelings for Qin Shui. At first, Qin Shui wanted to refuse. What's more, Qin Shui once had a child, this son Lintian. My husband is tolerant and tolerant. Everything, after hearing it, is even more indifferent. Not only do I not care about these things, but I went to the hands of Uncle Saint Lord to find the precious things that can heal the spirit and soul, so as to get rid of the root cause of Qin Shui-Yang's disease. After that, he took care of Qin Shui every day. Qin Shui asked herself, what virtue can I do? Qin Shui has always felt that she is not worthy of Tianjin. But the holy son and husband, every time he taught Qin Shui with righteous words, people can work hard and change. What's more, the husband said that he will always stand by Qin Shui's side. Qin Shui's eyes are red and moist, which shows how hard her early life was. By the time she comes to Yin and Yang Holy Land, she will be 36 years old. And it was just a mortal back then. My husband took Qin Shui to practice, taught me how to practice, and even took care of Qin Shui every day. If Qin Shui lives up to my husband's expectations, she can go from being a 10th mortal to becoming a real person within 2 years. Countless cultivators in the audience were shocked. After 2 years of cultivating as adults, they stepped into the late stage of transformation. What kind of concept is this? Comparable to a heavenly genius, close to the aptitude of a saint from all over the world. Originally, they listened with great interest, thinking that this Qin Shui was just an ordinary person. I didn't expect that TM is also a genius. All of a sudden, many people couldn't sit still. It turns out that the son of Yin and Yang is not a rebellion against gender, nor is he a son who only knows how to raise vases. He really has vision and strength. Not only is he strong himself, married to a wife, talent is so high. Newbie, this fellow Taoist's analysis is so good. This Yin and Yang son is really amazing. Quote. The audience in the audience whispered to each other, obviously very Jing Qin Xiao also has such a talent. And Qin Shui also continued to speak. Qin Shui is very happy to meet the holy son and husband. I have embarked on the journey of cultivation. My husband often teaches me. Age is just a number. As long as the heart is not old, you will be young forever. Qin Shui's last worry has been dispelled. It's a very happy thing for Qin Shui to meet her husband. Qin Shui's life in the past 2 years, no one knows better than Qin Shui. How free, how comfortable, and how to learn various skills. Husband, I am willing. Qin Shui also hopes to be a good wife for the son to visit. In this life, I, Qin Shui, only know you. Boom. In an instant, the audience applauded. After Qin Shui finished speaking, Su Qingyang and Qin Shui looked at each other affectionately and kissed. The audience in the audience applauded enthusiastically, obviously admiring the sincere and deep feelings of Su Qingyang and Qin Shui. After all, the relationship between Su Qingyang and Qin Shui is so good, there are not many pure Dao companions. Now countless audiences present have seen and heard it, and it is estimated that they will not forget it for a long time. Even my mind is floating, whether I should also find such an idea. Su Qingyang put his arms around Qin Shui's waist, and the two kissed at the end. Looking at Qin Shui, who had a ruddy complexion and sparkling eyes, they looked at each other and smiled. No words are worth 1,000 words. Afterwards, Qin Shui handed the amplifying stone to the master of ceremonies. After the master of ceremonies took over, he began to give a speech enthusiastically. With a smile on his face, it is obvious that he greatly recognizes the feelings of these two talented men and beautiful women. Okay, the second questioning session of the two beauties has also been agreed by both parties, and everyone has seen it. The relationship between our Yin and Yang son and Mrs. Shengji is as strong as gold. Here, I will start with I wish the 200 years a good cooperation. Then next, the third question, ask all the sentient beings in the world, all fellow Taoists here, the relationship between husband and wife is so good. If anyone disagrees that Yin and Yang's son and his wife, Qin Shui, are married, 100 years is a good match, love and love, forever. Please raise your hands, or stand up and respond. 0. This question is actually just a formality. Where will someone raise their hand, or get up to respond, is that a smashing scene? Then don't even think about leaving Yin and Yang Holy Land. And those of them who came to watch the ceremony, of course they all came to drink wedding wine. If you have to say that someone disagrees, that's Lintian from the sound blocking formation. Lintian is like a bound caterpillar, jumping up and down. But just didn't pay attention to him. He is silent too. Swearing, you won't be heard. I could only watch and listen to the sounds outside, and saw the smiles of Su Qingyang and Mother Qin Shui, looking at the happy expressions of countless people in the audience. At this moment, Lintian hated Su Qingyang extremely. In his opinion, what Mother Qin Shui said is bullshit. It's so real, it's inspiring. But only Lintian thinks that he is the one who knows Su Qingyang's hidden heart best. Su Qingyang's hypocrisy and deceit are just like pouring my mother into ecstasy soup, just to deal with him. Lintian didn't know why, anyway, he just felt it. Su Qingyang doesn't deal with himself. Su Qingyang is a treacherous and evil person. Mother Qin Shui shouldn't have believed him. Su Qingyang is a pure liar. Lied to everyone. Lintian couldn't do anything. He was so angry that he vomited blood, and even fell into a coma. The master of ceremonies waited for about 20 seconds, and saw that everyone present was silent and watched with smiles. He spoke happily. That's good. There is no objection to this third question. From then on, I declare that on behalf of everyone, Yin and Yang Holy Land, and fellow Taoists present, from now on, Su Qingyang, son of Yin and Yang, he and his wife, Qin Shui, stand as husband and wife, love each other, protect each other sincerely, and the world can learn from each other. I hope the two of you will have a good relationship from now on 10,000 years, and spend this magnificent life together. This is the end of the wedding. Holy Land disciplines please serve. After finishing speaking, the master of ceremonies put away the amplifying stone, and then a group of elite disciples came to tidy up the wedding stage. Su Qingyang and the Saint Lord Elder also all stepped down, found the empty table in the middle and sat down, waiting for the Holy Land disciples to start serving the banquet dishes. And after being busy for so long, everyone has eaten melons, seen wonderful feelings and stories, and also seen the wedding of handsome men and beautiful women. It can be said that this trip has no regrets. After all, the viewing is really in place. The words of Saint Lord Su Chengwu are grand. The performance is vivid. There was only one person present, who was almost forgotten on stage by everyone. That is Lintian. Lintian yelled and roared inside the formation, but he was helpless. He could only watch his own mother, Qin Shui, embrace her enemy Su Qingyang. His face was full of happiness and joy. Obviously he was extremely satisfied with this wedding. I don't agree. Trash Su Qingyang. Daddy Lintian will kill you sooner or later. Lintian's lungs were about to explode. But he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Wow, mother, it's so rich. This dish. After the dishes were served, Qin Shui sat next to him on the big table in the middle, and Xiao Subai was beside him. He was almost 3 years old at this time, and he spoke very fluently. Shall Bai eat more and grow taller in the future? Qin Shui touched Xiao Subai's head to express her intimacy. On the other side, in the stands, everyone packed up their things, only the last one left. That's Lintian in the formation. He was locked inside. Su Qingyang didn't use spirit power to tie him up. But now, it's time to eat and the stands are closed, so what about the remaining Lintian? Lord Shengji, don't let Lintian go. If it wasn't for the wise master Shengji, Lintian would have messed up the wedding of Shengji today. Yes, Master Shengji, don't be kind and kind, let this yellow-mouthed child go. Also, Holy Son, look at him, he is glaring at you now. It looks like he will never change. In our opinion, he should be dispatched to the back mountain and let him go to explore coal to experience the suffering of the world. Around the Yin and Yang Holy Land elder or disciples are talking a lot, telling Su Qingyang not to let Lintian go, or he will run amok in the future. Su Qingyang is ashamed. These elders are really ignorant. As a male protagonist, can he survive without doing anything? Can you become stronger without doing anything? Of course not. The male protagonist is like a little strong. He keeps making troubles, keeps surviving in desperate situations, and finally develops into a big boss. And don't know which elder bullshit. Assign Lin Tianfa to the back mountain to dig coal. Su Qingyang was taken aback. Lin Tianfa is the male protagonist. Even though he is firmly suppressing him now. That's because Su Qingyang is watching Lin Tian's every move. Take away his chances. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Su Qingyang to marry Qin Shui smoothly now? It is estimated that the scene has been turned upside down by Lintian. So what the elder said was bullshit. Sending Lintian to dig coal is the same as Lintian jumping off a cliff. Maybe, Lintian will find the treasure after digging. Untie Tian'er. Su Qingyang spoke, and the elders resisted fiercely. But Master Shengji, this son of Lintian. Don't say any more. My son said, you have to remember that from today on, Lintian is my stepson, Su Qingyang, and none of you are allowed to be so rude. Ah, that's fine, my lord's son. The elders looked helpless. They didn't expect the sons of Yin and Yang to be so partial to Lintian. They could only glare at Lintian, and they couldn't do anything. Lintian was very angry at first, but at this moment, seeing these elders, the audience laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, I just messed up the wedding, what can you do with me, Lintian? Lintian's attitude was extremely arrogant. But the next moment, snapped. Su Qingyang mentioned him as soon as he came up, and incited Lintian to slap him, making Lintian look confused, and making the elder disciples next to him also look puzzled. I saw that Su Qingyang was a bit rude and educated. Tian'er, how can you treat the elder of the Holy Land like this? You have to understand the dignity. Besides, it's your fault first. Hurry up and eat. Su Qingyang's sharp words seemed to be a real father educating his son. After Lintian was beaten, his face turned purple like a pig's liver, and he was furious. Su Qingyang, you, what the hell did you call me? How dare you hit me? My God, what's wrong? My God, didn't I tell you just now? Your mother, Qin Shui, and I really love each other. From now on, you have to listen to my stepfather. You, Lintian is in a hurry. This trash Su Qingyang takes one bite at a time, really don't want him to put Lintian in one's eyes. Lintian is going to explode. Let's go, let's eat with my father. Let all the elders laugh. If you are disobedient, my father doesn't mind giving you another slap. And the surrounding elders couldn't say anything when they saw Su Qingyang solve the family affairs by himself. But the chat will still happen. Hey, Master Shengji is really tolerant. A stepson Lintian who slanders his own so much, Master Shengji can tolerate it. Yes, yes, what the elder said is that the Holy Son is so kind and loving. At first I was worried that the Holy Son was too tolerant of Lintian. I didn't expect that the Holy Son would educate the children and would not give Lintian's chance to escape. Yeah, as long as there is Lord Shengji, I will feel at ease. I guess Lintian's son and stepson don't dare to play tricks. Elders, what you said, what I said, directly made Lintian vomit blood, and it felt as if everyone was saying that he was bad. He also said how good Su Qingyang is. The point is still the stepson. Lintian can't mix it up. But it's all because of this trash called Su Qingyang. Lintian was so angry that he went mad, but he couldn't move, because Su Qingyang just looked at him with calm eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Lintian didn't want to suffer, so he could only swallow his anger. That's all. Lintian was directly dragged on the ground by Su Qingyang whether it was intentional or unintentional, and pulled to the table seat of Qin Shui and Xiao Su Bai. Su Qingyang spoke first, ignoring Lintian's wretched reptile dragging on the ground. Xiao Bai, this is your brother from now on, his name is Lintian. Shui, I'm here, my husband brought Tian'er here. After saying that, Su Qingyang, as if, remembered the guilty expression just now, and loosened Lintian who was dragged on the ground. Lintian's bad, since he was a child, or in his previous life, he has never suffered such humiliation. In front of his mother, Qin Shui, Su Qingyang dragged her to the ground like a garbage dead dog to eat. It's just that he doesn't treat Lintian as a human being. But soon Lin Tianxin was attracted by another matter. It was the little boy that Su Qingyang mentioned just now sitting beside Qin Shui. Noob, Lintian didn't dare to imagine, he seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't dare to think deeply, for fear of pain in his heart. Lintian's voice trembled, looking at Qin Shui. Mother, this. Regardless of his own embarrassment, Lintian pointed at the 3-year-old little Su Bai who was drinking milk from a bowl with a trembling expression. Xiao Su Bai looked puzzled, showing her clean teeth. Hey, brother Lintian, what's wrong with you? Mother, brother Lintian is so ugly, why is he so disgraced? It is said that children's words are innocent. Lintian was so depressed that he vomited blood and got internal injuries. He looks like this now, doesn't it mean that th is a good thing that dad did? I heard Xiao Su Bai call Qin Shuiniang, kiss. Lintian can't imagine. Suddenly he understood. This is the newborn child of his mother Qin Shui and Su Qingyang. It's all so big. It seems that the trash Su Qingyang had been having it with his mother probably 2 years ago. Lintian was so aggrieved that he didn't even know what to say. His expression was a little numb, and he sat in a daze, looking lost. And everyone at this table ignored him. Start eating by yourself. Look at the delicious food on the table. Sanhua Qinglong, burnt shrimp, dull pork, big goose leg, ostrich egg, crispy chicken, golden pepper dragon fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried greens, mountain keel soup. Su Qingyang silently praised the chef in his heart. This dish is really good. There are 18 dishes, all of which are not heavy. There are soups, vegetables, and meat. 3 flowers Qinglong, the main 5 characters are clear, the 3 flowers are also light in color, blue, white and blue, and Qinglong is also light blue in color, the flesh is like crystal, and it looks like a rain that melts in the mouth. Burnt skin shrimp, just a word, burnt, the outside is crispy and roasted until red, 1 step closer to burnt, the color is not good enough, and the taste is not perfect. Su Qingyang took a chopstick to taste it, it was really good. It was like eating a mouthful of volcanic rock feel. Crunchy, hard, but great to chew. The meat is very bouncy. The leftover spirit pork feels delicate and oily, and the big goose leg has a lot of meat, which tastes smooth and smooth. I want to have another bite. After that, the crispy chicken, arowana, pork ribs, green vegetables, soup, all of them are delicious. In the words of a cultivator, even if you are an ordinary cultivator, if you want to eat this delicious recipe once in a while, you have to see if your own pocket is enough return to origin. It's hard to find such delicious food in normal times. What's more, the chefs who make this dish are obviously at the top level of the Xuantian continent. The taste is far better than ordinary. But at this time, Lintian, who was absent-minded, began to be bewitched by Mr. Ring Wu in his mind. Old Wu, boy, even the old man can't bear to see what happened to you. Lintian, you are still not a man, if you are a man, you should kill him, Su Qingyang. How about Hoshan Great Saint as a teacher? As a teacher to teach you how to practice. Guaranteed to catch up with that holy sun soon. Mr. Wu, don't be obsessed with it. Look at how hot, happy, and ambiguous your mother Qin Shui was talking with that holy son Su Qingyang. As Qin Shui's first child, you can bear this pain. Boy, wake up. Lintian was stunned, not knowing what expression to make. And Su Qingyang is sure that chatting with Qin Shui makes you laugh and laugh, picks up food for each other, and the relationship is so good that it is enviable. And Xiao Su Bai also eats sensibly on the side without talking, otherwise he just drinks the milk from the bowl. Obviously, it was the dishes on the table that made him eat with relish, and he didn't even want to say a word. Mr. Wu, boy, wake up, you won't be so beaten by that useless holy son that you will lose your sanity. That old man will die unjustly. I'm still waiting for someone to resurrect my body. Boy. Old Wu, boy, do you just want to be breathless under this trash Su Qingyang for the rest of your life? Be laughed at by others all your life and become Su Qingyang's stepson? Or do you want to look at your mother and continue to give the useless holy son gave birth to a second, third, or fourth child, tisk, this? Mr. Wu chattered endlessly. Finally, when he said that Qin Shui was going to give Su Qingyang another child, there was a gleam in Lintian's eyes. With sanity, come back to God. Bewildered, Lintian, how is it possible? How can I let my mother stay by the trash Su Qingyang's side for the rest of my life? Give him a baby. Impossible. Absolutely not. Let the mother continue to give birth to the trash Su Qingyang. Lintian reacted. There is no point in being decadent and escaping. Now that it's settled, the best way is to change quickly and work hard to remedy. The more Lintian resented Su Qingyang in his heart, the calmer his expression became. Don't reveal your own inner thoughts. Pretending to be aloof, he quietly started picking up vegetables and eating. While eating, he did not forget to think. While angry, it's stupid to lose your mind. More angry, he needs to be calmer. Fight back against Su Qingyang. Press Su Qingyang to the ground and beat him. Lintian doesn't want to go on like this anymore. He suddenly felt that it might be wrong for him to go alone. Looks like I'll have to find another way. Lintian, old man. If I agree to worship you as my teacher, what good will it do me? Can it improve my strength immediately? If not, I have to think about it. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Even if Lintian is an apprentice, his attitude is cold and arrogant, and he doesn't care about the feelings of the elders at all. But after all, Mr. Wu had something to ask of Lintian, so he had no choice but to endure it. Mr. Wu, it's not bad if other people's apprentices don't send apprenticeship gifts. Leave it alone. You not only have to collect money. If you want to come over, immediately improve your own strength. Don't think too much. Lintian, old man, it's no good. I ask you to be my teacher with a hammer. Old Wu, but I can help you become stronger. I will teach you how to become stronger quickly, and you can even become a saint in the future. Become a very powerful big shot. Lintian, don't make cakes for me, I won't follow your example. Let's be practical. Old man, I'm going to ask you to give me benefits, and it will help me improve my realm's strength, so I'll take you as my teacher. Old Wu. Now, it's Mr. Wu's turn to be speechless. He really doesn't know how to describe Lintian or own embarrassment. But he desperately wants an apprentice. Can listen to him obediently. It will be more convenient for him to resurrect his body later, so it will be very prosperous. But this boy Lintian is not on the road. You have to give benefits first, you have to upgrade realm before you are willing. This is a loss-making business. But Mr. Wu is uncomfortable. So what? Otherwise, Lintian would not care about him. If he can stay in the ring until Lintian dies of old age, unless there is a next successor, he will be buried underground with Lintian. In the end, Mr. Ring Wu gritted his teeth. Old Wu, I can lend you strength now, and take you away from the yin and yang holy land, away from this holy sun. Then I will teach you to practice outside and become stronger quickly. When Lintian heard it, he analyzed it in his heart. This is indeed a good way. Now under the rule of Su Qingyang. Especially today Su Qingyang said to Yin and Yang that Lintian is his stepson. It is estimated that in the future, Lintian will not be able to lift his head if he wants to improve himself. Not to mention how to fight to upgrade the realm. Don't even think about it. For now, the only way is to go out and go through this direction. But Lintian didn't want to leave his mother Qin Shui here alone. Otherwise, he would never even try to save Qin Shui in his life. Suddenly, Lintian saw Yin and Yang Saint Lord Su Chengwu sitting at the head of the table, and shook his head again. No matter how strong Mr. Wu is, he probably won't be the opponent of this Yin and Yang Saint Lord during his lifetime. Lintian was irritable. I can't get out with my mother. I don't want to leave alone. TM, Su Qingyang, why do you always target me, Lintian? Do I have any grudges against you? Lintian vomited blood in his heart, and he couldn't do anything. It was more aggrieved than killing him. If Su Qingyang knew what Lintian was thinking, he would probably complain about it. It's not that I have any grudges against you, but that we were born enemies. As the hero, as long as you live, the first one will kill me. This is the karma of the fantasy world, you and I should avoid it. At this time, everyone was eating, and it was a little quiet. Qin Shui finally spoke. The goal was to talk to Lintian. It's just that what she said made Lintian feel angry. Tianer, the son of heaven treats people very well, why do you disapprove of him so much? Could it be that there is something that you are hiding from mother? He's such a fart, Lintian blurted out, but immediately shut his mouth again, because even his mother Qin Shui and Xiao Su by sitting on the table had the same realm strength as Lintian. In the middle stage of a mortal cave, the rest, which realm will not crush him? Even if Lintian pretends, it depends on the occasion. Especially Saint Lord Su Chengwu is at the top. Su Chengwu's face was also very ugly. He also just found out that his nephew actually married a second marriage. This actually has a face. But thinking that Qin Shuiren is not bad, and the two are in love, he can't say much. It's just that I can't help being a little surprised. At this time, Lintian jumped like this again. Su Chengwu was about to beat him up. Unconsciously, a strong coercion slowly gathered between the tables, mainly aimed at Lintian. Everything is fine, only this Lintian is redundant. Su Chengwu thinks so. After all, he is not related to all of them. Qin Shui's former child has a half-money relationship with his nephew Su Qingyang. But when the bride Qin Shui spoke, Su Chengwu dissipated that momentum again, and ate quietly without making a sound. The elder's complexion did not change, and the second elder smiled and ate with vegetables, but also did not speak. Don't you have something to hide from your mother? Lintian's face was a little distorted, but he couldn't speak, so he could only bear it. In fact, he wanted to curse Su Qingyang's 18 generations in his heart, but he didn't care. I saw Qin Shui directly put down the chopsticks. Eating without education, when will education? Since ancient times, the rules of Xuantian continent. It is to educate the children while eating. After all, the day is busy, and there will not be too much time to stay together. And let Xiao Su Bai see what is right and what is wrong. Tian'er, when you were young, your mother praised you for being smart and clever. You were sensible and well-behaved since you were a child, and you were active, hardworking and conscientious in doing things. You never swear. Why did you grow up? You became like this. Look at you. What have you become now? After finishing speaking, Qin Shui waved the ring in her hand, and a beautiful mirror engraved with patterns flew out and shone on Lin Tian's face. Of course Lin Tian knew how miserable his experience was. Needless to say, I know it all. But being exposed by his mother Qin Shui, he couldn't help but look. I just saw the one inside, Lin Tian, who turned out to be suave, with a jade tree facing the wind, and a horny head, was gone. He replaced by a beggar-like old boy with a livid look, disheveled hair, and bruises on his face. At first glance, he looked like an old man who had indulged in excess, exhausted his body, and lost his health. A boy is not like a boy, and an old man is not like an old man. What I'm talking about right now is Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at himself in the mirror, and everyone trembled faintly. In his previous life, he was the great emperor. Eat and drink well. The harem is accompanied by groups every day, life is moisturized, and the complexion is rosy and shiny. The body is stronger and stronger. But now, this life. Lin Tian hasn't started yet. It's worse than a dog. Immediately, Qin Shui put away the mirror. See Lin Tian's dull expression, teach him. Look at you, you haven't studied well all day long. What has become of you? Mother's life is good. Don't you really want to see it? Tian'er, you were obviously a very kind person when you were young. How did you grow up? Become so narrow-minded. You don't know the son and husband, how can you say that about your stepfather? The word, stepfather, deeply hurt Lin Tian's self-esteem. He can recognize anyone. The only thing is not to recognize the traitor Su Qingyang as stepfather. It is because of Su Qingyang. He worked hard for a year. Even the realm is a bit vulnerable, Master Xian who burns the source of the great emperor's soul every day to feed him. But it became Su Qingyang's harem. He was so angry that it was worse than vomiting blood. No one knows what pain is better than him. Too much pain. Even Mr. Wu said every day that he had a brain hole and was a licking dog, but Lin Tian didn't take it seriously. But when he was about to succeed, when he was about to rise, he was snatched away by the holy son Su Qingyang in an instant. Lin Tian can be said to hate Su Qingyang penetrates the bone 3 points. Now Qin Shui, as his mother, should have stood by Tian's side. But Qin Shui didn't understand Lin Tian's experience, including the pain he suffered during the Holy Land Dabi. Qin Shui only knows. Tian'er scolded her own husband when she came up, obviously because she didn't want her to look for her again. But she is free. As a child, Tian'er should understand her parents' feelings even more. Why is Tian'er so ignorant? Qin Shui was so sad that she taught Lin Tian at this moment. Lin Tian was even more angry. I don't know the trash Su Qingyang. I don't even know you, mother. How could you stay with such an evil person like this? Mother, why don't you believe in Wu'er? Lin Tian is doing the last bit of struggle, although he knows it is futile. At this moment, Lin Tian was going all out, even in front of Saint Lord Su Chengwu. Lin Tian yelled that Su Qingyang was bad. But so what if he said it? The grievances and secrets he suffered cannot be said. If you say it, others will only think that Lin Tian is crazy in imagining. You, Qin Shui kindly persuaded Lin Tian, but Lin Tian dared to talk back. She was so angry that she raised her palm on the spot, and Lin Tian didn't avoid it, just staring at her mother Qin Shui. A posture that is not afraid of death and not afraid of education at all. Shui, that's enough. Don't beat Tian'er every now and then. Tian'er is still young, he is not sensible, you have to understand. But, husband, Tian'er is already 18. He will be 19 in a while. How can he be so young? Shui, you don't understand. Lintian hasn't been taken care of by you since he was a child, so his personality will change, but it's okay, it's fine to have my stepfather around. Shui, don't be too impulsive, leave it to me. Qin Shui looked sad, but didn't know what to do, so she could only let Su Qingyang take the initiative. Su Qingyang is not talking nonsense. Tian'er, look at you. How dignified you are. Such a big man. Why are you rebellious? I don't understand your mother at all, Shui's hard work. Are you still a human being? Su Qingyang sternly reprimanded, with a serious expression, making the whole table stare and observe slightly. And Lintian is naturally mad. The co-author is the ghost of Su Qingyang. No wonder my mother was fascinated by the fans. Su Qingyang, you rubbish, how dare you? Kill me if you want to. No one knows you better than me, Lintian. Who are you? I, Lintian, don't know yet. Put it here again. Lintian can be said to be an exporter. It made Qin Shui beside her look horrified, she never imagined that Lintian still has such a side. With a ferocious face and a swearing tone, he is obviously very skilled. Just like the people of Zan. Hearing what Lintian said, Qin Shui couldn't bear it anymore, and wanted to get up and slap Lintian directly. Make him so ignorant, but before he waved his hand, he was caught by Su Qingyang's big hand. Shui, calm down. Tian'er is ignorant, don't blame him, it's my negligence, I didn't expect you mother and son to have such an unpleasant fight when they first met. Everyone, eat quickly, eat while it's hot. Seeing Lin Tian's fearless appearance, Su Qingyang knew that he was on the verge of detonating. It's no good to provoke him anymore, if something happens later, his marriage today will be a big joke. But Su Qingyang still has a solution. I saw him picking up a few quite fat spirit pork, it looked like the kind that could gain 2 caddies after eating it. Put it in the Lintian bowl. Lintian was so angry that he saw this scene. Just laughed him off. You, don't talk, Tian'er, eat it while it's hot. Look at you, you're skinny. It looks like you haven't taken care of your body. You have a sallow complexion and distinct joints. Tian'er, you haven't eaten properly in these years. It doesn't matter, there is a father, from now on, you can rest assured to practice. Eat more, come on, it's okay. After all, Su Qingyang looks very caring for Lintian. Give him some super fatty pork, wild vegetable stocks, the kind that are hard-boiled and extremely bad tasting in his bowl. After that, there are duck bones, no meat, the kind that only has appearance. There is also the place with the most fishbone, or the most coquettish Izong treasure for Lintian to eat. If you look carefully, you will find that Lintian's bowl is full of the underworld ingredients, which can be called torture-level ingredients. Although this table is not bad. But what's in Lintian's bowl is the most unpalatable part. It's far from the food on this table. Su Qingyang filled Lintian's bowl with the most unpalatable dishes, and gave Lintian the things that people don't want to eat. Tian'er, you have suffered all these years. Your mother may have just married Wei's father. He is a little emotionally uncomfortable, so he is a little excited. Don't take it to heart. Eat quickly. Saying that, Su Qingyang did not forget to serve himself the most tender and delicious food among the most delicious dishes on the table. It is in stark contrast to Lintian's food. After Lintian, who knows how to cook, saw it, how could he bear this anger? What are you giving him? It's about to happen right now. There is an urge to flip the table. But it just so happened that Su Chengwu looked over sharply from the front. Lintian suddenly felt a cold war in his heart, he was so scared that he felt a kind of terror was smeared on his soul. Unknowingly, he started to act, as if he had imported a piece of super fat pork. Next second, Lintian rolled his eyes, it's too greasy. Not bad, it's too oily. He actually made a whole chunk of it directly, making Lin Tianzun's stomach queasy. Shui, did you see it? Tian'er is not ignorant, but lacks care. It is wrong for you to beat people like this all the time. It is said that there are no filial sons under the stick. Tian'er must have had a hard time these years. You have to understand him. Just like you, Shui'er. After finishing speaking, Su Qingyang put some of her favorite dishes in Qin Shui's bowl, and they were the most tender ones. Qin Shui's eyes were full of emotion. Yeah, it's still my husband, you are so kind to me. Husband, eat quickly too. After all, Qin Shui also brought food to Su Qingyang, and the two chatted and laughed. Lintian, who watched, was angry. Own mother is partial to outsiders. It feels like Lintian picked him up. Well, Su Qingyang responded that the next table was very happy to eat, and Su Qingyang would tease Xiao Su Bai if he had nothing to do, and serve him a good meal. Don't forget to take special care of Lintian. Lintian doesn't have any appetite. I gave him the worst food. He can't resist yet. Resistance will only be considered ignorance. Su Qingyang's operation caused Lintian's internal injury. So he was silent the whole time, and even drank plain water. Not even a sip of a drink. Because Su Qingyang, the euphemistic name, Tianer, has had a very bad life these years, he needs to take care of his body. Look at him now, he is skinny, like a shelf. It looks like you have eaten too much junk food. So drink more boiled water. Come on, my son, I poured boiled water for you for my father, drink it while it is hot, it is good for your health. Lintian looked at the boiling water in his cup that was so hot that it was smoking. The bowl was full of greasy or fishy smells, and his expression was quite exciting. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked over, looking like a lively girl, walking suspended in the air. It was Zhang Wanyu, the Nine Nether witch. Zhang Wanyu, the saint of the Nine Nether Holy Land, has seen the wedding of the sons of Yin and Yang, and is here to toast with the sons of Yin and Yang. Can the son spare a seat for the slave? Su Qingyang was savoring delicious food with relish, when he looked up and saw the pretty lady standing in front of her with a somewhat timid expression. Like a girl next door, she looks ready and shy, and seems a little nervous. Su Qingyang carefully searched the memory of the original body, and added the plot in the novel of the previous life. The expression was very exciting. In fact, Su Qingyang didn't care too much when he heard the Nine Nether Holy Land was so grand at the beginning, he just had a little impression, and couldn't remember who it was at the moment. At this time, he finally remembered. Good guy. It's the little witch who was scolded too badly by readers in the book. In her previous life, she was extremely Su Qingyang's licking dog. Help the vulnerable Su Qingyang guerrilla fight Lintian. Although in the end she was executed, it also proved the little witch's strong personal ability, as well as her character and sincerity of being extremely loyal to Su Qingyang. It's just a pity that the end was extremely miserable. She became Lintian's puppet female slave, lost her sense of autonomy, and could only be played by Lintian. And in Su Qingyang's memory, the little witch Zhang Wanyu came to the door 3 years ago and brought the elder of their holy land to propose marriage to Yin and Yang Holy Land, and it was Su Qingyang who proposed. It's just that Su Qingyang didn't even see him at the time, so he directly refused. What Su Qingyang said at the time was, "No matter how pretty and charming your majesty the holy maiden is, how stunningly beautiful you are, in Sha Su Qingyang's heart, there is only my junior sister Wu Qingran. Nine Nether Holy Maiden, please come back." At that time, Su Qingyang was extremely arrogant in his heart. In fact, licking dog's character is like this, quite a double standard. Treat the people you like extremely well, and don't even want to talk to people you don't like, and don't even want to look at them. It can be described as extremely cold-blooded. Show full-on Su Qingyang Yuan. Now Su Qingyang traveled too far, looking closely. Of course he will never be the same person again. It was only later that I heard that the little witch Zhang Wanyu not only did not refuse because of Su Qingyang, but even licked the dog even more, saying that Su Qingyang is such a loyal man. She likes it even more. At that time, it gave Su Qingyang a headache. In the beginning, Zhang Wanyu often came to the Yin and Yang Holy Land, attracting countless disciples to admire her beautiful figure. Only Su Qingyang hid away in fear, regretting being seen by this little witch when she went out. I didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic and proactive. At this time, Zhang Wanyu is well organized, her figure is not very outstanding, but she is also quite good. She is 16 or 7 years old, and she has practiced the cultivation technique, which was once the strongest charm class in the demon sect. It is clearly worn very tightly, but for some reason there is a strange sense of charm. It seems to arouse people's different interests and perceptions. Zhang Huanyu's figure is exquisite and delicate, her palms, neck and neck are fair and tender, and her big black eyes are round and bright. A string of golden bells hangs on the bare ankle, and a pair of delicate pendants like miniature peacocks hang from the ear tips on both sides, one purple and one red, which are instantly beautiful. Looking at her clothes, it is also the kind of inner lining that wraps tightly around the body, plus a light coat and long skirt, with pictures of flying birds and winged coon fishes on it. The long skirt is black with white patterns, and the matching is elegant, with a kind of magical beauty like a dark lowly girl. In addition, her voice is extremely special, like a girl in Weichun, but her voice is long and ethereal, just like her figure suspended in the air. She looks extremely outstanding. Even in the crowd, she is the kind of beautiful girl who turns heads 100%. It turns out to be the Holy Maiden of the Happy Moon. Please sit down quickly, the Holy Maiden of the Happy Moon is really too polite this time. Sending so many congratulatory gifts, this Holy Sun is really a little scared. After all, Su Qingyang thoughtfully pulled a stool for the little witch Zhang Huanyu on her right-hand side. Ah! Zhang Huanyu let out a small exclamation, but immediately covered her mouth and nose with her hands, looking very shy. The main reason is that Su Qingyang's attitude changed drastically. Totally different from before. In the past, he pursued Su Qingyang hard, and he came here for a year, and he came to see Su Qingyang every other month. Su Qingyang just disappeared. The result can be imagined. It would be a lie to say that I am not disheartened. Fortunately, she is smarter and more sensible, but she is very clear that she is pursuing Su Qingyang, and whether Su Qingyang accepts it is his own business. But she expressed her meaning, and although she didn't take the initiative again, she never let go. Otherwise, it would not be the second elder who goes to the Holy Land of the Nine Nether every time. At this time, the second elder saw Zhang Huanyu sitting down and gave a wave of assists. Qingyang, girl Huanyu has liked you for a long time. You didn't care about it when you were young, but she has grown up in the past few years. Every once in a while, she will ask me to go to the Holy Land of Nine Nether to hear news about you. Ah, well, I have worked so hard for the Holy Maiden of the Moon. In the past, Qingyang had a lot of negligence. Please don't take the Holy Maiden to heart. Ah, no, in fact, it's not considered negligent. Zhang Huanyu saw Su Qingyang's family sitting here eating, and it was natural for her to come up to eat, in terms of behavior and conversation. In fact, Su Qingyang didn't know that Zhang Huanyu had been practicing this etiquette for 2.5 years in order to sit down and eat with Su Qingyang in the future. Already a standard trainee, seeing that Su Qingyang treated her so well, Zhang Huanyu felt uncomfortable for a while. Licking a dog has never been humbling. No matter how good the identity is, come here. Obviously the status of Nine Nether Saintess is equal to that of Su Qingyang, the son of Yin and Yang. But since the moment Zhang Huanyu met Su Qingyang 3 years ago, from the bottom of my heart, I can't help but love Su Qingyang. Crazier than Lu Jia, an iron fan. If only Su Qingyang could go to her bedroom and have a look. You will find that there are hanging images of Su Qingyang all over it. Some are laughing, some are crying, some are sad, some are melancholy, some are meditating with closed eyes, some are practicing quietly. There are even ones that are not suitable for children. In short, she is a completely slut existence in the mainland. It's a pity that Su Qingyang in the novel didn't understand these things, and completely let down Zhang Huanyu's sincerity. Even in the novel, after seeing these things, Lintian sighed and ridiculed Su Qingyang at the same time. A hot sheep who doesn't understand women's hearts. He insists on doing things that are not suitable for him. He pursues a woman who is not his own, but he still messes with me, Lintian. Let's take your woman today. In the novel, in front of Su Qingyang, Lintian insulted Zhang Uqi who kept helping him. Although he was never a happy girl in his heart back then, that kind of unknown heartache still enveloped him for the rest of his life. Free is the most noble in the world. Then when Su Qingyang wrote this novel in her previous life, it was here that readers sprayed her to death, saying that Zhang Huanyu was too miserable, and the ending was too uncomfortable, so she wanted to send a razor blade. It scared Su Qingyang for a while. Zhang Huanyu stuck out her tongue, took a sneak peek at Su Qingyang cautiously, and then pretended to eat. Obviously she had something to do with herself. She was in Sao Ying, her heart was in Han, and her mind was not on eating at all. As for who it is, there is no need to say more. Su Qingyang's current realm strength is so high, he has long observed that this little girl secretly looked at her several times, and she was embarrassed to speak, her face was very red, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Su Qingyang was straightforward and unambiguous, picked up a few dishes she had eaten just now, put them in her bowl, and said with a smile at the same time. Miss Wanyu, it doesn't matter if I call you like that. You can eat more of this, grow your body, you are a bit small. Su Qingyang brought her some food jokingly. Zhang Wanyu blushed from her neck to her ears, she was quite embarrassed, after all, she didn't expect Su Qingyang to be so bold. Don't you understand that men and women should not kiss each other? But with brother Qingyang, it seems that it is not impossible. In fact, Zhang Wanyu is very resistant to this kind of intimacy between a man and a woman. And in her holy place, she never contacts with the opposite gender, not even talking. Knowing that she has cultivated an extreme charm cultivation technique, almost all male disciples will be addicted to her appearance or beauty, she doesn't like it. But thinking of Su Qingyang, it seems that it is not impossible. Although she liked Su Qingyang in the past, and she seemed to be enthusiastic and dissolute, and she was also very courageous, no matter what she said or in other aspects, but it was just an exaggerated paper. This is the first time to be close to the opposite gender, and it's still so close to Su Qingyang. She seemed to be able to smell the faint scent of Su Qingyang's body. And what did brother Qingyang say? Zhang Wanyu was a little angry inside, how could she be so small? Not small at all, okay. Although she can't compare to her sister-in-law. But it's not bad. Zhang Wanyu lowered her head and glanced at herself. She was indeed no worse than ordinary people, although she was far behind Qin Shui. But Su Qingyang didn't mean this, but said that her body shape is a bit exquisite and delicate, and her height is estimated to be just close to 10 meters. Qin Shui didn't speak at the side. Since Zhang Wanyu came over just now, she had a vague premonition. How exactly, she couldn't tell. But it seems to be a woman's intuition. The girl in front of her might like her Sheng Zijin. Qin Shui sighed inwardly, this day has finally come. Just a little lost, but it happened at her wedding. But who knows, Su Qingyang seemed to understand Qin Shui's thoughts, and took the initiative to speak. Shui, why do you feel that you are in a bad mood? Don't take it to heart, Tianer, I will teach you in the future, and Shui, as long as you have a husband, you will always be happy forever. Aha! Qin Shui was a little happy when she heard that Su Qingyang took the initiative to talk to herself and didn't focus on Zhang Wanyu all the time. And for Su Qingyang, she has a kind of blind confidence and love. She knows how hard it is to own happiness, so she naturally cherishes it and tolerates a lot. Not like imagined women would be jealous or anything. She knew it in her heart from the day she was with Su Qingyang, or accepted him. She is not a perfect enough woman. Even had a child, Su Qingyang can love her so much and accept her. If she is still ignorant, playing young woman temper, making trouble every day, then her happiness will be ruined by herself. And she knows, such an outstanding and talented young talent like Shengji husband Su Qingyang. It is impossible that she, Qin Shui, is the only woman in this life. Even if it is, she will not accept it. She cares about her husband's face. If there is a day in the future, we will be the pride of heaven. Others have wives and concubines in groups. Lots of admirers and fans. On the other hand, if her husband is alone with her, she will blame herself. It's not that she doesn't have the selfishness and possessiveness of a woman. It's that she cares about Su Qingyang's feelings and intentions, which is more important than her nature. From the time she was with Su Qingyang, Qin Shui made up her mind to train herself to be a good wife. Wise and virtuous, considerate and dignified, with excellent personal ability, stand beside Su Qingyang outstandingly, and will always be happy. Thinking of this, Qin Shui was not stingy, and directly picked up some delicious dishes and put them in the bowl of the little witch Zhang Wanyu. Shengji husband is right, Miss Wanyu is indeed a little thin, you can eat more. Don't be polite to this table of delicious dishes, you must eat enough. Zhang Wanyu is ice snow and smart. She actually thought that if Su Qingyang married a wife who was narrow-minded and careful not to tolerate others, she would always silently like brother Qingyang. Anyway, she would never care about it publicly or secretly. Work hard to like and admire. It's just that I didn't expect that the woman Qingyang married would not have the bad habits and personality she subconsciously thought of. On the contrary, Qin Shui had a smile on her face, and her attitude was quite magnanimous. She didn't care at all that she seemed to be able to see the light in Su Qingyang's eyes. Besides, Miss Wanyu is not young anymore, she has good talents, so she can find a Dao companion. If you don't mind, you can come to Yin and Yang holy place to sit more. The son and husband of the son have quite a lot of experience in practice, maybe I can help you a little. Really, really. Zhang Wanyu subconsciously stood up and exclaimed, but when she moved, she was stunned again. It was obvious that she had violated etiquette abruptly, making her look a little funny, but no one at the table took it to heart. She sat down slowly, her face was a little rosy, and she spoke in a low voice. Brother Qingyang, sister-in-law Qin Shui said, what do you think? Zhang Wanyu's attitude was polite and correct. But Su Qingyang looked helpless. Of course he wouldn't understand Qin Shui's meaning, this is obviously to match up. However, this newlywed, why did his wife find a concubine for him? Although they are all concubines, after all, Qin Shui's first initiation, the lineup is still more imposing, but this is too fast. He just got married, and Qin Shui just got married. How could it be possible that Su Qingyang didn't understand Qin Shui? The two had been together for more than 2 years, with a look, a movement, and slightly parted lips, they could tell what the other was thinking. Just like when Su Qingyang noticed that Qin Shui was a little disappointed. Well, it's okay, then Miss Wanyu can come to the Yin and Yang Holy Land for a walk if she has nothing to do. If you don't mind Qingyang teaching you some spiritual problems, or if you have any confusion, you can come to the Yin and Yang Holy Land to find me. What's more, Miss Wanyu is too generous this time. So many gifts are too expensive. I originally wanted to ask you to return some after dinner. It's so generous that Qingyang is a little embarrassed. Su Qingyang speaks politely and expresses his own thoughts openly. Hearing this, Zhang Wanyu was very happy, and waved her hand. What? Brother Qingyang is joking. There is nothing in Wanyu's house. But there is no shortage of spirit stones, and there is no shortage of cultivation technique. As long as Qingyang brother wants to use anything, he can give it to Wanyu. Subconsciously, Zhang Wanyu proudly called out the title she called Su Qingyang in her heart. And the people at the table had weird eyes. Brother Qingyang. Good guy. Even Saint Lord Su Chengwu coughed a few words. Ahem, Qingyang, uncle is full. I have learned something about the cultivation technique recently, so I may be busy in cultivation. Let's talk, let's talk. And although the elder Gao Huan likes to fight, he is not all stupid, otherwise he would not live so long, so he continued to speak. Qingyang, the big elder doesn't feel very hungry today, but after eating some of this, he feels very full, and wants to go back quickly to discuss cultivation with my friend, so eat slowly. Then there is the second elder, but the second elder is more sophisticated and bolder, and he can see Zhang Wanyu's thoughts. Qingyang, second elder, I heard that the Holy Maiden of the Moon has always had some problems with the cultivation technique. Thinking of Qingyang, you were able to guide the cultivation of the Holy Maiden's junior sisters with your advanced realm, so now that I think about it, I will talk to you. Guide the Nine Nether Saint, she may need you more. Well, Su Qingyang was taken aback for a moment. Good guy, why don't you play assists here? And at this time, even Wu Qingran, who was sitting by the side, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She admitted that her senior brother Su Qingyang is very good now, but she didn't expect to be so good that the licking dog dared to come up and lick it directly. Wu Qingran hated creatures like dogs licking the most in her life. In addition, Zhang Wanyu liked Su Qingyang before, so she was naturally hostile to her, so she didn't like Zhang Wanyu either. This sits at a table and watches them chat. Wu Qingran is very cold and doesn't talk much, and no one pays attention to her. Naturally, she eats very quickly, and she doesn't want to continue to sit here and watch the fun. Thinking of this, she has a strange feeling for senior brother Su Qingyang. She has a good impression, but also inexplicable. She wants to see him, but she doesn't want to take the initiative. There is still some faint desire to go back to the past, and the senior brother can take the initiative to her like that. But obviously it can't. But at this time, if she saw her senior brother hooking up with other women, for some reason, Wu Qingran quickly lost her appetite, so she also spoke. Senior brother Qingyang, Qingran is already full, eat slowly. After finishing speaking, Wu Qingran turned around and left without looking back. It made Su Qingyang very confused. There are only a few people left. Qin Shui, Su Qingyang, Xiao Su Bai, Lintian, Zhang Wanyu. But the next second, the ghostly little Su Bai spoke, but in fact he also felt that eating and drinking every day was boring. There are not many people at this table. In addition, I met a new brother Lintian. Zhao Wang's is ugly, but it's not a big problem. Little Su Bai, who grew up in practice and had enough food and sleep, has never had a playmate. Then, brother Lintian, can you take little Su Bai to play? Lintian was taken aback. He was in a very bad mood now, very bad, and had no appetite at all, and the bowl was made for him by Su Qingyang, and he didn't know what to eat. I have no appetite at all, I've already burst out. Seeing the witch Zhang Wanyu, although her eyes light up. But Lintian was not in the mood, he felt bored seeing his mother Qin Shui and his enemy Su Qingyang now. But it is powerless to resist. This kind of pain, he doesn't want to stay for a second. And, I'm wrong. Lintian smiled evilly in his heart. TM Su Qingyang's child, right. It's still my little brother, I can't kill you. Lin Tiank is never merciful, he knows the enemy clearly. We must cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and even kill the killer. Poor little Su Bai has no idea that the new brother Lin Tian has no good intentions. Qin Shui didn't know, because Qingyang knew. But of course Su Qingyang doesn't care. He added multiple protection formations to Xiao Su Bai's body and soul, and even an attack counter formation. It triggers whenever you take huge damage. And he believes that his uncle Su Chengwu has added several restrictions to protect Xiao Bai. There are even tracking marks, no matter what damage Xiao Bai receives. Uncle Su Chengwu reckoned that he would appear beside Xiao Su Bai across thousands of miles in an instant. Moreover, little Su Bai is always watched and protected by the powerhouse's divine sense hidden in the Holy Land. If you can let a little hero Lin Tian give it to Huo. That's a joke. So at this table, everyone left, and in the end there were only 3 people left. Qin Shui, Su Qingyang, Zhang Wanyu, they all looked at each other, wondering what they were thinking. Playing mahjong is missing 1 out of 3, of course Qin Shui won't leave. Today she is the bride, and she must always be by Su Qingyang's side. And Zhang Wanyu also felt the intentional or unintentional matchmaking, she is not an idiot. On the contrary, she is quite intelligent, but when facing Su Qingyang, she may be silly and cute. Miss Wanyu, look, this dish is pretty good, try it, Dashan dragon bone soup, women drink it to replenish qi and blood, and they will be in good health. Miss Wanyu has a good figure, but it's a pity that she can drink more if she is thinner. Well, there is this one, ostrich eggs, which belong to yin-like women, and are very nourishing to the body. Drinking them is good for the body and can grow taller. And this, spirit pork, men eat it to strengthen their yang, and women eat it to make their skin look better. Qin Shui kept adding vegetables to Zhang Wanyu's bowl. And it's not always picking, but very particular. Every once in a while, Zhang Wanyu can eat new ones, and Qin Shui didn't forget to introduce her to the eating methods and effects of these famous dishes. What's the benefit? Wait a minute, it is said that women can play mahjong and chat very much. Su Qingyang felt it. He didn't speak, and Zhang Wanyu took a deep look at Qin Shui. She couldn't understand Qin Shui's thoughts. If there is malice, but there is no, if it is good intentions, it is too enthusiastic, why? She is not an idiot, she will not think that what is given for free must be good. On the contrary, she knows how to think. So in the novel, it can help Su Qingyang and the hero Lin Tian fight many rounds. Qin Shui's sister-in-law is too enthusiastic, a little uncomfortable. In the end, Zhang Wanyu still held back for a while. After all, respect is still required when eating at someone's wedding. As a guest, she has always been well-intentioned, so she is not embarrassed at all. So Zhang Wanyu also tried to pick up some food for Qin Shui. After Qin Shui ate it, whether it was good or not, she said happily with a smile on her face. Miss Wanyu has a heart, and her sister-in-law is just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the grace of the sun and his wife, she might only live for a few dozen years, and even when she was seriously ill, her life would be difficult. The little witch Zhang Wanyu took a look at Qin Shui's peerless figure, and thought, you are so ordinary. Among women, you are not ordinary at all. You are the kind that men like best. Zhang Wanyu looked at herself. Although she also had arrogance but was far behind, she couldn't help being a little discouraged. So I also took 2 bites, and then talked about heavenly Tao. Actually, my sister-in-law kindly accepts Wanyu's heart. Wanyu is a cultivation technique problem, which has been passed down from my ancestors. The age of the body will always be fixed here, but it's okay. Listening to Zhang Wanyu's complaints, Qin Shui felt a little distressed for not being named. She was born in a peasant family, and she felt that in the countryside, she has a big buttocks, a good figure, is good at giving birth, and can do rough work quickly. Seeing someone like Zhang Wanyu with a petite figure, she couldn't help but look at her like a little sister, like a daughter. Seeing Qin Shui's gaze, Zhang Wanyu had no choice but to stick out her tongue and try to put vegetables in Su Qingyang's bowl, which was very courageous. Brother Qingyang, eat more. Zhang Wanyu saw that the 2 of them did not reject each other, so she let go a little bit. She has a more active and enthusiastic personality, so naturally she will not be shy. And one day, she is a trainee who has been preparing for 2.5 years. When Su Qingyang saw it, he also smiled and responded generously. Well, Miss Wanyu, Qingyang was indeed a little impolite in the past. If Miss Wanyu had a lot of problems or matters related to cultivation, as the second elder said, Qingyang can express some of her own opinions. If Miss Yu needs anything, Jiyang will be able to help. Ah, no, you're too polite. Wanyu does have some doubts. This is how dog licking works. Actively licking high cold, the one who licks is happy. Once the subject is enthusiastic about themselves, they are very shy and resist, subconsciously avoiding. But the clever Zhang Wanyu luckily reacted quickly. Fortunately, she is quite bold, as for what the second elder said. What's wrong with her? If so, that is the ultimate question of unrequited love for Su Qingyang. This medicine is difficult to cure. As long as seeing Su Qingyang, still together, looking at Su Qingyang's face, she will be so excited to death. Actually, it's not a big problem, it's Brother Qingyang. Can you teach Wanyu how to cultivate? Brother Qingyang cultivates so fast. Wanyu is very curious, what realm is Brother Qingyang in now? Zhang Wanyu lowered her head, with a little finger hooking her own long hair, curling it up and down, very shy, really looking like the little sister next door. But it seems just so. The Saintess junior sister in the Holy Land next door, according to her seniority, she really wants to be called Senior Brother Su Qingyang, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with calling her Brother Qingyang. Probably, the middle stage of the Divine Wheel realm. Zhang Wanyu was shocked when she heard that last year, Brother Qingyang was already in the early stage of Shenlin realm. Why is it the middle stage this year? This breakthrough speed is comparable to riding a rocket. It takes several years for people to break through a realm. Only the top talents, and those who like to practice or take drugs, may break through faster than others. For the rest, if most people practice closed-door training, it will be a long time, and it will almost be calculated by starting in a few years. In fact, Su Qingyang is still hiding it, otherwise it would scare a group of people to death. After all, taking away Zion Elder's precious Yuan Yin, the increase is not a star or a half, it is completely based on how much cultivation base a person can absorb. Su Qingyang's cultivation base is not weak, and it also has systematic help. It can be said that there is a lot to say, but these are his little secrets. Even Qin Shui next to her looked stunned. Although she didn't shout in surprise like Zhang Wanyu, she was obviously very surprised. Ever since Qin Shui embarked on the path of cultivation, she has gradually acquired some common sense about cultivating immortals. Husband, well, maybe I will be more talented in cultivation. So realm's strength will improve faster, it doesn't matter, you will gradually improve in the future. I will wait for you. After saying that, Su Qingyang fondled Qin Shui's hair and head. The latter looked happy. Zhang Wanyu, on the other hand, looked at it bewilderedly, only envious. As if observing Zhang Wanyu's expression, Qin Shui stopped and glanced at Su Qingyang strangely. Su Qingyang touched his nose, feeling quite helpless. So he indicated a dish for Zhang Wanyu. Miss Wanyu, after the meal, Qingyang will talk a little bit about his own cultivation experience. Eat a good meal first, it doesn't matter if it's a cultivation technique problem, and Miss Wanyu is really cute. Su Qingyang gave a positive compliment. When Zhang Wanyu heard this, her heart erupted like a volcano. The envy and sourness in my heart just now disappeared. She looked at Su Qingyang with a dazed look in her eyes, which made Su Qingyang quite embarrassed, but he understood very well. The embarrassment was because Zhang Wanyu seemed to be a little selfless in front of him. After all, they only had dinner together. It's hard to say whether Zhang Huan used to be so familiar, but it's not too bad. Fortunately, there were no other outsiders at the table. And Qin Shui had already seen Zhang Wanyu's intentions, so naturally she didn't care about anything. Women are often more courageous than men. To do is to do, not to do is not to do, unlike men, who may be hesitant. Immediately Zhang Wanyu knew that she had lost her composure, but she didn't care. She didn't care about the compliment Qingyang brother just said. So he smiled sweetly, responding to Su Qingyang's meaning. That's good. Brother Qingyang, you must earnestly teach me to practice. Wanyu is very hardworking in cultivation. Okay, let's eat quickly. You guys. Su Qingyang also brought food for the two of them. If they didn't know, they would think that these two were Su Qingyang's wives and concubines, but only the two women knew it in their hearts. It's just that they haven't passed the door yet, sooner or later. As for Su Qingyang, he doesn't think so much, but Zhang Wanyu is indeed not bad. She has a unique sense of temptation and BHFE charm, and she does have the charming characteristics of a witch. This meal was enjoyable. Maybe Qin Shui has been alone for a long time, and she also wants to find a female friend who can match her status. Otherwise, just being with Su Qingyang, boys still lack the thinking mode of girls to some extent. Talking and chatting is a little less interesting. Of course, it is good to have friends of the same gender. Shui, I'm full. You two can take a break after eating, and I'll sort out the matters after the ceremony. Okay, my husband, go slowly. Brother Qingyang, go slowly. After all, as a wedding party, you can actually do nothing, but Su Qingyang doesn't like this. Some things are own, and there is no harm in doing it yourself. What's more, he is the son of Yin and Yang. The wedding was held in such a grand manner, with thousands of cultivators, Tianzhao and elders from various holy lands watching the ceremony. He had to spend some time and go over to make friends. Su Qingyang will not rely on it. As long as he cultivates well, he can do nothing. No matter whether he becomes Saint Lord or not in the future, the Holy Sun's arrangement must be in place. So Su Qingyang went to chat with those Tianzhao seniors like this. And when the dinner table was over, there were only two girls left. Miss Wanyu, do you like Shengji husband? The two women looked at each other calmly, then smiled at each other and began to chat. Qin Shui was the first to speak. They were not fighting for the top, but had a feeling of showing off. After meeting the Holy Sun's husband, or rather, my sister-in-law never thought that she would become the wife of the Holy Sun one day, never dared to think. Well, Brother Qingyang, he must be a very good person. I have always thought so. From the first time I met Brother Qingyang, it was in a sunny day. Sunny evening. At that time, Brother Qingyang was practicing outside, hunting strange beasts, with elder guards by his side, and Wanyu happened to be there also practicing cultivation technique, fighting strange beasts. The fight stopped, and it lasted for a long time, until Brother Qingyang came over, and cut the strange beast under the sword with one sword. Zhang Wanyu talked eloquently. A few years ago, Su Qingyang was indeed quite normal. He practiced hard, his talent was also high, and his combat power was naturally not weak, so he deserved the status of the son of Yin and Yang. It's just that later when he really wanted to be with Wu Qingran, he was rejected miserably. Since then, Su Qingyang has been devastated, and he has no intention of practicing. He always wanted to please himself, the saintly junior sister, but the result of licking the dog can be imagined. Looking at it now, the plot of the novel written by Su Qingyang is actually quite far-fetched, and the character changes are not so sudden. Often good life conduct is fixed since childhood, and it is difficult to say that it is easy to change. After listening to Zhang Wanyu's description, Qin Shui's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Shengji husband is very powerful. All aspects. I only found out when I really lived with Shengji husband. He will be far beyond my imagination. I mean all aspects. Various aspects, Zhang Wanyu exclaimed, thinking of something subconsciously. Her face turned pale red, and Qin Shui saw Zhang Wanyu's performance, and immediately understood what was going on. They were all women, but one had experience, and the other had experience on paper, but women often understood a lot. Well, you have what you want. Receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Wanyu covered her mouth and nose with her small mouth, looking surprised. She had only seen it in books and drawings, but she never thought that such a person really existed, and it just so happened that she was one of them. Zhang Wanyu's expression was a little excited and uplifting, but she couldn't show it because of her reserve. Qin Shui smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. The two explored a little intentionally or unintentionally, and communicated with each other about the way they like. The two women were surprised to find that they both liked this. So, goodwill came up. Sister Qin Shui, you are really nice. Wanyu will bring you more specialties from our Nine Nether Holy Land in the future. Ha 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 ha. Wanyu little sister, if you have a heart, you can give Shengji husband a taste when the time comes. Yeah, that's for sure. As a result, the two women chatted very happily. Women's minds are often more mature, and Qin Shui is very tolerant, and her experience and outlook on life are relatively mature. Zhang Wanyu, on the other hand, is more lively, open-minded, and intelligent, so the two made an appointment that Zhang Wanyu would come to the Yin and Yang Holy Land every 2 months. At that time, not only Zhang Wanyu and Su Qing Yang discusses cultivation together. There are also going to play with Qin Shui, life that women are interested in, shopping and spending, and so on. The other side, Lintian took Xiao Subai with him. Since Xiao Subai was able to walk and talk, she has been practicing with Saint Lord Grandfather Su Chengwu, and has never been taken out to play. So along the way, I was very happy, looking left and right, it was obviously very novel. Lintian beside him was thinking secretly. TM, Su Qingyang, if you tell me, I'll kill your son. Although you won't be able to kill him, it's good to let him experience the beatings of the society earlier. So Lintian thought, what do children have the most? Isn't that just a warm personality and a happy and confident smile? Then start by hitting Xiao Subai's confidence. Let him, the little brother with different mothers and different fathers, feel the suffering of the world. Jia Jia Jia, Xiaobai, let's go, brother Lin Tian will take you to shoot arrows. Good, little Su Bai is very excited, what is archery? It's fun at first glance. Lin Tian sees his innocent appearance, and smiles evilly in his heart, waiting for you to suffer. I, Lin Tian, have suffered so much. Su Qingyang, you fool, daddy will kick your son to death today. Because of the grand wedding of the Son of God, there are many talented people who come here. Therefore, Yin and Yang Holy Land specially set up a large-scale market, which has various places for consumption, play and entertainment. And the price is cheap and affordable, purely to celebrate Su Qingyang's wedding. For those who have status, it is no different from free. As Su Qingyang's child, Xiao Subai naturally has the Yin and Yang Holy Child token, so no matter where he goes, he can go freely. So Lin Tian brought Xiao Subai to the largest black market in the Yin and Yang Holy Land Bazaar. There are countless cultivators selling or trading items here. There are also countless street stalls for digging treasures. But Lin Tian didn't stop, and took Xiao Subai directly to one of the most popular archery factories. Although it doesn't use real guns and arrows inside, the bows and arrows used are quite destructive, and there are complete facilities in the shooting range, and there are hundreds of players who can fight away. Bringing Xiao Subai to the front desk, Lin Tianyi said hello. Boss, bring me 100 arrows, and I will play with my little brother. You little brother, where is your little brother? Why didn't I see it? There was an elite male cultivator at the front desk. He looked around and didn't see Xiao Subai's figure. It turned out that Xiao Subai was too young and under the table, so he didn't see him for a while. It was Lin Tian who pointed and Xiao Subai jumped twice before he saw it. Seeing Xiao Subai at the front desk, his face darkened, and he almost wanted to curse in his heart. How old is your TM kid, and you don't even have a high bow, you come to worry about me, don't you? But seeing Lin Tian's calm and serious eyes, the front desk still gave 100 different types of arrows, and took out 2 bows at the same time and said, hello fellow Taoist, these 50 are juvenile bows, and the other ones are adult bows. I'll give you a little brother to try the juvenile bow. If it doesn't work, we don't have any smaller bows here. It's okay, just this. Lintian really wanted to complain about that front desk. What are you doing with such a small one? You should get the big one. Let Xiao Su Bai play. Mad at him. But on the surface, Lintian still smiled, pretending to be a real brother. Go, Xiao Bai, Brother Tian will take you to shoot arrows. When he said this, Lintian was suddenly taken aback. If he asks Xiao Bai to call him brother, wouldn't it be the same as admitting that he is the stepson of trash Su Qingyang? Brother Tian, good. Lintian resisted the urge to scold her mother. Call me Lintian from now on, don't call me Brother Tian. Okay, Brother Tian. Lintian's face was throbbing with blue veins, and he finally endured it. What the hell, what a brat, why are you angry with him? It hurts your brain and your body. Lintian has gradually become immune to these external insults or verbal attacks. If he is not immune to some, he will probably piss himself off sooner or later. Ignoring the chatter at the front desk, Lintian brought Xiao Su Bai to the archery room. Xiao Bai, did you see that target? Use your bow and arrow to pull away, like this, and hit him. The closer to the center, the higher the score. 50 arrows, we will score more points than whoever hits the last arrow. Okay, Brother Tian. Lintian's eyelids twitched, and he didn't know if this kid had a mischievous personality, or if he did it on purpose, and told him not to scream. He insisted on screaming. Lintian didn't bother to talk about it, so he just picked up his own adult bow and started shooting. I don't even want to explain to Xiao Su Bai how to use it. Xiao Su Bai looked puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions, just watched Lintian draw the bow, bend the bow, and shoot a few times. Although his bow is a youth, he is also the same height as him, or even a little taller. Xiao Su Bai wanted to try to draw like Lintian, but found that On's hands were too short to fully draw the longbow. The expression is a little angry. And Lintian on the side was a little proud after seeing it. Su Qingyang, you trash, let you kick Lintian, today I will kill your son. Lintian can't wait to see Xiao Su Bai deflated. In the next second, Lintian was dumbfounded. I saw that Xiao Su Bai didn't know what the sudden whim was. It's a bit like the little Nezha's posture in the TV series Su Qingyang watched in his previous life, with his right foot on the ground and his left foot on the arrow heart in front of the bow. Then the whole person directly took a posture close to standing upright, with the heart of the bow facing the ceiling. Xiao Su Bai's right hand firmly pulled the outside of the bowstring, and pulled it out with all her strength. Pulled it close to the full moon, then quickly lowered the bow, aimed at the target, and focused his eyes. Call out. Lintian's eyelids twitched violently. This little Su Bai has something, looks like that, very imposing. If you don't know, you'll think it's a child who learned archery since childhood. But in the next second, Lintian laughed loudly, clutching his stomach and laughing wildly. Laughed even to tears. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Bai, look at me, archery is not like this. You have to aim at the bullseye and hit the target to get points. Lintian exhaled, looking very arrogant. Because Xiao Su Bai drew his bow fully and had enough strength, he missed the target at all, and even shot on the wall behind, making Lintian laugh half to death. He finally felt as if he had defeated Su Qingyang. A little proud. Xiao Su Bai ignored Lintian's elation, but concentrated on his expression, ready to draw the bow again. Come again. Wait, how about, Xiao Bai, how about we play a game? Otherwise, it's too easy, without any pressure. Seeing Lintian calling him to stop, Xiao Su Bai's big eyes were full of doubts and inquiries. I saw Lintian smiled evilly. Well, Brother Tian, tell me. This is how the game is. If the one who hits the most archery points and the last one has the fewest points, how about letting the other party slap you? Hearing Lintian's strange way of playing, Xiao Su Bai was stunned. Why did he have to slap the other party's big mouth when playing games? Is this a hobby among adults? But since Xiao Su Bai came to play, of course he wouldn't be afraid, and he didn't think that if Lintian dared to slap himself, even if he lost. Besides, the two are brothers, wouldn't it be more interesting to play some exciting games? Thinking of this, Xiao Su Bai showed her white teeth and smiled. Okay, brother, yes, then, that's a deal. Come on, Xiao Bai, I'm going to be serious. Xiao Su Bai didn't answer, but started to shoot arrows seriously, with a very focused and serious expression. Shish. Missed. Twice. Missed. Finally, for the third time, his arrow finally hit the target. Although it's only the outermost edge, but at least there are points plus 1 point. On the other hand, on Lintian's side, almost all hit the bull's eye, or a little around. There are 10 rings in the target, that is, 1 to 10. It means that every time Lintian shoots, he gets close to 7 to 8 points. And hit the bull's eye every now and then. That's 10 points. Seeing that Xiao Su Bai ignored him, Lintian pouted. Little waste, you are just like your father, sooner or later Lintian, will hammer you on the ground. Lintian didn't say a word, the two of them just like this, an adult and a child, competing with each other for archery targets. Shoo, shoo. Halfway through, someone around suddenly exclaimed directly. Look, that man is so strong. Yeah, it's too strong. Almost hit the bull's eye. It's amazing. What a dick. Newbie. Hearing the cheers around him, Lintian was elated. He could feel that many eyes were looking at his position. And he did hit a lot of bullseye. Isn't he talking about Lintian? Lintian is indeed a genius in cultivation and martial arts. When Lintian was still proud, suddenly, an adult beauty with a good figure and quite a mark ran up. Little brother, what's your name? Why are you so good at archery? Can you teach my sister me? Lintian was taken aback. Little brother, he is not young at all, okay. And Lintian, who was an affectionate great emperor in his previous life, hates being called little brother the most. As long as there is one, he wants to beat the opponent to death. This is an insult to a man. Lintian turned his head and looked a little unhappy. I'm so handsome, shouldn't I be called huh? As a result, Lintian was stunned. Because that beauty cultivator is not looking for Lintian at all. It is looking for Xiao Su Bai next to him. Because both of them were more focused in the competition, they didn't pay attention to the sounds and movements around them. They are not the only ones in this archery range. There are a lot of audience cultivator and friends playing around. So they didn't draw anyone's attention either. Until 20 or 30 arrows have been shot. Gradually someone noticed Xiao Su Bai. Because of what? First of all, he is a 3-year-old child. Even if he looks bigger, he is not too far away from 4 or 5 years old. Children like him usually don't know how to play this kind of archery entertainment, and they don't have a high bow yet. As a result, Xiao Su Bai used a wonderful idea, directly with his hands and feet, exerted all his strength, and put one foot on the ground. He was able to pull the bow into a full moon. At the beginning, everyone also noticed the youngest child in the audience. At most they were just surprised, because it was before 10 arrows. Xiao Su Bai's grades are not very good, and he can even get on the 3rd and 4th arrows. But here comes the horror. It's time for 7 or 8 arrows. Little Su Bai has gotten used to how to draw a bow and shoot arrows, and her grades are starting to shift upwards. The score gradually increases. At the time of the 12th arrow, already hit the bullseye perfectly. Accurate hit every time after that. This leads to a result. The bullseye is that big. The consequence of his continuous shooting is that the bullseye is finally submerged by the arrows and directly pierced through. Then the arrow is directly nailed to the wall behind the bullseye. At the time of the 20th arrow, the rear arrow directly penetrates the front arrow. Jumped in and hit the bullseye again. That is 10. The subsequent arrows directly pass through the previous arrows, and still hit. On the other hand, most of Lintian's score is 7 to 10, maybe 89 points or more. Although his score has surpassed all the audience present. But it didn't attract other attention, at most it just took a second look. But looking at Xiao Su Bai, every arrow hits accurately. Even pierced all the arrows on the bullseye. The results are terrifying, and the people around him will of course be attracted by his small figure, archery posture, dedicated and serious demeanor, and his outstanding record. So they all looked around curiously. Lintian was furious when he saw it. Seeing that Xiao Su Bai had such a high shooting percentage, Lintian couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He said that the loser will slap the other party's big mouth. Thinking of this, Lintian took a deep breath and was no longer affected by foreign objects. Get serious about archery. Lintian doesn't believe it. I am the reincarnation of the TM dignified great emperor. Practicing fighting talent is so high. Could it be nothing better than a stinky little brother? 0. More and more angry! Exclamation mark. Lintian did not realize divine partition, and even tilted the target a few times. Not even 7 points, to the point of 4 or 5 points. This made Lintian panic. Then he turned his head and saw that Xiao Subai was still shooting arrows seriously, and almost all of them hit the bull's eye. This gave Lintian a very bad premonition. At last. It's been a long time. Lintian stopped. People around looked at him. Xiao Subai also looked at him quietly with her white teeth and smile. Brother Tian, you lost. I want to beat you. Quote exclamation mark quote. Lintian was stunned, but before he could react, a muscular middle-aged cultivator came up and grabbed his collar with a smirk, and began to slap Lintian. Not for any reason, just because he was shooting arrows beside Lintian and Xiao Subai just now, so he naturally heard their conversation and game rules. He was very surprised. This young man is really shameless. Playing games with children, and even wanting to take the opportunity to bully them. Xiao Subai didn't understand this. After he hit all the bull's eyes, the male cultivator next to him came to chat with him. Little brother, why do you want to bet on that game? If you lose, I think your friend just wants to take the opportunity to beat you. Yeah, I don't know, Brother Tian said he wanted to play, I thought it was fun and started. The male cultivator was ashamed, but it was still late to ask. Then, I think you should have won, all bullseye, he should have lost, how about I draw that friend for you later? Good. Xiao Subai thought for a while, and smiled sweetly, which melted the heart of this male cultivator, and many cultivators present were also aggrieved and spoke up for Xiao Subai. HMPH. Compete with children in archery, and take the opportunity to bully each other. I don't think your friend is very good. This fellow Taoist, I will remember to be more serious later. It's easy to say, fellow Taoist, come on, hey. People around watching the excitement don't think it's a big deal. Xiao Subai doesn't understand these things, he just thinks it's fun. And Lintian's cultivation base can be regarded as an elite disciple level, with so many people present. The cultivator who talked to Xiao Subai completely crushed Lintian on realm, so this scene happened. Lintian was directly grabbed by the collar of this kind male cultivator, and his mouth was smacked wildly. Crack, crack, how is it? Are you comfortable? Young man, you still bully children while playing games, I think you deserve a beating. Hearing that the middle-aged male cultivator repeatedly smoked Lintian, even mocking him arrogantly, the people around him also mocked him. Hee, this is called stealing the chicken but not losing the rice. I love to play with vegetables. I don't have the strength to bully such a cute little brother. I think it's not flat, husband, hit him harder and beat him to death. The person who spoke was the Dao companion of the male cultivator. His speech was extremely savage, and his personality was obviously equally unrestrained. He was probably from the Antarctic Holy Land. Hey, this is what I want. In my life, I can't see someone who bullies a newcomer just because of his age and ability. Besides, he is such a cute kid. Hit me, Dage. Hit hard, come on. The surrounding audience was not too lively, adding fuel and vinegar crazily. And Lintian's whole body was dizzy by the head of the male cultivator. Lisp, what are you doing? I am playing games with my brother, what does it have to do with you? Your brother, you hammer, which brother would hit little brother? I think you are a liar, you have never learned your lesson. Slap your mouth. Then Xiao Subai at the side watched Lintian being slapped so dizzy that some of his teeth even fell out. It's very interesting. Hey, fun, fun. Come on, come on. Xiao Subai also imitated the boisterous shouts of the surrounding audience. Everyone present was very excited, but Lintian felt resentful and aggrieved in his heart. UTM, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me. After Lintian was slapped, he felt really uncomfortable and couldn't help shouting. But the people around were stunned, subconsciously looked at Lintian carefully, and began to study his appearance. At this time, the male cultivator looked a little puzzled. This man with a swollen pig's head seemed to have a little impression when he was beaten, but he couldn't remember it for a while. At this time, suddenly an audience member shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention, and everyone watched him speak. Oh, I know who he is. Who is it? Tell me quickly. I have an impression no matter how I feel, why can't I remember it for a while? Do you still remember the grand wedding of the yin and yang sons today, the person who went on stage to make a big wedding, and even fought against the elite disciples who leapfrogged but was taken down by the yin and yang sons? He even claimed to be the yin and yang son's stepson. Oh, when you said it, I seemed to have an impression. No wonder. It turned out to be the stepson of the son of yin and yang. I said so arrogantly. Sparrow food. No wonder why he didn't feel like a good person at first. Even children are bullied. His character is really bad. I said, how can a normal person call someone else's mother at a wedding? I want to recognize my godfather. It seems that he is not good at first glance according to the legend. It is not a thing on the table to go to the thinking is not normal. That's it. What year is it, and this kind of NT? When Lintian heard the reaction from his surroundings, his expression paused, but when he heard what they said, the veins on his face suddenly twitched, and he wanted to burst out all the great emperor's origins on the spot. The urge to kill these people. But after thinking about it, Lintian held back. For these people, it's not worth it. His ultimate enemy is only Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang's operation to assassinate him is vivid in my memory. Did not kill Su Qingyang. Everything is false. After the male cultivator recognized his identity, he also let go of Lintian, and patted his shoulder with a surprised and apologetic expression. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be the stepson of the son of yin and yang. I offended you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. When the male cultivator said this, he didn't care at all, it was just polite. In his eyes, adult cultivators who bully children are all rubbish, and now they are just trying to take care of the face of the son of yin and yang. And Lintian also faintly twitched the corner of his mouth, roaring angrily. Who TM is the stepson of the son of yin and yang, please speak cleanly to daddy. After the male cultivator heard it, his expression was a little puzzled. No, I have always had a good memory. Are you not the stepson of yin and yang, but the grandson? The male cultivator was still talking to himself, but Lintian couldn't bear it anymore. He was afraid that he would stay here any longer. Can't wait to explode. It won't do him any good then. Before Su Qingyang dies, he will definitely endure it forever. Until the day of revenge. At this moment, Lintian's face was covered with bruises, his eye sockets were red, swollen and purple, and his nose was bleeding continuously. He looked extremely miserable. Obviously the cultivator didn't hold back just now, but really kill him. Lintian felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. He knew that this was a sign of being weak and close to being seriously injured. Lintian was so angry that he wanted to cry without tears. He just wanted to bully Su Qingyang's child. What a trick. This can screw you up. And, why is Xiao Su Bai's archery talent so scary? Obviously no one hit the target. Why did they all hit the bullseye in the end? It really disgusted Lintian. He feels that this is completely self-inflicted, lifting a stone to shoot himself in the foot. Finally hurt myself. Lintian took a deep breath. He really didn't want to stay here anymore. He started the game himself. What could he do if he was slapped in the mouth? His face is swollen now, it would be embarrassing to continue. Lintian looked at Xiao Su Bai with murderous intent in his eyes, but he knew clearly that he would definitely not be able to kill Xiao Su Bai. As the great emperor in his previous life, he naturally knew how difficult it is to kill the offspring of a strong man. His realm is so low. And even if you kill him, you won't be able to run away. Su Chengwu will be tens of thousands of miles away from each other, and it will be difficult for Lintian to die when the time comes. And Xiao Su Bai also showed her white teeth, looking at Lintian who was beaten into a pig's head. Ha ha, brother Tian, you are so ugly. You are even uglier than when we came here. Giggle. Xiao Su Bai stuck out her tongue, looking very happy. He didn't know what he was doing just now. He just thought it was so lively and interesting. Archery is fun too. Brother Tian, remember to bring me next time. Lintian couldn't help his eyelids twitching when he heard Xiao Su Bai's words, and a shadow cast over his heart. It's impossible to come back. He didn't hit Xiao Su Bai. Instead, he was also hit. Thinking of this, Lintian left without looking back, without saying a word on the way. Hey, wait, brother Tian, wait for me, where are you going? Wait, Xiao Bai. Little Su Bai wanted to catch up. But Lintian ran as fast as he could. He felt that he was dizzy now. He couldn't say that he was beaten so badly when he went out to play games with a child. That would be embarrassing. And he has no intention of staying here any longer. I just want to find a place to go back for treatment. Before leaving, Lintian's heart exploded with sadness. TM. Su Qingyang. Su Bai. You are all waiting for me, waiting for the day when I, Lintian, rise up. I must let you taste what pain is. What is real despair? Lintian's expression was distorted. Unexpectedly, he would be deflated even when dealing with Su Qingyang's child. Luck is just back home. He swore that one day, he would take revenge. After Lintian went back to heal his injuries, an elder immediately appeared next to Xiao Subai, and then took him back to the Yin and Yang Palace. Xiao Bai, how did you play today? Ha ha, brother Lintian is swollen into a pig's head. He said he wants to play games with me. Whoever loses will slap his mouth. It's so funny. Then an uncle grabbed Lintian and beat him into a pig's head. Hee, Xiaobai can't bully brother Lintian like this in the future. He is your brother after all. Okay, he's too stupid. Back home, Bai told Su Qingyang and Qin Shui all about what happened. Su Qingyang pretended to be very surprised, but in fact he knew everything through remote observation formation. And Qin Shui was a little angry. Xiaoshan is too ignorant. He still wants to bully Xiaobai. Husband, I'm so sad. Why did I give birth to such a child? Qin Shui obviously looked a little sad, while Su Qingyang comforted him. It's okay, as long as my husband is here, Tian'er will be sensible sooner or later. In fact, Su Qingyang was extremely excited. You are not sensible. Tian'er, you will be sensible for beating your father in the future. But on the surface, he naturally pretended to be very good, a loving father, and taught Xiaobai what is right and what is wrong. Xiaobai nodded, indicating that he understood. Su Qingyang wasn't asking any more questions either. That night, a rare family meal together. Xiaobai usually does not go home for practice. As for Lintian, of course he refused to come. No matter whether it was the appearance of a pig, or the aggrieved by Xiaobai, it was impossible for him to eat at the same table with Su Qingyang again. Then at night, the wedding night of the newlyweds. Su Qingyang was tender for a rare time. This night, he didn't do anything. After all, the two had been an old couple for more than 2 years. The two had a long talk all night long, chatting more seriously than usual, and talked about some doubts in their hearts. Early the next morning, Su Qingyang slept refreshed. Then I received a letter and put it in front of the bed. Qin Shui didn't open it either, but the maid told him that it was sent by the elder of the Holy Land. Su Qingyang checked it out. Even if he wanted to open it, he had to know the formation. There is a magical formation attached to it. For those who don't understand, there will be no words on it after opening it. Lintian wiped it on, and then the purple handwriting appeared. Su Lang, my good friend, why did you get married and didn't tell others in advance, making people feel itchy and flustered? Zion. After Su Qingyang saw it, he tapped the spiritual fire on his fingertips, and the letter turned into a cloud of flying ash. He went out. The direction is naturally Zion Peak. Every time Su Qingyang came to Zion Peak, he had to hide his body and traces, just like being a thief. It was really tiring. After all, he is the son of God, and anyone in the Holy Land who has the ability to pay attention to outside information or disciples knows him. In addition, the matter between him and Zion was not made public. So the two have been in contact quietly for several months. After all, it is not suitable to put it on the bright side for the time being. Su Qingyang has been looking for an opportunity to make Qin Shui accept Zion's chance. Although a little witch Zhang Wanyu unexpectedly came last night, it can be described as a pleasant surprise. Su Qingyang didn't like that it was fake. But there is always a process to everything. What's more, his lifespan is so long, it's not good to act too hastily. You can experience the fun step by step, right? Qin Shui's attitude towards Zhang Wanyu, who licked the dog upside down, was very tolerant. Yang already knew Qin Shui's attitude from the eyes and contact. Probably as long as it's not too much, Qin Shui will probably accept it. But Su Qingyang still hopes to take care of her feelings, or everyone's feelings. Regarding this, Zion also explained it both inside and outside. After arriving at Zion Peak, Su Yang tapped his fingertips. Hushan formation's spiritual light flashed, and he went in with his whole body. Su Qingyang was not greedy for the beautiful scenery along the way, and went straight to the Xian Palace, which is where the top of the mountain is located. Xian, here I come. Su Qingyang knocked on the door lightly, feeling like secretly meeting the rich and beautiful woman in the boudoir. There was no sound after knocking, and Su Qingyang was not in a hurry. After a while he tapped again. Button. Immediately, the door of the room opened a crack, revealing a pair of beautiful purple eyes. The eyes were a little strange, or strange feeling. Su Qingyang teased. Yuner, what are you looking at? Xian looked at Su Qingyang for a while, and then opened the door a little, but her figure still blocked Su Qingyang from seeing the scenery inside. Immediately Xian spoke. Her voice was extremely resentful, and those who didn't know thought it was some wrong daughter-in-law. Qingyang, why did you come here? Take a look. You haven't visited for half a month to get married. Su Qingyang smiled after hearing this. He is good at coaxing girls. Yuner, don't you think I'm busy? HMPH. Busy with your regular wife. You don't even come to see me. You know how much I miss you. Blind, I miss you too. But you know how busy getting married is. If we get married in the future, we will be so busy too. Will you wait for me then? Xian was not in a very good mood at first. After all, she hadn't seen Su Qingyang for half a month, and the disadvantages of the cultivation technique made her feel a little depressed. I miss Su Qingyang very much every day, and I even feel like I don't think about tea or food. It made Xian feel a faint discomfort and grievance all over her body. But hearing what Su Qingyang said, she immediately showed some anticipation and hope in her eyes. Really, you miss me too. Aha, are we going to get married later? Xian looked a little excited, but her expression was very reserved, but she opened the door immediately, and the boudoir inside was a little messy. Su Qingyang didn't care about anything, first stepped forward to hug her tightly, and comforted her softly. Of course, we will not only get married. We will also have a baby at that time. Do you want it? Shout, stop it, it's so nasty, let's talk about it after we get married. Xian snorted softly, and then her eyes became clearer, but she was obviously very happy, and 2 red clouds appeared on her face. But Su Qingyang will smile heartily. He obviously understands the personality of each girl and how to coax them. Coupled with the 2.5 years of practice experience with Qin Shui, it's already at your fingertips. Yuner, it's a mess here, let's clean it up together. Have you had enough food these days? No, I miss you very much. I haven't eaten much. I've been eating the penetrating valley dan I refined before. Ah, I miss you so much. Su Qingyang rubbed her messy hair, helped arrange her hair while sitting in front of the mirror, arranged a beautiful hairstyle, and then the two started tidying up Xian's great hall boudoir together. Don't look at Xian realm as extremely advanced. In fact, he has never experienced the love between a man and a woman, and he is only 100 years old, so he is regarded as the top talent of the younger generation in the cultivation of immortals. Moreover, she spends all her time cultivating and remains youthful forever. She looks like a young girl. Apart from cultivating, she is actually quite innocent when facing Su Qingyang, and she may not have the wisdom of Zhang Wanyu. Now her mind is full of thoughts about Su Qingyang. But every girl has her own characteristics, and Xian is better than Xian. That is, she will obey Su Qingyang in everything, and Su Qingyang is also very tolerant of all aspects of her. Even sometimes, Su Qingyang needs to teach her some methods of life. Just like now, the scattered Xian palace. The two started cooking. In fact, the life between husband and wife is nothing more than daily necessities, gourmet desserts, and chatting. Moreover, Su Qingyang is not someone who only enjoys himself, he deeply understands a truth. Just like farming, only if you can maintain it can you always have a good harvest. If he only knows how to take, then the relationship with these women will be very bad, so get them. Su Qingyang will naturally take on the task of taking care of them. Although the cultivator does not lack anything, basic necessities, food, shelter, and transportation, spiritual beliefs are still extremely important, and that is also the motivation for cultivation. The two cook, practice, chat, and do things they like together. Xian became very cheerful, then waved goodbye to Su Qingyang and left. When leaving, Su Qingyang personally promised her, Yuner, wait for me, soon we will be together forever, you can always stay by my side. Good. Zion smiled, her expression changed from the flushed color just now to a happier one. A secluded place, or it should be said that the birds don't shit and there is no cultivator on the top of the hill. There is an immortal cave chiseled in one of them, and a wooden board is placed at the door, with a word of heaven engraved on it. It is Lintian's current residence. It is different from the Kangtian mansion where the spiritual chi of Zion Peak was densely covered, and the majestic Lintian lived on the top of the mountain. Now only Shabby is left. The only supply of spiritual chi is a small area where Lintian sits in the lotus position, where he set up a small spirit gathering array. Although the spirit stones cost a lot, he can still supply it for now. Lintian. Mr. Wu, as long as you are willing to help me improve my strength, I will agree to be your apprentice. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to do it for you. Lintian accurately grasped the mind of Mr. Wu, the soul of the ring. Mr. Wu felt uneasy and hesitant. In fact, it is not without this method, that is to strip off the ice sky purple fire fused in his body, and then give Lintian fusion. He has a cultivation technique called Yanju, which is specially used to fuse sky fire. Not only that, but those who practice this cultivation technique will often increase their realm and level according to the strength of the sky fire after merging with the sky fire. Lintian is currently in the real middle stage. As long as the 68th ranked ice sky purple fire is fused with his sky fire, it will not take a moment to step into the immortal cave realm, and even approach the divine wheel realm. You can catch up with Su Qingyang's former realm in no time. There are two aspects to Mr. Wu's hesitation. One is that he thinks that Lintian is too sinister and of bad character. If he is given the sky fire, he is undoubtedly a meat bun beating a dog, and he will never return. The second is that the sky fire is too precious. The higher the ranking of skyfire, the stronger and rarer it is. And the 68th ranked ice sky purple fire is extremely precious and rare. Mr. Wu now only has this kind of sky fire in his body. He used to be realm in the position of saint. Even saint is so rare, let alone an ordinary cultivator. Seeing that Mr. Wu didn't speak, Lintian was not in a hurry, and opened his mouth slowly. Lintian. Hey, I really want to have a master all of a sudden, Zion doesn't even want me, Lintian hurts JPG. Single quote : single quote. Lintian. Hey, the speed of cultivation alone is so slow. If there is a master with a high level of realm who will spoil his apprentices, how wonderful. Hey, such a master is hard to find. Lintian. Hey, I thought that one day I would see a beautiful woman and find a teacher's wife. Mr. Wu. All right, you boy, don't compare, if you keep on comparing, my head will explode, it's really annoying to listen to me. Quote. Lintian. So, you agree, hurry up, help me upgrade realm, I will do whatever you want to do right away. Comma. Old Wu sighed, alas, why didn't I see this kid be so upbeat before, I don't know how to say good things. Why is the wind blowing today? In fact, Mr. Wu understands Lintian's mood somewhat. After all, no one has been tortured by an invisible big hand since entering the Holy Land, and no one can stand it. It can be said that Lintian has been mad since the Holy Land competition. From being scolded by the audience as an orphan, to cheating, to Su Qingyang robbing his wife, taking his mother, humiliating in public, being subdued by Su Qingyang, and then being dragged to eat like a dead dog. There are some things that people don't eat in Lintian's bowl. Even at Xiao Su Bai's place, he was greatly wronged. God knows what Lintian has experienced in the past 2 years. In short, his inner mentality has become a lot more stable. He is not as unruly as the male lead, and he will be more humble. After Lintian came back, he kept asking himself what he did wrong. Why did Su Qingyang target Lintian like this? Although he didn't know why, from the first moment he saw Su Qingyang, he felt extremely disgusted, and even had the urge to kill Su Qingyang. But he can bear it, but this useless holy son, not only failed to be a good person, but also took the initiative to mess with Lintian. Lintian couldn't take it anymore. He has worked so hard for so long, and the affectionate great emperor must not lose face like this. He wants to pick it up again. Just follow the old path and learn from Mr. Wu. He doesn't believe it anymore, Could it be that he can't handle Qingyang when he restarted his life in the previous life? Then he could just hit him to death in the future. Seeing that Lin Tian's attitude has improved, Mr. Wu is no longer as arrogant as before, and he is so rude to him, so he respects him relatively. Elder Wu also softened his tone. Old Wu, all right, boy, remember what you said, and you must always keep in mind the matter of helping Shengji Wu resurrect my body. If I need it, you, as an apprentice, have an order, and you have to fulfill it. That's it. Let's take the oath of apprenticeship. Hearing what old Wu said in Lin Tian's mind, he didn't hesitate, and spoke directly. After all, he was well prepared, and any further hesitation would be a waste of time. Heaven is above, and the sun and the moon are our mirrors. Today, I am Lin Tian. I want to worship Wu Tian Great Saint Wu Shengji as my teacher. I will be a teacher for a day and a father for the rest of my life. I will not change my sincere heart for 10,000 years. I beg Wu Shengji to accept my forest god as disciple. The oath of apprenticeship is a very serious oath in Xuantian continent, but once it is made, it must abide by the relationship between master and apprentice, and it is not allowed to do anything against the law. Moreover, the master fulfills the obligations of the master, and must have the dignity and diligence of the disciples. All in all, it's kind of complicated, but very reasonable thing to do. For example, Lin Tian and Zion did not stand up, because Zion only accepted him as a disciple at that time, and it was not considered a personal inheritance. If it comes to personal transmission, it is different, it must be established, and there will be a faint karma bond between the master and the apprentice. And when Lin Tian's words were finished, Wu Shengji also floated out of the ring. His voice responded calmly, and there seemed to be something sensing in the sky, secretly spying on their master and apprentice. Heaven is above, and the sun and the moon are our guide. Today, I, Wu Shengji, accept Lin Tian as my disciple. I hope that he will respect his life with all his heart, keep in mind the agreement between master and disciple, practice diligently, and get promoted as soon as possible. Wu Shengji's light blue fairy-like soul phantom spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, he and Lin Tian looked at each other. It was as if they heard a muffled thunder in their ears, which was the reaction of heavenly Dao's will when he heard the contract they made. And from then on, the two of them, the master and the apprentice, were vaguely connected by an intuition. If something happened to one side, the other side would feel it. Okay, that's it, Lin Tian, listen carefully. Today you are my Hosh and Great Saint Wu Shengji as a disciple, and I will teach you a cultivation technique. This method is called Yanju. In the cultivation technique in the body, every time a sky fire is fused, the strength of the realm will be greatly increased. And from then on, you can control the power of skyfire. Lin Tian's ears were pricked up, and his expression was serious. Although he had experienced this in his previous life, but now it happened again, he still looked a little dazed. In fact, Lin Tian certainly knows how to cultivate this cultivation technique. But with Mr. Wu in the ring, he still can't expose it. To avoid any accidents. But now that the two of them have acknowledged the master-student relationship, they naturally won't hold back anymore. Lin Tian also began to formally practice the Yanju. While practicing, Mr. Wu continued to speak. Lin Tian, you said that you wanted to be your teacher to help you practice, and I, Wu Shengji, promised to do it naturally. When you comprehend this cultivation technique, I will first strip off the ice sky purple fire that I have and lend it to you. Let your cultivation base strength increase. By then, your realm is estimated to be able to catch up with the god realm. Combined with the talent strength of your leapfrog fighting, it will be very difficult for any talent to hinder your practice. Good. After hearing Mr. Wu's explanation, Lin Tian responded seriously, and took a deep breath at the same time. Finally, he still has to go the old way. Sure enough, even if it is the great emperor, even if he is reborn, accidents cannot be avoided. But Lin Tian is not a hesitant person. If he comes, he will settle down. A few days later, Lin Tian said it out of his mouth. Mr. Wu, come out. I have comprehended the main point and core of the cultivation technique of Yanju. So fast, old Wu was still recovering his strength in the ring, when he heard Lin Tian call him, saying that there is no time for practice. He only felt as if only a while passed, but Lin Tian realized it unexpectedly. Old Wu sighed inwardly. Old man Wu, This kid, talent really wasn't built. At the time when my spirit was in decline, I found a person with excellent understanding of talent to attach myself to. Naturally, I knew that this kid was extraordinary, but I never thought that in a blink of an eye, this Lintian would. Back then, I had to practice for several months to learn the Yanju training session. It was the mausoleum of heaven in front of everyone. Elder Wu felt emotional for a while, but he didn't hesitate. Drink. I saw the phantom of Wu Lao's soul screamed, and the soul gradually condensed purple, and Lintian also felt it, a strange and cold flame burning in the immortal cave. It is obviously burning, but it makes the temperature of a mortal cave drop dozens of degrees. Frost in many places, but Lintian's eyes and heart are constantly excited. Here, finally here, I never thought that in this life, I would fuse the old man's sky fire so quickly. It's God's will. Trash Su Qingyang, you wait for me, Lintian, one day, I will let you experience profound despair. Lintian was happy 1 second, and the next second, his face was a little hideous, the misery he suffered. One day, he will repay the enemy tenfold. Lintian firmly believes in himself. The process of stripping the skyfire lasted for 2 full days. In the end, Elder Wu's soul was so weak that he was not human, and he seemed to be transparent before he said weakly. Old Wu, all right, kid. I'm going to sleep, you should work harder on your cultivation. Try to break through realm as soon as possible, whether it's revenge or whatever, you've become stronger. I can also recover my body as soon as possible. Lintian. Lintian didn't hesitate, and carefully manipulated a purple flame floating in the sky. The closer he got, the colder the temperature in his hand felt. It seems that the feeling of freezing can deeply penetrates the bone marrow. It made his whole body tremble. But Lintian is not afraid, with extreme excitement. Activate the Yanju in the body. Let's merge. Bingtian Zaihuo, in this life, I, Lintian, is destined to rely on you once again to embark on the road of great emperor. With a light drink, Lintian began to blend in the lotus position with a solemn expression. And the entire immortal cave began to slowly condense ice from the frost. Inside the immortal cave, on the ground, on the stone wall, in the small water jar. And Lintian's own hair, brows, sideburns, lips, etc., all began to turn purple, and purple frost condensed from it. If it's not called Tianwo, it's exotic treasure that makes people feel good. And this process took about 6 months. In fact, the process of merging Skyfire is not slow, it may be completed in a few days. The main reason is that Lintian not only fused, but also used the ice sky purple fire to repair some of his damaged injuries, plus his previous explosive potential, all kinds of things. If there is a cultivator in the Yin and Yang Holy Land who passes by this small hill that no one pays attention to, you will find that there are some catkins floating down from the sky here. When I got closer, I realized that it was ice, snow and frost. In 6 months, Lintian became more and more integrated. Inside and outside the immortal cave, the dense ice layer completely covers the immortal cave. It makes the whole mountain seem to be turned into a huge ice sculpture. Time is slowly ending. Lintian slowly opened his eyes. His demeanor changed from being calm to smiling, and then laughing wildly. Lin Tiangong wanted to roar to the sky. Su Qingyang, you will die sooner or later. It turned out that On couldn't make a sound in his mouth, and his body also had some dull love. Lintian was shocked. No, although he is merging the ice sky purple fire, he still has the perception of the outside world. After a full 6 months, his internal and external injuries have been repaired in 7s and 80s, and realm has also moved from the middle stage of the real person to the late stage of the immortal cave as he wished. It can be said that at this time it is almost equal to the realm of the Holy Maiden and the Sun. In addition, he can leapfrog to fight. He is so powerful, it seems that he can feel the majestic and powerful energy from his body. But why can't I speak at this moment? My body is a little out of order. Lintian, Mr. Wu. What's going on? Why am I like this? My realm has obviously improved, and my body has also repaired and become stronger. Why does the feeling become weaker instead? Old Wu. When Mr. Wu heard Lintian take the initiative to speak, it proved that he had woken up. At this moment, Mr. Wu also withdrew from the state of cultivating his soul, and watched and felt Lintian's mental outlook. It's okay if you don't feel it, but once you feel it, you will be shocked and lose your voice. Old Wu, Lintian, what kind of plane are you doing? I let you fuse the ice and purple fire, but didn't let you fuse it directly into the body. Do you think your life is too long to do this? Your realm is so low. And the body of the cultivator is so weak, it is too heavy for you to forcefully use the icy purple fire to upgrade the realm. Old Wu, I never expected that you would use him to heal your wounds and restore your body, hey. Lintian, I really don't know what to say about you. Lintian was stunned. This kind of situation had never happened to him in his previous life. Although he had already gone up to realm at that time, he did so, without any side effects. Just listen to Mr. Wu continue to speak. Old man Wu, Lintian, to say that you are unlucky, you still have to say that you are smart. I forgot to remind you at the beginning. Your realm is too low, and the risk of merging with Sky Fire is huge. I didn't expect you to be so reckless because of hatred. Now the ice sky purple fire already exists in every corner of your body. Old Wu, the reason why Tianguo is a treasure and has not yet become a life of its own is because he lacks consciousness. Now you have turned half of yourself into the appearance of Tianguo. It is no wonder that your strength has not weakened. Although your realm has gone up, your strength has been displayed. It is estimated that it is less than 40%. Lintian, what should I do then? Lintian panicked. Hearing what Mr. Wu said, he not only regretted it, but also felt a little reckless. He never expected that he would be surprised in this regard. Then isn't it true that even though realm went up, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced due to his slow body movements? This is not what he wants. Mr. Wu, hey, I really can't do anything about you. It seems that the only way is to do this. Either your realm is upgraded to the shaking earth, or the sky opening realm, or you find another skyfire to fuse into your body, so that they can form the situation where the two fires are in opposition will allow you to regain most of the control over your body. Otherwise, your realm will slowly improve. Old Wu, but when you become stronger, you will lose control of your body and become a puppet slave of ice and purple fire. Lintian, I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.